Chapter 24. The Brotherhood Compound, in the Sierra Madre. 2 days later. Pavel Voronin stepped down out of the bus that had ferried him here from Durango's airport. He'd come in aboard the Boeing 777F on its most recent cargo flight from Minsk. The freight hauling jet's limited crew and passenger accommodations were a large step down in comfort and luxury from those of the Bombardier Global 7500 he'd used the last time he visited this godforsaken part of Mexico. Recent events, however, Bajanov's murder, and now this report of an intruder spying on the compound, had persuaded him to travel even more discreetly than before. 2 men were there waiting for him. One of them, burly and bald-headed, was a former Russian Air Force colonel named Arkady Anokin, the leader of the Raven Syndicate engineering and technical unit assigned to this compound. Before resigning from the military to join the syndicate, Anokin had overseen a special maintenance depot dedicated to unmanned aerial vehicles. The other was Joaquin Lopez, the Brotherhood of Blood's second-in-command. Voronin noted that the cartel leader was not wearing an expensive suit this time. Instead, he was dressed in a plain green t-shirt and faded blue jeans, clothing that deliberately showed off the array of gang and prison tattoos covering his arms and neck and part of his face. Thick gold neck chains completed Lopez's transformation into the archetype of the flamboyant drug lord called a buchon in narco slang. His facade of sophistication and education was gone. Plainly, for this meeting at least, Lopez wanted to be seen for what he truly was, a cold-blooded killer and criminal boss. The Russian hid his distaste at this loutish, nekulturny display of machismo. For all their wealth and power, the Brotherhood's leaders were simple thugs, a bare step above the sort of imbeciles one could find in any provincial Russian prison. But for the moment he needed these men, and the secure secret staging area they had promised to provide for Castle Keep. A promise the Mexican cartel had singularly failed to fulfill, Voronin reminded himself. Given the number of Brotherhood gunmen and armored vehicles patrolling the compound itself, he could be reasonably sure this mysterious intruder hadn't escaped with any significant information on his operation. But even the faint possibility of a leak was disconcerting. It was essential that the Americans learn nothing of what was in store for them. He fixed his pale gray eyes on Lopez. "So, Joaquin, have your men identified this spy yet?" he demanded without preamble. If the other man wanted to butt heads to see who was the stronger here, Voronin was more than ready to oblige him. Clearly angry at being forced on the defensive right at the start, Lopez frowned. "Not yet," he admitted with obvious reluctance. He folded his arms. "But since this cabron, this bastard motherfucker, escaped aboard a helicopter in Air Force camouflage and colors, he was almost certainly a federal or some other sort of government agent." Voronin raised an eyebrow. "Oh," he said, "and yet despite your vaunted network of informers supposedly planted in every nook and corner of your country's police and law enforcement apparatus, you still had no warning that this spy was operating so freely in your own territory?" Lopez scowled. "Only God knows all," he snarled back. "In any case, this man was not operating freely, as you claim," he said through gritted teeth. "He only got away from my soldados, my soldiers, by the skin of his teeth." "But not before killing 3 of them, I understand," Voronin pointed out with a thin, dry smile. Seeing Lopez turn pale with renewed anger, he moved on. "What matters is that this spy did, in fact, escape." His smile vanished. Which raises the question of the overall security of this facility. Security that is entirely your Brotherhood's responsibility according to our agreement. He nodded at the bustling compound around them. Should I worry that your government's next move will be a large-scale police or commando raid aimed at my operation here? You can rest easy on that score, Lopez told him, apparently feeling on somewhat firmer footing now. A lone wolf agent is one thing, a major assault that's another. We would certainly be informed of any such operation being planned days or even weeks ahead of time. And frankly, I doubt the politicians in Mexico City would have the balls to order such a thing. The last time they tried to fuck with us, they walked into a meat grinder. Veronian nodded. That much of what Lopez said, however boastfully, was accurate. A major effort by the Mexican National Guard to capture a drug lord in the neighboring state of Sinaloa had ended in disaster when it turned into an all-out pitched urban battle between the outnumbered soldiers and hundreds of cartel gunmen, all of whom were heavily armed. In the end, the National Guard had been forced to release their prisoner in exchange for the return of captured soldiers and their families. The central government's prestige in this region had never fully recovered from that humiliating defeat. Besides, we've taken steps to lock this valley down even tighter, Lopez assured him. Right now, not even a bat could get anywhere near here without being spotted and shot out of the sky. Let us hope your confidence is justified, Veronian said coolly. At least this time. He turned to Anokin. And you're part of this project, Arkady. Are you still on schedule? As you've promised. Standing there, listening to the two other men argue, the former Russian Air Force colonel had studiously maintained a neutral expression on his broad-featured face. Veronian was his employer, but Lopez was in charge of the notoriously hot-tempered and trigger-happy narco-gunmen who ruled the surrounding countryside. A serious falling out with the Brotherhood could easily have lethal consequences for Anokin and his team of technicians and aeronautical engineers. Given that it was decidedly not in his interest to insert himself into their quarrel. But now that the discussion had turned to his own area of responsibility, Anokin's rigidly disinterested expression altered, transforming into one that was noticeably more confident and in command. In answer to Veronian's blunt, hard-edged question, he gestured at the large prefabricated building ahead of them. Come inside and see. Veronian and Lopez followed him in through the open door. Under the powerful overhead lights illuminating the interior, the reason for Anokin's look of confidence was clear. 12 bat-wing-shaped gray aircraft were lined almost wingtip to wingtip in 2 rows of 6 each. No windows or cockpit canopies broke their smooth lines. A number of scaffolds, heavy loaders, and other pieces of complex machinery lined the building's back wall, but almost all of the existing space was taken up by the force of unmanned aerial vehicles. After a long, admiring look at the Mora drones, Veronian turned to his subordinate. Are these machines fully assembled? They're all flight-ready, Anokin confirmed. He shrugged his powerful shoulders. Of course, as long as they're parked here in this facility away from prying eyes, we don't have enough room to construct more. Veronian nodded his understanding. Right now, the inside of this building, large as it was, appeared far more crowded than the hangar deck of any Navy aircraft carrier. Don't worry about that, Arkady, he assured the other man. Your assembly teams will be able to get back to work soon enough. Anokin stared at him. The designated payloads for this first wave of Moras are being trucked in from Durango now, Veronian explained. They came in with me aboard the most recent 777 cargo flight. He carefully avoided saying exactly what those payloads were. So far, Lopez and his boss, Diego Barros, hadn't shown any great curiosity about what their ally planned to fly into the United States, and this was definitely not the time to whet their interest. But from the tiny beads of sweat that suddenly appeared on Anokin's wide forehead, Voronian guessed that, up to this moment, the former Russian Air Force officer had not fully considered the real-world implications of the missions planned for the UCAVs he and his team were assembling. Up to now, Voronian strongly suspected, the other man had seen his part of Castle Keep as primarily a complicated and difficult technical task, one, moreover, that had to be completed under somewhat primitive conditions. All of that had just changed. Once the devices aboard those trucks arrived here and were safely stowed aboard the Moras, it would no longer be possible for Anokin to treat this as a purely aeronautical engineering challenge. The hard truth could no longer be avoided. They were involved in an extremely daring and dangerous bid to forever alter the world's current strategic balance, with all the risks that entailed. "And what about my cargoes?" Lopez demanded. The Brotherhood leader ran his eyes over the twin rows of strange-looking flying machines with a look that reflected a hint of both awe and pure mercenary calculation. It was equally clear that he, at least, hadn't fully understood the scale of the aircraft assembly work the Raven Syndicate had been carrying out in this isolated valley. Voronian glanced over at him. "Are they ready for shipment?" he asked blandly. "Naturally," Lopez said. "Then you have nothing to worry about," Voronian said. "We will honor our agreement to the letter. Each of our Moras will fly out with 100 kilograms of your products aboard, exactly as promised." Immediately he saw the unsuppressed gleam of greed in the drug lord's gaze. The street value of even a single unmanned aircraft load of fentanyl would come to almost $50 million, almost as much as it had cost to build each of the sophisticated stealth drones in the first place. Chapter 25. The Mora Compound. The next night. From a vantage point out near the barbed wire perimeter fence, Voronian closely observed the large aircraft assembly building a couple of 100 meters away. At his right shoulder, Lopez was doing the same. On his left, Arkady Anokin was watching a digital timer count down on the screen of his smartphone. "And now?" he heard Anokin murmur to himself. The burly man raised his smartphone to his lips and ordered, "Move the aircraft into position, Dmitri." In answer, the main compound lights blinked out, leaving a few hooded lamps along the outer fence as the only illumination. The area immediately around the assembly building was plunged into darkness. Voronian and his two companions lifted night vision binoculars to follow the next steps. They watched intently as several of Anokin's technicians rolled the building's large central doors all the way open. Slowly and carefully, an aircraft tug, a small one-man tractor, towed one of the bat-shaped Moro UCAVs out onto the paved apron in front. Once the aircraft was in position, the tug unhooked from it and then went back inside to haul out a second. When there were two of the UCAVs lined up outside, the syndicate technicians hauled the doors closed again. Standing behind Voronian, one of his aides was on a secure satellite phone. "Flight control reports solid, encrypted communication links established with both Mora 1 and Mora 2, the aide stated. "Very well," Voronian acknowledged. He swung toward Lopez. "Are your people along the border ready?" The cartel leader's teeth gleamed in the darkness. "They are indeed," he said. "The gringos are going to be very busy. Don't worry, Senor Voronian. We will open the holes you need." Voronian nodded. Over the next several nights, Brotherhood of Blood coyotes, human smugglers loyal to the cartel, had been instructed to orchestrate a series of mass crossings of illegal aliens at key points along the U.S.-Mexico border. Their plans had been deliberately leaked to the Americans in order to lure the Border Patrol into concentrating its heavily outnumbered personnel into those same carefully selected sectors. That would leave vast stretches of the frontier unwatched and unguarded by anything except automated sensors. A tight, humorless smile slid across his face. Conventional military thinkers and strategists were remarkably unimaginative, he thought coldly. They viewed conflict almost solely in terms of so many soldiers deployed in one place, so much firepower delivered in another, and the like. But what they completely failed to comprehend was that desperate people, men, women, and especially children, could be employed as equally effective weapons. He, on the other hand, had a much wider and more creative understanding of warfare. His stealthy, unmanned aircraft were already invisible to the balloon-mounted radars the Americans used to detect ordinary drug-smuggling planes attempting to sneak across the border. But by stretching the Border Patrol to its breaking point, his weaponized deliveries of thousands and thousands of migrants should help ensure that the low-flying Moras weren't picked up by sight or sound when they breached U.S. airspace. Voronian glanced back at his aide. "Signal control to commence flight operations," he ordered. The other man relayed his order, listened to the reply, and then looked up. "Ivana is go for engine start," he said. Seconds later, the wing-buried turbofan engines in both UCAVs spooled up with low whines that steadily increased in both pitch and volume. Control surfaces along the trailing edges of their wings flexed slightly. Voronian nodded to himself, understanding what he was seeing. Pilots based more than 2,000 kilometers away from this darkened valley were busy running through their pre-flight checklists. "Moras 1 and 2 are both ready for takeoff," the aide reported, relaying what he was being told by the remote control center. Voronian focused his night vision binoculars. The first unmanned aircraft started rolling slowly across the apron, followed closely by its twin. In succession, they turned out onto the narrow paved road that ran past the Brotherhood compound. Braking to a stop again, they were lined up one behind the other, now pointed straight north. For a few moments more they held in place. With a shrill howl, their engines keened louder and louder as they ran all the way up to full power. And then quite suddenly the first UCAV was in motion up the road, which now served as an improvised runway. It picked up speed fast, accelerating smoothly. The second aircraft followed in its trail. Moments later, having reached the necessary velocity, the first Mora broke away from the ground and climbed higher, its landing gear already retracting out of sight into its gray belly. The second drone took off only seconds later. Staying low, scarcely 500 feet above the ground, both UCAVs headed north along the eastern edge of the Sierra Madre. Their pale gray shapes soon vanished entirely, swallowed up by the dark, moonless night. Voronian lowered his binoculars with a feeling of intense satisfaction. After so many months of careful planning, enormous expense, and intensive preparation, his chosen weapons were on their way, beginning the intricately plotted 1,800-kilometer flight that would take them deep into the heartland of the unsuspecting United States. Rural Kansas, several hours later. Former Russian Air Force Major Ivan Strelkov lifted his night vision binoculars and carefully scanned the southern horizon. From up here on the flat roof of the quarter-mile-long abandoned distribution center now owned by the Raven Syndicate, He could see out across the surrounding countryside for nearly 15 kilometers. There was nothing in sight yet. Lowering his binoculars, he glanced down at the glowing dial of his watch. Soon, he thought. Based on his rough estimates of flight distances and average airspeed, the events he and his men had been waiting for should occur within the next few minutes at most. And high time, too, in Strelkov's judgment. He and the others in his covert operations unit had arrived a week ago and had been secretly occupying the unused warehouse complex ever since. On the plus side, its cavernous interior offered plenty of room to conceal their trucks and other special equipment, which included a tanker leased from Pemex, Mexico's state-owned oil company, a tanker truck full of aviation fuel. But ample space or not, no one could say it was a particularly comfortable existence. Ordered to avoid any contact with the locals, they had been subsisting on surplus American military rations, the so-called MREs, or meals ready to eat, and camping out in sleeping bags on the cold, hard concrete floor of the empty, echoing distribution center. Strelkov smiled sardonically. After their first experience of eating the individually packaged ration packs, two things had become clear. One, they were admittedly a little more palatable than the Russian Army's own equivalent emergency ration, the IRP. At the same time, however, his experience of the glutinous mess laughably labeled chicken chunks strongly suggested that only the middle part of the MRE acronym, the R for ready, was really accurate. The MREs they'd been given were not really meals in any genuine sense of the word, or very edible, for that matter. Then again, he reminded himself, their mild discomfort would be well worth it, at least assuming they managed to avoid being arrested by the Americans as spies. And if all of Castle Keep went according to plan. The huge bonuses promised by Pavel Voronin for the successful completion of this mission would guarantee Strelkov and the others in his command very comfortable lives of leisure and luxury once they returned to Russia. Strelkov's phone beeped suddenly. He checked the screen and read a message relayed circuitously from Havana. Delivery truck in your neighborhood. Confirmed driveway is clear. Rapidly he typed in a confirmation. He had two of his men watching the highway to both the north and the south. At this late hour, the rural two-lane road was usually completely empty of any traffic, and tonight was no exception. Besides, across this flat, featureless farmland, the headlights of any oncoming vehicles would be visible all the way out to the horizon. He raised his night vision binoculars again, and there, to the south, he caught sight of a tiny pulse of infrared light low in the sky. He focused and caught a glimpse of a pale shape growing larger as it flew his way. It was descending gradually, shedding altitude and airspeed. The lead Mora Yukav was on its final approach, aimed directly at the stretch of rail-straight highway beside the big warehouse. The pilot seated behind a console in distant Cuba was guiding on the pairs of IR beacons Strelkov's aircraft handling team had set up at 50-meter intervals along the road. The Russian watched, holding his breath, as the plane's landing gear unfolded from inside its fuselage and locked in position. Moments later, the Mora touched down, braked gently, and then taxied off the highway into the huge parking lot outside the distribution center. A tug driven by one of his men was already there, waiting to tow the UCAV into concealment within the empty building. Strelkov lifted his binoculars again and saw the second drone making its own landing approach. He watched closely as it slid down out of the sky, kissed the improvised runway, and slowed to a complete stop beside its identical companion. He let out his breath in relief. The men in Moscow would be pleased. Phase 2 of Castle Keep was now successfully underway. Chapter 26. Avalon House, Winter Park, Florida. The next morning. Nick Flynn carried his cup of coffee in through the ballroom's double doors. He walked over to the semicircle of folding chairs facing a projector screen in the middle of the large room. Decades ago, the wealthy New York banking family who had owned the mansion held black-tie dinner dances here. This morning's gathering was considerably more casual, just a mix of men and women in everyday clothes. It was a lesson, however, in just how deceiving appearances could be. In those long-ago days when a band or orchestra filled the ballroom with tunes and perfectly dressed couples swirled or swayed in time with the music, the worst consequences of a mistake in judgment might be hurt feelings, or maybe even a broken engagement. The stakes for today's assembly were much higher. Fox had called this all-hands meeting of the Quartet Directorate agents currently based at Avalon House specifically to go over the new intelligence acquired by Flynn during his reconnaissance foray into drug cartel territory. A significant error in analysis now could easily cost lives, either of 4 personnel or of innocent civilians. Besides Fox himself and Laura Van Horn, those already present included the members of Flynn's action team, Cole Hines, Tadeusz Kosik, Wade Vukovich, and Shannon Cook, plus Gwen Park and a few others. Despite the relatively early hour, they all looked attentive and wide awake. Flynn took the seat on Van Horn's right and carefully set his coffee down next to his chair on the worn hardwood floor. Casually, her hand slid into his and squeezed gently. He glanced over at her. "I missed you this morning," he said in a low voice. She nodded. Brer Fox ordered me to go in for a med eval. She raised her left arm slightly. He wanted me to have that splinter wound I took down in Mexico a couple of days ago checked out. So, since the doctor could slot me in at the crack of dawn, I trotted in like the good little doobie that I really am. Flynn resisted the urge to grin openly. Van Horn had a well-earned reputation for obeying orders she approved of, and ignoring those she didn't. The term often used by Fox in conjunction with her was force of nature. Flynn turned in his chair to face her more fully. "And? What was the diagnosis?" She shrugged. "It's like I thought. No big deal. There's no significant tissue or muscle damage. To quote Doc Halloran, the wound should heal by first intention." He put in a few stitches and then gave me the usual warnings to avoid overtaxing my arm for a few more days. Flynn nodded. The Quartet Directorate retained the well-paid services of some discreet surgeons and other medical professionals, often with their own private clinics and practices. Skilled men and women who could be relied on to avoid reporting any treatment of gunshot wounds and other injuries to the overly inquisitive authorities. "What, no prolonged bed rest?" he teased. Van Horn's generous mouth curved in a playful smile of her own. "Bed, I wouldn't mind," she told him with a throaty murmur that couldn't be heard by anyone else over the quiet buzz of other conversations. "The rest part, I can probably do without." From where he stood near the projector screen, Fox cleared his throat gently. "Ladies and gentlemen, if I may." The room fell silent immediately. Anyone meeting him for the first time might assume Fox was just the boring money manager or mid-level government bureaucrat he so often pretended to be. But when it counted, Flynn knew the older man had a forceful command presence, one easily capable of bringing to heel even the sort of square peg in a round hole mavericks who were naturally attracted to Ford's brand of high-risk covert operations. Fox used a small wireless remote to bring up the first set of images Flynn had shot through the half-open doors of the cartel compound's big central building. The pictures had been enhanced and cropped to make them as clear as possible. He scrolled through them until he stopped on one in particular. Of all the dozens of photos Nick had taken, this one offered the best combination of details of both the mysterious work being done and the men who were doing it. "Our task now," is to make some broader sense of the new information we now possess, thanks to Nick and those who brought him out safely. Heads nodded around the room. Hesitantly, Wade Vukovich raised a hand. Flynn hid his surprise. The lanky man was ordinarily the quietest in any room. "That looks kind of like a factory," he said. He pointed toward the lower portion of the current photo shown on the projection screen. In it, a large tire was partially visible, poking out from under one of the concealing tarps. "Maybe they're building better versions of those mechanized beasts the narcos like so much," Vukovich suggested. "The ones they've got are pretty frickin' crude looking. Just a bunch of steel plates bolted onto truck chassis. Could be Veronians promised these Brotherhood guys their own heavy-duty armored fighting force, one that can whack the other cartels and even give the Mexican government some serious heartburn." Flynn considered that. It wasn't a bad hypothesis, but something about it didn't feel right. It came back, he realized, to their assessment of Veronian's character. The Russians simply did not strike him as someone who would ever be happy playing a supporting role of any kind, especially one as an arms supplier to a gang of comparatively uneducated criminals. Whatever he did, Flynn suspected, the head of the Raven Syndicate would always need to be the ringmaster, the man in a top hat and tails at the center of the circus tent's spotlight. From beside him, Van Horn spoke up. "I think you're right about this place being some kind of factory, Wade," she said slowly, "but not for making armored cars." She got up from her seat and moved closer to the screen to eye the photo frozen there. Her hands moved through the air as though she were trying to trace out the shapes hidden beneath those heavy-duty tarps. Then she nodded to herself and turned back to Fox. "My bet is that what we're looking at here is a small-scale aircraft plant." "Seriously, ma'am?" Cole-Hines blurted out. "You really think that rat-fucker Veronian is building his own air force down there in the Mexican boonies?" "From scratch, no, I don't," Van Horn corrected him. She studied the pictures more carefully. "But what I do think is that his guys are reassembling aircraft that have already been built, tested, and flown in Russia before they were taken apart for shipment." Flynn saw immediately what she was driving at as she explained her idea to them. It was a practical solution to an old strategic logistics problem. During the Second World War, there were only two real ways to move large numbers of combat aircraft from America's incredibly productive home front factories to the Pacific and European theaters. One was by flying them along ferry routes, with all the attendant risks of losing planes and crews to mechanical failures, navigation errors, and bad weather. The other was by loading them aboard cargo ships in separate pieces, fuselages, wings, engines, and other components, and then putting them back together once they arrived in the war zone. Applying that same method, only this time using a big air freight jet like that Boeing 777F, would make a lot of sense for Veronian. So far, they'd tracked 3 separate flights from Minsk through Caracas and then on to Durango. Taken in total, that could easily mean the Russians had already shipped more than 300 tons of aircraft parts, machinery, and other equipment to the heavily guarded Brotherhood compound Flynn had scouted out. One after another, the others in the room nodded. Her hypothesis seemed sound. "Very well. Let's take that as the strongest possibility of what our enemies are doing," Fox agreed with a terse nod of his own. He stared at the screen. "The question then arises," he went on, "what sort of aircraft are Veronian's people assembling here, and for what purpose?" In answer, Van Horn frowned. Clearly deep in thought, she leaned closer to the screen. Fortunately, some of the workers on the attached scaffolding gave her a sense of scale. She swung back toward the older man. "At a first guess, Brer Fox, these things can't be that big. Not compared to most aircraft types anyway." She pointed at the screen. "For sure, they're a lot smaller than most modern combat fighters, or most business jets for that matter. She shook her head. Based on what we see here, I don't think their wingspans can be more than 6 to 8 meters. Maybe with a total loaded weight of around 10,000 pounds? And possibly less than that. Fox tapped his chin reflectively, considering her analysis. An aircraft on that order was only a fraction of the size of even a comparatively small and lightweight U.S. jet fighter like the F-16 Fighting Falcon. So, he said slowly, they may not be intended for a serious warlike purpose. Van Horn shook her head. I didn't say that. Her mouth tightened. Given sufficient advanced technology, you can fit one hell of a lot of lethality into a very small package these days. She looked thoughtful. In fact, I suspect anything that small is probably unmanned. Take out the need for a cockpit and the other systems required for a living human pilot. Oxygen, heating and cooling, and an ejection seat, for example. And you shave off a lot of weight and overall size. From the murmurs around the room, it was plain that she'd made her point. Flynn saw something else that was likely to be true. Manned or unmanned, he interjected, the aircraft Veronian's guys are assembling are almost certainly designed for maximum stealth. Slowly, Fox nodded. Thanks to Bajanov, he said quietly. Bingo, Flynn said. That's got to be the connection between this project and what Georgy Bajanov, a.k.a. the late and unlamented Simon Jones, was doing. We were pretty sure his job was to siphon up as much advanced stealth technology as he could. Well, now we know why that was so important to Veronian, because I'm pretty damn sure that same stolen tech is being used in these mystery aircraft the Raven Syndicate is deploying down in Mexico. Nix on target, Van Horn agreed. The Russians have developed stealth aircraft designs and materials of their own, but they've had a crapload of trouble making the transition from prototypes to full-scale production. She had that right, Flynn knew. The Russians had a version of their first real stealth fighter, the Su-57, in the air way back in 2009. But in all the years since, they'd only managed to build a relative handful of combat-ready aircraft. Stealing proven specs, radar-absorbent materials, and top-of-the-line avionics and software from the various Western defense companies working on stealth allowed Veronian to bypass the production obstacles imposed by Russia's inefficient and less developed aviation and computer manufacturing capabilities. Here are some examples of what we may be looking at, Van Horn told them. She pulled up a number of images on her own smartphone and transferred them to the bigger display using Avalon House's secure wireless network. Fox and the others watched in silence as pictures of the different stealthy unmanned combat aircraft under development by all the major powers appeared. BAE's Tyrannus, Dassault Aviation's Neuron, India's Aura, China's Lijian, Sharp Sword, Russia's own Mikoyan Scott and Sukhoi S-70 Okhotnik, Boeing's X-45C, Northrop Grumman's X-47B, and others. While their wing and fuselage dimensions and weights varied significantly, all of them shared the same rough features, including a highly blended flying wing design. Their proposed combat uses ran the gamut from covert reconnaissance to air-to-air combat to strike missions against heavily defended ground targets. Unfortunately, without hard data on whatever engines and sensors are installed in the UCAVs Veronian is assembling, any assumptions we make about their range, speed, and payload capacity aren't going to be worth much, Van Horn admitted. Everything in combat aircraft design is a trade-off between weight, thrust, maneuverability, range, and bomb or missile load. And we just don't know enough right now to even guess at what kind of trade-offs the aeronautical engineers who designed these planes actually made. Fox frowned, deep in thought. At last he sighed, Given that, we need to try working out this problem in reverse order, from the back to the front, Ordinarily, of course, that's a remarkably bad analytical technique, but in the absence of facts, I'm afraid that the application of educated guesswork is our only real remaining option. You mean if we can figure out how Veronian intends to use this force of stealth aircraft, we might be able to draw some reasonable inferences about their capabilities? Gwen Park asked. Fox nodded. Flynn shook his head. I see where you're going, Brer Fox. Trouble is, I can easily think of half a dozen things he could be planning. All of them extremely bad news for us or for our allies. Indulge me, Nick, the older man said patiently. Okay, Flynn replied. After a moment to organize his thoughts, he quickly ran through some of the nightmare scenarios his vivid imagination had just kicked up. One was the possibility that Veronian planned to employ his aircraft in an assassination campaign that targeted important American and Allied political and military leaders. Using stealthy drones to nail the president, influential state governors, powerful senators, and high-ranking generals and admirals could easily throw the entire country into political chaos. Better yet, the use of unmanned aircraft of a new design could make the assassination deniable, without any easy way to tie them back to Moscow. In fact, that could be another reason why Veronian would choose to build his UCAVs with stolen Western technology and components, instead of relying on identifiably Russian hardware and software. Or Veronian might be planning to carry out equally deniable precision-guided weapon strikes against high-value American government facilities, national science and R&D centers like Lawrence Livermore, Argonne, and Los Alamos, or the NSA's computer server farms, space launch sites, and similar targets. Equally possible would be a terrorist-style campaign to sow panic inside the United States by using the drones to drop chemical or nerve agents over cities and towns or sports stadiums or outdoor concerts and other mass gatherings. Flynn shrugged. The sad truth is our air defenses are pretty much crap, except where NORAD is on alert against Russian bombers or cruise missiles coming in across the Arctic. We've got a few SAM units stationed around the Washington, D.C. area to protect the White House, but it's not clear how effective they'd be against small, stealth targets. When he finished, there was silence for several long moments. Then Cook whistled softly. He looked down the row of seats at Flynn. Man, Nick, those are some genuinely vicious ideas. Has anybody ever told you that you've got a seriously evil streak? All the time, Flynn said with a rueful smile. And that's just his mother, Van Horn cut in with a straight face. That broke the tension, but once the laughter died down, Hines raised his hand. What about nukes? He asked. We know the Russians already smuggled one to the Iranians for that EMP attack we stopped last year. Could these drone aircraft carry nuclear bombs? His blunt question triggered another uncomfortable silence. Fox turned to Van Horn with a questioning look in his eyes. She nodded soberly. Sure they could. Modern nuclear warheads aren't actually significantly bigger or heavier than conventional weapons. The issue would be what Veronian could possibly hope to gain by arming his unmanned planes with nuclear weapons, Fox pointed out. His earlier attempt to set off an EMP weapon in orbit was explicitly planned to hide Moscow's involvement in the attack. There would be no way to do anything of the kind in a case where several nuclear weapons were detonated inside the continental U.S. One such bomb going off might be judged a terrorist attack, but there are considerably fewer suspects with significant nuclear arsenals, all of them nation-states. Fox shook his head. The most likely result of any such attack would be an almost immediate American retaliatory strike against comparable Russian targets. And that would almost certainly lead to a full-scale nuclear exchange. You're basically talking World War III, Hines realized. Yes, I am. And such a conflict would only end with both our nations in radioactive ruins. the older man confirmed. Now, while Pavel Voronian is quite clearly a psychopath, more than willing to kill millions to further his own ends, he is not a fool. Nor is he completely insane. The risks involved in carrying out a nuclear attack against us are simply too great. No perceived reward could conceivably justify running them. Hines looked stubborn. "Yeah, I get your point, sir," he said at last. Then he shrugged his shoulders. "I sure hope we're reading this guy right, is all." Silently, Flynn found himself echoing the sentiment. Cook leaned forward in his chair. His expression was somber. "Why wait to find out what he's planning?" he asked. "We know right where the son of a bitch has his people putting these drones together, so let's send a strike team down there and blow the shit out of them. End of story." That drew a quiet murmur of agreement. Fox shook his head in regret. "I wish we could, but unfortunately carrying out a successful attack on that cartel compound is no longer possible." He toggled the remote control again. New pictures appeared. These were satellite images of the compound itself and the surrounding hills and valleys. Timestamps showed that they had been taken within the past 24 hours. Flynn shook his head at what he saw. The whole area was now an armed camp. The Brotherhood of Blood must have called in muscle from all over the territory it controlled, bringing in hundreds of reinforcements. Dozens of new vehicles were parked around the compound itself and in other places up and down the valley. The neighboring villages appeared to be full of armed men. Even more remarkable, he saw indications that the cartel had its men digging bunkers or other weapons emplacements with clear fields of fire across the neighboring hills and ridges. Fox was right, he realized. It would require either a full-scale Special Forces assault or an all-out airstrike to penetrate those defenses, neither of which was within Four's power. Flynn's jaw tightened. The only organizations with that kind of firepower were the Pentagon and the CIA. And there was no way in hell anyone from the Quartet Directorate would be able to persuade the officials who ran either place to take decisive action, even if by some miracle they could gain a hearing. He knew in his gut that their guesses about what Voronian was planning were on the right track, but to outsiders, especially those who were slaves to bureaucratic inertia and political considerations, their intelligence would appear fragmentary and almost entirely speculative. Certainly no one in the current administration would approve a bombing raid, commando assault, or cruise missile strike that deep in sovereign foreign territory, even if it was effectively controlled by a criminal drug cartel, not on the basis of a few photographs showing unidentified men working on what were completely unidentifiable machines. The resulting political and diplomatic blowback from even a successful attack launched that far into Mexico would be colossal. All of which meant, Flynn understood with a sudden sinking feeling, that the Quartet Directorate was again completely on its own. No one was coming to the rescue. Hell, no one else was likely to even accept the reality of this developing threat, let alone be willing to meet the challenge head-on. Which left the task up to him and the others here with him. A reluctant smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. "Those are some mighty bold words," he thought. Because one other thing was damn sure. As of this moment, he didn't have the slightest clue of what to do next. Chapter 27. Headquarters of the Brotherhood of Blood, west of Durango, Mexico. That same time. Pavel Voronian followed Joaquin Lopez into the so-called study of Diego Barros. The drug cartel's bald, barrel-chested leader was seated behind an empty desk, waiting for him. The room did not contain a single book or genuine work of art. Instead, Its plain, whitewashed walls displayed a morbid collection of both ancient and modern instruments of torture, along with color pictures of murder victims photographed in their own blood. All of them probably former rivals of Barros. Inwardly, Voronin sneered. He supposed this crude display of torment and death was supposed to intimidate him. Instead, it only confirmed his evaluation of the Brotherhood chief as a savage. Someone who could be useful under certain circumstances, but who could just as easily be discarded if it proved necessary. This time Barros did not offer him a chair. There were none besides his own. He did offer the Russian a thin-lipped smile, though it was one that never reached his dark eyes. El Frio tells me your invisible robot airplanes work, the cartel leader said flatly. El Frio, the cold one, was the nickname first acquired by Lopez back in the days when he was a Brotherhood enforcer, renowned for killing efficiently, emotionlessly, and utterly without remorse. Voronin nodded. As I promised, he said. He met the other man's cold eyes straight on. Your first shipments of drugs have already arrived and will be delivered to your people inside the United States at the agreed-upon drop. Barros ignored that. In fact, your aircraft works so well, he continued, that we must renegotiate our agreement, I think. Ah, Voronin thought with unconstrained cynicism. He could practically see the gears turning in the other man's mind. The mind of a treacherous peasant who believed himself to be clever. It was just as the Russian had expected. If you want more space for your drugs aboard our flights, I regret to say that is impossible, he said calmly. Every kilo of payload and fuel is precisely calculated. There is no extra margin for additional cargo. None whatsoever. Barros smiled. It was an unpleasant expression completely devoid of any humor or goodwill. You misunderstand me, senor. I do not want to cram more of our product aboard your drones. What I want is one of these fancy aircraft for my own. You see, it has occurred to me and to my people that such a powerful capability would be very useful to us in any number of different enterprises. Voronin felt as though he could almost read the other man's thoughts. Barros, like most uneducated criminals who had attained power through brute force and innate viciousness, had a mostly one-track mind. There wasn't an ounce of subtlety or genuine intelligence in his head, only a sort of native shrewdness. The cartel leader was convinced that, armed with a remotely piloted stealth plane of his own, the Brotherhood could assassinate rival gang leaders, blow up their drug factories, and terrorize the authorities with impunity. At a minimum, it would certainly allow the cartel to enormously expand its current territory. Perhaps such a capability could even enable the Brotherhood to become the undisputed criminal power behind the facade of a legal Mexican government. Voronin feigned surprise. You do understand that these aircraft, our Moras, are not fully automated, he said carefully. They require a trained pilot to fly them remotely, and mechanics to maintain them in working condition. Barros snorted. Pilots and grease monkeys are no problem. We can buy them ourselves. He waved the issue aside. What I need from you is one of those control stations, those fake cockpits, and training for one of my men in how it is used. Voronin carefully kept his face immobile. And if I refuse your request? He sensed Lopez stiffening beside him. But Barros only chuckled coarsely. Oh, I really would not advise such a thing, Senor Voronin, he said. Terrible accidents could so easily happen to your men and to your other precious machines. He shrugged. That would be tragic, of course, But such events are very, very difficult to avoid when business partners become unsympathetic. The cartel leader nodded meaningfully at the photographs of murdered men crowding his study's walls. A cogent argument, Voronian said coolly. Barros smiled again. Do not get the wrong idea, my friend. I have no wish to rob you, only to buy one of your planes, just one. Voronian arched an eyebrow. And how much are you offering to pay me in return? He asked, not bothering to hide his skepticism. A single aircraft load of product? Our best fentanyl? 100 kilos of a substance 10 times more precious than gold, the cartel leader said with mock graciousness, and it will be yours to keep and use as you wish. 50 million American dollars worth. I think that's a fair price. Voronian said nothing for a few moments. In truth, however, he was delighted. The arrangement Barros proposed was perfect for his own purposes. Finally, he nodded in agreement. Very well, he said at last, forcing a note of reluctance into his voice. I agree to this. He saw the triumphant look Barros shot his subordinate and guessed that Lopez had originally been unsure whether this was a good idea. If so, he thought, El Frio had more common sense than his master, but not enough to matter. However, it will take some time to fly in the computers and other equipment you will need to set up a piloting station here, he warned, and more time to train someone, even someone with flying experience, to safely operate one of our Mora drones at a distance. Both Barros and Lopez shrugged, apparently unfazed by the prospect of the necessary delay. And no wonder, Voronian thought coldly, when it was abundantly clear that his operation here would be effectively held hostage until he made good on his promise. Taverna Opa, Orlando, Florida, the next day. Besides its theme parks, hotels, nightclubs, and other attractions, Orlando's International Drive was also home to hundreds of restaurants, ranging from popular chain options to locally owned hotspots. One of them, Taverna Opa, happened to be one of Laura Van Horn's favorites, sometimes for the sheer wild energy of its crowded, noisy, exuberant dinner hour, complete with belly dancing, but at other times as a place for a quieter lunch outside on its shaded patio. Times like today's afternoon outing with Nick Flynn. Enough moping, Mr. Flynn, she had ordered earlier, after finding him in the Avalon House study hunched over a computer screen filled with digital maps of the terrain around Voronian's aircraft assembly building. He'd been plotting the Brotherhood defenses shown on their satellite photos and trying, futilely so far, to figure out some way a small force could penetrate them without getting shot to pieces in the process. I'm not moping, he protested. I'm planning. Van Horn had only shaken her head dismissively. Planning is when you're contemplating action with some chance of success, however small. Moping is when you bang your head over and over against a tactical problem that can't be solved. This, she pointed at the screen, is moping. With a rueful shrug, Flynn had yielded. Okay, so I'm not getting anywhere here. What's your idea? She smiled down at him. We go elsewhere. Specifically out to lunch. The world may look brighter with some food and a couple of drinks in you. And if not, well, hell, it still won't hurt you any. Or me, for that matter. Slowly, Flynn had allowed a smile of his own to appear. All right, I surrender. I'm willing to be distracted for a bit. He looked her up and down. After all, it's not every day that a beautiful woman offers to buy me lunch. Van Horn had raised a haughty eyebrow. Me? Buy you lunch? Oh, no, Mr. Flynn, this is your treat. Hey, he'd blurted, you practically order me to take you out for a meal, and then I wind up paying for it? How does that work? In answer, she smiled pityingly. Beautiful woman, remember? Flynn hadn't seen any way to argue against that. Now they were seated at a table outside the main restaurant. It was a sunny, warm spring day, with only a few towering white masses of cloud on the horizon to warn that the usual late afternoon thunderstorms were possible. They were sharing a couple of small plates, a traditional Greek salad of cucumber, tomato, red onion, and olive, as well as crispy slices of zucchini with casseri cheese and tzatziki, a yogurt sauce with hints of garlic, cucumber, dill, and other herbs. A pitcher of sangria sat between them. Distractedly, Flynn poked at the food in front of him. Try as he might, he couldn't stop niggling at the problem of how to get at the unmanned aircraft Varonian was building, at least long enough to destroy them. Well, that, and also how to do the job without being killed. The Quartet Directorate recruited men and women who were willing to risk their lives for a larger cause. It did not enlist would-be kamikazes. Van Horn waved a hand in front of his face. Hey, non-flyboy, up here, remember me? You're charming and, if I do say so myself, reasonably attractive lunch companion? He looked across the table, feeling his face redden slightly. Sorry, Laura, he apologized. I feel a little like a mouse stuck in a complicated maze. I know there's a piece of cheese out there somewhere, if only I could find it. With a dry look, she wagged a finger at him. I respect the work ethic, boyo, but all work and no play risks making Nick a very dull boy. Then she nodded over toward the plaza beyond the patio. Taverna Opa was on the second level of a collection of stores and restaurants and theaters. From where they were seated, they had a view out across a row of palm trees and a sparkling fountain. Besides, you need to smile. We're on candid camera here. Flynn saw what she meant. A small quadcopter drone was flying out over the plaza, zooming around only a couple of dozen feet above the surface. It jigged and slid through the air, pausing now and again to hover motionless. He glanced around and saw its controller, a teenage boy, seated a few tables over from them. While the other members of his family were busy with their food and animated conversation, the kid was totally fixated on the small handheld controller he was using to fly his little rotor-driven craft. Neat toy, Flynn thought. He wouldn't have minded having one like it when he was that same age. Of course, he probably would have ended up in detention or juvenile hall for trying something crazy like rigging the drone to drop lighted firecrackers over a rival school's marching band or football team. So all in all, it was probably just as well that he'd missed his chance. With an amused snort, he started to turn back to Van Horn, and then froze, still eyeing the controller in the kid's hand. Jesus, he thought in amazement, that's it. That was the answer he'd been looking for all along. Nick, are you okay? He heard Van Horn ask, because you're just sitting there with your mouth practically hanging open and a wild look in those eyes of yours. Kind of like the maniacal expression a movie-mad scientist gets right before he starts shouting, "It's alive! It's alive!" With an effort, Flynn dragged his gaze away from the teenage kid flying his drone. He shook his head. I'm fine, I think. He looked across the table at her. It's just that I suddenly realized we've been coming at this problem of wrecking Varonian's operation from totally the wrong angle. Van Horn cocked her head slightly to one side. Okay, shoot. Since we can't preemptively destroy those unmanned aircraft on the ground, we have to find another chink in the Raven Syndicate's armor, right? She nodded. Sure. One nice opening between a couple of steel plates and some sharp pointy daggers in our hot little hands equals a very bad day for our Russian friends. She frowned in thought. So what do you have in mind? Their command and control node, Flynn said. Van Horn stared at him for a moment. Then she glanced over at the teenager flying the drone. One side of her mouth quirked upward in an approving smile. You mean, if we can't take out the machines themselves, we nail the men behind those machines instead? Yep. His calculus was simple. The Raven Syndicate's drones could probably fly autonomously in some circumstances, but they almost certainly needed humans to pilot them remotely for any complicated maneuvers, or to carry out missile launches or bombing runs against important targets. There was intensive research going on to develop the hardware and software solutions needed for unmanned air vehicles to fly and fight entirely on their own, but no one yet seemed to have fully cracked that code. All of which meant that Voronian would need a control center somewhere. One equipped with secure satellite communications, data links, and remote piloting stations. Van Horn's grin widened. I like your idea. We cut the Gordian knot by zapping a bunch of Russian drone jockeys instead of beating our brains out trying to smash the aircraft themselves. In that case, if he winds up without any working command and control over his pet air force, Voronian is screwed. Then she sighed. Unfortunately, that still leaves us facing some big damn challenges, Nick. He nodded. Yeah, like, can we even find this hypothetical control center for one thing, let alone organize a successful attack against it? If the remote piloting center is sited somewhere in Russian territory, we're probably out of luck, she warned. Even setting aside the logistical nightmares involved in sneaking a strike force of any size across the frontier, the politics of it likely make that a total no-go. I sure can't see Forrest's various heads of station approving the idea. An act of sabotage maybe, but they definitely won't greenlight a significant use of armed force on Russian home soil. Flynn knew she was right. From its start in the earliest days of the developing Cold War, the Quartet Directorate had relied on a collegial approach to leadership. Its founders, all veterans of the war against Nazi Germany and violently opposed to Stalin's Soviet tyranny, were only too aware that power corrupted, and absolute power corrupted absolutely. They wanted no part in creating an organization that tried to run its secret war against the enemies of the free world from the top down. So, as a safeguard, and if there was time for consultation, all of FOR's large-scale or unusually dangerous operations required explicit approval from the separate national stations around the world. Short of being able to prove that it was either that or seeing the United States destroyed, the odds of winning permission to carry out a major assault inside Russia itself were probably somewhere between slim and none, with the emphasis on none. But would Voronian really want his remote piloting center sited on Russian soil, Flynn wondered. At every other stage of this operation, whatever its real intent, he seemed to have been exercising extreme caution to minimize the evidence of Russian involvement. Whether it was orchestrating his stealth technology thefts through a phony import-export company based in Dubai, or shipping aircraft parts into Mexico aboard a plane nominally owned by some Venezuelan air freight company. Maybe he was trying to insulate Moscow from culpability if the operation was blown too soon. Or maybe he wanted to run his own show, without the chance of interference by Zhdanov or others in the Russian president's inner circle. When Flynn said as much out loud, Van Horn nodded. Yeah, I can see that. Voronian is pretty much the poster boy of the does not play well with others side of the human race. She considered the possible options. Could he be stashing his pilots and their equipment somewhere else in the Brotherhood's territory? Flynn shook his head. The same reasoning applies. Veronion's too smart and too controlling to want to give a bunch of drug-running thugs complete veto power over his plans. As it is, I bet he's not really that happy he has to depend on the narcos to guard his aircraft assembly plant. So where then? She asked reasonably. Some country that's friendly to Russia, he said, working it out. But not one like Belarus that's practically controlled by Moscow. If he tried to run his operation out of a place like Minsk, for example, he might as well just hand over the keys to Zhdanov or the regular Russian military. You're thinking about Venezuela, Van Horn realized. Or Cuba, Flynn agreed. We know Voronian spent time recently in both countries, and up to now we didn't know why. Well, maybe now we do. He started to get up from his chair. Van Horn laid a hand over his wrist. Whoa there, cowboy. Just where do you think you're going? He stared at her. We need to ask Fox to lease some more satellite time, he said. We sure do, she replied, but not until after we finish lunch. She smiled up at him. Relax, Nick. Wherever that SOB Voronian has his remote flight ops center, it's sure as hell not going to up and disappear any time in the next half hour or so. Is it? Slowly, Flynn sat back down. I guess not, he conceded. Besides, she went on, with a hint of amusement now plain in her voice, you haven't paid the check yet, and nobody stiffs Laura Van Horn on a lunch date. She laughed. Well, not anyone who's ever lived to tell about it, anyway. Chapter 28. Upper Floor Study, Avalon House. Some days later. Irritably, Flynn scrolled through to another pair of satellite photos on his laptop screen. These showed an area near El Libertador Air Base in the central region of Venezuela. A key click split the screen in half, with the newest picture of this area on the left and an older one obtained from public databases on the right. He zoomed in across both images, slowly panning across the array of barracks, hangars, aircraft shelters, and other structures. It was careful, painstaking work, requiring intense concentration over a period of several minutes to be even reasonably sure he wasn't missing anything. In fact, Flynn was staring so hard that the screen suddenly seemed to blur. He pinched his nose tight and blinked rapidly a few times to clear his vision. The pictures swam back into focus. Not that it made any difference, he realized bleakly. There were no significant differences between the two images. They were virtually identical. His mouth tightened. Scratch one more possibility, he thought. A quick mouse swipe sent both satellite photos to the shared computer folder he and Laura Van Horn were using to hold sites they'd evaluated and ruled out. It was just as well the hard drive storage folder was digital, he decided dryly. If they'd been stacking printed photos onto the desk between them, the pile would be at least a foot high by now. Or more likely, he knew, one of them would have hurled the whole damn stack halfway across the room in frustration, strewing photos across the floor every which way. Over the past few days, Flynn and Van Horn had spent dozens of hours combing through hundreds and hundreds of satellite photos taken from orbit over Cuba and Venezuela. Although plenty of others, Cook, Hines, and the rest, had volunteered to help, they were the only two people at Avalon House with anything like the specialized training required to do the work. Photo interpretation was almost as much an art as it was a science. On the theory that military form almost always followed function, they were using orbital photos of existing U.S. Air Force installations dedicated to UAV operations as their models. These ROCCs, Remote Operations Control Centers, could generally be identified by clusters of large satellite dishes parked close to highly air-conditioned buildings and trailers. Remote piloting stations relied on serious computing power, and computers needed to stay cool and dry to run efficiently. Flynn frowned. So far, all he and Laura had managed to do was establish the yawning chasm between theory and practice. They'd eyeballed images of military bases, airfields, government installations, and other compounds across the length and breadth of both Venezuela and Cuba, looking for signs, any signs at all, of the new structures and equipment that might signal the construction of a UAV remote piloting center. To no avail. Good as his hunch at Taverna Opa had seemed at the time, they'd come up empty-handed. Exasperated, he pushed his chair back and stood up to stretch his sore back and shoulders. Christ, he muttered. He could hear the deep, deep tiredness in his own voice. Caffeine and cat naps could keep him going for a long time, but there were limits, and right now, sheer exhaustion, coupled with the sense that they were getting nowhere fast, had him right on the edge of a crash. What if we're wrong about this? He wondered. Van Horn looked up from her own screen and rubbed at her bloodshot eyes. Then we're out of luck, Nick, she told him with a quick twist of her shoulders, and we move on to Plan B. Flynn stared at her. What is our Plan B? Van Horn grinned back at him. Oh, hell if I know. I leave all the intricate operational details to ground-pounding weenies like you. More seriously, she went on, but see, I figure we're not wrong. Your basic reasoning is solid. Voronyan's got himself a remote ops center, all right, and 10 to 1 it is sited somewhere in Cuba or Venezuela. Then why haven't we been able to spot it yet? He demanded. Because I'm beginning to think that while we are looking in the right places, we might not be looking for the right visual cues, Van Horn said quietly. I mean, if nothing else, the CIA and our other government intel outfits pour huge resources into satellite reconnaissance. And they've got thousands of specialists employed full-time analyzing all those pictures, right? Sure, Flynn said. Well, since we know Voronyan isn't an idiot, he's got to figure that even the goofballs at Langley might start wondering why something that looks like a brand-spanking new UAV control station has just popped up outside Havana or Caracas or wherever, she reasoned. Especially since neither Venezuela nor Cuba has a real fleet of unmanned aircraft, outside of a couple of dinky, relatively short-range types. She shrugged, and the last thing he wants is for anyone in D.C. to start taking a closer look at his operations. Not if whatever he's planning depends as much on surprise and misdirection as we believe. Flynn nodded. Then he sighed. But there are still real limits to how much anyone can disguise the kinds of high-powered dishes you need for secure high-speed data links to military communications satellites, he argued. So even if Voronyan's swaddled his SATCOM dishes and camouflage netting from top to bottom, we should still be able to pick up some differences, however small, when we compare our new satellite photos with the older images of the same area. Why assume that Voronyan is planning on using military communications satellites to link with his remote piloted planes? Van Horn asked gently. After all, sometimes a satellite is just a satellite, isn't it? For a long, frozen moment, Flynn stared at her in silence. Memories of the hundreds of images he'd studied so closely rushed through his mind in a dizzying torrent. Son of a bitch, he thought, stunned that he'd missed something so obvious on the first pass. He had seen something in one of those sets of photos, an anomaly he'd briefly wondered about and then foolishly discarded as irrelevant because it didn't fit his preconceptions. And that, he realized with a feeling of embarrassed dismay, was just as much a mistake in intelligence work as it was in science. The moment you ignored an observed fact because it didn't match your theories was the moment you strayed into fundamental error. I'm an idiot, he growled, dropping back into his chair and pulling his laptop back closer. His hands flew across the keyboard, rapidly inputting search terms to cull through their shared discards folder for 2 particular satellite photographs. "Don't be too hard on yourself, Nick," Van Horn said consolingly. She shot him a dry look. "There are probably plenty of people dumber than you out there in the world. Maybe even hundreds of them." Flynn refrained from any retort to her affectionate teasing. He had it coming. Just then, the 2 images he'd been searching for popped onto his screen. He stared hard at them for several seconds. Damn, he thought, there was the answer. He looked up at her with a gleam in his eyes. "Dumb I may be," he said. He entered a new command on his keyboard. "But I think you just might be a certified genius." Van Horn shrugged. "Well, yeah," she said. "So much for all those muy macho clowns in flight school who thought I was nothing but a pretty face." She broke off as the 2 satellite images he'd just sent to her computer appeared. "Take a look at those," Flynn said simply. The first picture, taken just a couple of days ago, showed a large, squat, apparently windowless concrete building surrounded by at least half a square mile of farmland and light forest. The isolated building's flat roof was dotted with a dozen white domes. Judging by the scale, each dome was somewhere around the height of an average man and shaped something like a golf ball. They were arranged in 3 rows of 4 separate domes. Cables connected them and ran into some sort of metal junction box at one end of the roof. In the second satellite picture, taken during a past several months before, that same stretch of flat roof was empty. Van Horn's eyes narrowed. She tapped the side of her screen. "What do you think those white dome things are?" In answer, Flynn entered another search query, pulled up a 3rd photo, and sent it to her. "Weatherproof protective radomes covering Starlink satellite internet antennas," he said. She studied the image drawn from the internet. Taken at a Starlink ground station, it showed an array of very similar-looking white domes. She frowned. "You think Varonian plans to connect to his unmanned aircraft through the Starlink constellation?" Starlink was a massive new commercial enterprise designed to provide high-speed internet to every part of the globe. Several thousand of its tiny satellites were already in low Earth orbit, with hundreds more being launched at a rapid tempo. "Why not?" Flynn asked. "The guys in our own military already want to piggyback onto the Starlink system, since it's usually faster, with significantly less lag, than connecting through our bigger, dedicated comm satellites higher up in the geosynchronous orbit. Varonian would see the same advantages." He smiled crookedly. "Plus, it's not a Russian-owned platform. One more piece of plausible deniability," Van Horn acknowledged. "And of course there's the juicy, ironic evilness of using the well-intentioned efforts of an American-owned company to assist the Raven Syndicate's dirty work." She darted a finger at the satellite photos. "Okay, so where is this place?" "Just outside Havana," Flynn said. He leaned over to point at a larger complex east of the building, now covered in Starlink satellite antennas. It was a campus of other taller buildings connected by broad avenues and tree-lined walkways. Interspersed throughout this area were what looked like sports fields, parking lots, and some kind of residential housing. That used to be the Lourdes Signals Intelligence Station, the largest Soviet spy base in the entire Western Hemisphere. She raised an eyebrow. "I thought Lourdes was shut down when the Cold War ended." "It was," he said with a quick nod. "But the Cuban government took over the whole facility and expanded it into what they're calling their University of Information Sciences." "Which means what?" Flynn grimaced. "From what I can see, cybersecurity work and a lot of other high-tech buzzwords that I really don't have time to dig into. The kind of stuff they call bioinformatic engineering. Van Horn winced in sympathy. Ugh, I see what you mean. Anyway, he continued more enthusiastically, what better place to hide a control center for unmanned aircraft than right next to a high-tech campus already bristling with computers? She nodded cautiously. Or maybe those Starlink stations are just a coincidence, she warned. They could just represent an investment to bring faster internet connections to Geek Squad U there. Could be, Flynn allowed, which is why we'll need to do some digging into the source of those Starlink antennas. To see who paid for them, for example. He shrugged. Personally, though, I'm willing to take odds that their sudden appearance has a lot to do with Veronian's otherwise unexplained stopover in Havana a while back. Ah, Van Horn said in understanding. The whole once is happenstance, twice is coincidence, and 3 times is enemy action, Flynn said quietly, finishing the classic Ian Fleming quote from Goldfinger. He waited patiently while she brought up new satellite photos from the wider area around the old Lorda's intelligence base. Her lips pursed as she noted its proximity to Havana and the sizable Cuban army garrison there, a major fighter base, and multiple surface-to-air missile sites. When she was done, Van Horn turned back to him. She had a slight worried frown on her face. You know, Nick, she said, I kind of hope that you're wrong about this, because if you are right, that damned place is the very definition of a hornet's nest, and hitting it is going to be one grade A, do not pass go bitch of an operation. Chapter 29. Mora Remote Operations Center, southwest of Havana. That same time. Pavel Voronian paced briskly down the corridor separating the 2 rows of flight control bays. At the entrance to each cubicle, a flight-suited pilot, all veterans of Russia's Air Force now working for him, stiffened to attention as he passed by. Behind each man there was a workstation crammed full of computer hardware, a large display screen, a keyboard, and a pair of flight controllers. Voronian nodded to himself in satisfaction. All of that sophisticated equipment enabled each of these pilots to fly one of the Mora drones remotely from takeoff to landing or weapons delivery, using the information supplied by its cameras and other sensors. Through their secure satellite data links, the men safely inside this reinforced concrete and steel bunker would send the soulless machines under their command into battle. He glanced down at the shorter man striding beside him. You've done well, Morassiev. In response, the left side of Fyodor Morassiev's face twitched. The right side, crisscrossed by burn scars, remained immobile. So far we're on track, the former Tu-22M Bomber Regiment commander agreed. And you've had no problems on your flights north? Voronian asked. He'd read the other man's written reports, but he'd learned long ago to put a higher value on information delivered in person. It was harder to successfully gloss over unpleasant facts or events when someone was staring you right in the face. Major challenges, no, Morassiev said. He shrugged. Minor glitches, of course. Several of my pilots have experienced small periods of greater-than-expected data lag on the transfer flights from Mexico, but only over isolated mountain regions, places that are not yet fully served by the existing Starlink constellation. Voronian nodded. So you do not expect to encounter similar problems on your attack flights? None at all, Morassiev told him with confidence. True, each small individual American satellite isn't nearly as capable or powerful as the military communications satellites we have deployed in geosynchronous orbit, but there are thousands of these smaller satellites in orbit now. What each may lack in size, they more than make up when operating as a coordinated whole. When the day comes, my pilots won't have any trouble flying their Moras into striking range of every target you've assigned them." Voronyan's smile in response was almost wolfish. "Quantity has a quality all of its own," he said, with approval, using a phrase often attributed to Stalin. They reached the solid, inches-thick steel door that separated the Flight Operations Center from the compound outside. 2 ex-Spetsnaz commandos were on guard there, bulky in combat helmets and body armor. Each carried a compact 9mm SR-2M Veresk submachine gun at the ready. "I take it you prefer to provide your own security inside this building?" Voronyan asked in an undertone, "rather than rely on our Cuban auxiliaries?" Meresiev nodded in reply. "Colonel Hidalgo's troops are extremely competent," he said, "but I thought it unwise to post any of his men in here." He indicated the row of computer flight consoles. "Especially since we often run full-scale attack simulations which include detailed maps and digitized aerial views of our planned targets, along with computerized assessments of the damage inflicted by our weapons." "Sensible," Voronyan approved. "There are indeed elements of Castle Keep that our allies should not comprehend, not at least until it is far too late for them to get cold feet." He turned to face the shorter man. "Good work, Fyodor. Keep the Cubans in the dark as much as possible. After all, they're being amply paid to provide the soldiers and heavy weapons we need to guard your outer perimeter. Beyond that task, they don't need to know anything." Near the Marine Terminal, St. Petersburg, Russia, a couple of days later. In all its gray drabness, the ferry building hovered over the waterfront. Veneers of curving concrete around the windows lining each floor were supposed to suggest canvas sails caught by the wind. Instead, stained by decades of exposure to the elements and pollution, they reminded observers more of the heavy drapes preferred in lower-end hotels, where house cleaning was not a priority, and the darker the rooms were kept, the fewer complaints the management would receive. Standing outside the terminal, Major Leonid Kazmin checked his watch for what seemed to be the 1,000th time. And also for the 1,000th time, he saw that the ferry to Helsinki was not scheduled to board its passengers any time soon. It would be at least 45 minutes, which was just 1 minute sooner than the last time he'd looked. The youngest and lowest ranking of the 12th Main Directorate officers in Voronyan's pay was painfully aware that his nerves were rubbed raw. He'd contemplated getting a couple of drinks to settle them, but the noise level inside the ferry building bar had been even more shattering, as had been the prospect of having to crowd in elbow to elbow with the other travelers headed to Finland. He felt inside his jacket to make sure the forged passport and other false identity papers he'd been given were still there. His throat felt dry. Voronyan had assured him over and over that the documents were good enough to stand up to close scrutiny. Now, faced with the prospect of having to rely on them to avoid arrest, interrogation, and likely imprisonment as a spy, those promises seemed hollow. The Finns were no longer even pretending to be neutral in the new Cold War between Russia and the West. If they caught a Russian military officer traveling incognito, especially one with access to highly classified nuclear secrets, the consequences would be unthinkable. Although, Kazmin considered worriedly, unthinkable was probably the wrong word, since he found himself able to think all too clearly about his probable fate if this trip went wrong. The Major started to check his watch again. This time, though, he was able to stop himself from glancing down at his wrist. It would be better, he decided, to at least mentally run through the plan to covertly infiltrate him into the United States. Step 1 was getting to Helsinki. Once there, he would assume another identity, this time a Ukrainian businessman, and travel by rail to Stockholm. From Sweden, he had tickets for a commercial air flight to Canada. Shortly after arriving in Toronto, he was supposed to cross the U.S. border using his third set of false papers, ones that identified him as a naturalized Canadian citizen of Eastern European origin. Kazmin sighed, thinking about the ordeal ahead. His language skills were good, which was one reason he'd been selected for this assignment. There was no use, however, in pretending he was a trained intelligence operative. But when he'd tried making that point, Voronyan's reply had been pointed. "I don't need another spy in the U.S., Major," he'd said icily, "but I do need a weapons specialist. And the odds of slipping you safely across the American border are considerably higher than the odds of somehow training a GRU operative to become a nuclear expert in the next few days. Are they not?" Remembering the implied threat in Voronyan's pale gray eyes, Kazmin shivered. As cold as the brisk wind coming off the nearby Baltic Sea now felt, those eyes had been colder still. Kazmin looked up suddenly as a long black Oris Senat L700 limousine pulled up to the curb right beside him. With its Porsche-developed twin-turbocharged 4.4-liter V8 engine, the Senat was the Russian equivalent of a top-of-the-line Cadillac or a Rolls-Royce Ghost. They were only available to the very rich and the very powerful. Men like Pavel Voronyan. Doors popped open on the limousine and two tough-looking men in dark jackets climbed out. One stepped up to him. "Get in the car, Major Kazmin," the man said in a low, harsh voice. The major swallowed hard. Obeying, he slid into the back seat. The door slammed shut behind him. But instead of Voronyan, Kazmin found himself face-to-face with President Pyotr Zhdanov himself. On instinct, he tried to stiffen to attention, a futile gesture while seated, even in the limousine's spacious passenger compartment. "Relax, Major," Zhdanov said. His gaze hardened. "But listen carefully. Very, very carefully." Kazmin bobbed his head. "Sir." "I'm here to make one addition to your orders for this mission to the United States," the President said. He then shrugged. "Nothing extraordinary, of course. Just a small piece of extra insurance I consider essential for the security of the state." His mouth thinned. "And I have been assured that what I ask is well within your competence, Major." "Yes, Mr. President," Kazmin hurried to reply. There was no other possible response. Zhdanov nodded, evidently satisfied. "Excellent." He lifted a briefcase up onto the seat between them. "Now to business." He popped the catches on the case and spun it around to face Kazmin. "This is the equipment you will need to fulfill my instructions." The major stared into the open briefcase. He saw what looked like a smartphone case. Next to it was a very small gray metal cylinder and an even tinier 12-volt power supply. Together, those two items were no bigger than a ballpoint pen. "Camouflaged inside that phone case is a special circuit card," Zhdanov told him. "Once you have the opportunity to study this card more closely, you should not have any difficulty recognizing its type and intended purpose." Kazmin licked his lips that suddenly felt as dry as the arid Kazakh steppes, where the old Soviet Union had tested its nuclear weapons for decades. "Yes, sir." Zhdanov touched the gray cylinder. "And this is a VLF, very low frequency, radio antenna. Together with its power supply, this is the second component I need you to install, as I direct." Then, carefully and very precisely, he told the major exactly what he wanted him to do. When the president finished, Kazmin was pale. Zhdanov eyed him sternly. "You realize, I hope, Major, that it is not necessary, nor would it be wise, for you to repeat this conversation to anyone else, most especially not to our mutual friend Pavel Voronian. Is that quite clear? I understand completely, Mr. President, Kuzmin stammered, aware of his pulse pounding in his ears. He felt queasy. This was a game far above his pay grade. And I will do exactly as you order. Zhdanov nodded curtly. A sensible decision. He pushed a button on the armrest at his side. Immediately, the car door next to Kuzmin was pulled open by one of the bodyguards. Quite evidently, this clandestine audience was at an end. As the younger man slid out with a briefcase in his hand, sweating now despite the cold sea breeze, Zhdanov leaned toward him. Good luck on your mission, Major, he said. There was absolutely no trace of warmth in the president's eyes, only a steely resolve. But remember, do not fail me. Do not fail Russia. Because if you screw this up, I promise that your life will be short and extremely unpleasant. Chapter 30. Avalon House, Winter Park. That same time. For several minutes, Fox examined the satellite photos in absolute silence. At last, he looked over toward where Nick Flynn and Laura Van Horn sat on the other side of his desk. "You all sure about this?" he asked. Flynn nodded. "Yeah, we are. The Lourdes site is definitely our target." He leaned forward. "We've spent the last couple of days tracing the purchase of those Starlink antennas. It turns out they were donated to Cuba's University of Information Sciences by a privately owned company." "Let me guess," Fox said. "By Wickham Imports and Exports of Dubai." Flynn grinned. "Got it in one." He sat back. "Georgy Bajanov, alias Simon Jones, seems to have been a very busy boy, and generous as hell for a guy without any discernible above-the-table source of income. The total cost for all that Starlink gear runs to around $1 million, Van Horn cut in, and rich as he is, we don't see Voronian approving one of his operatives doling out that kind of money just to boost internet speeds for a bunch of budding Cuban computer engineers. Fox smiled thinly in agreement. It would be out of character. We enhanced the most recent photos of the area around that concrete, bunker-like building, Flynn went on, and we're confident that there are vehicles and other military hardware camouflaged and dug in all around it to form a defensive perimeter. Most are probably concealed inside those patches of woods just north and south of the building. But there's a weird shadow clearly visible in one early morning pass. Stretching out of the tree line, across some open ground, we enlarged that section, and the shadow's definitely being thrown by a good-sized vehicle with some type of weapons turret. Van Horn nodded. And nobody deploys tanks to guard civilian tech-nerd internet hubs. Not even in Silicon Valley. Fox frowned. I don't see any sort of perimeter fence in those photos, he said carefully, or any other kind of fixed defenses. Nope, Flynn said. Then again, what's the first thing you'd think of if you saw a barbed wire fence surrounding a building? Or pillboxes guarding the approaches? That there was something worth guarding inside it. The older man realized. Flynn nodded. Voronian's got to be walking a fine line here. That building's important enough for him to deploy a serious amount of firepower to protect it, but at the same time, he sure as hell doesn't want to call any unwanted attention to what he's doing there. How much firepower? Fox asked. Give me your best guess, Nick. Flynn shrugged. That's tough to say. He narrowed his eyes. But based on the amount of ground they need to defend, I'd estimate at least a company-sized force. Probably a mix of infantry and light armored vehicles and heavy weapons. That'd let them keep a platoon, say 30 or 40 troops, on alert at any given moment. A company of soldiers, Fox repeated. As a local garrison. Flynn nodded. And Havana itself is roughly 6 miles away, Flynn admitted. With how many Cuban army troops and other security forces based in and around the city? Flynn gave him a rueful grin. A bunch, as in several thousand at least, with attached armor and artillery. Fox took a short breath and then let it out. Plus, if I remember correctly, there's also a major military airfield nearby. This time it was Van Horn's turn to answer. Yep, about 8 miles off, she said. But the best intelligence I've seen is that the Cubans can't have more than a handful of MiG-23 fighter bombers and MiG-29 interceptors stationed at that base. MiG-23s and MiG-29s, Fox said with emphasis, against which any civilian aircraft or helicopter would be. Dead meat? Van Horn acknowledged. That is assuming those Cuban planes ever got off the ground, of course. She smiled. But we might have a say in that question, if we do things intelligently, that is. Fox shook his head. All right. You've sold me that this Lourdes site is where the pilots for Veronian's unmanned aircraft are based. But I cannot see any practical point in attempting an attack on the operations center there, especially considering the strength of its defenses. His mouth thinned. Besides, even if, by some unforeseen miracle, we could knock it out, we wouldn't achieve any lasting effect. Veronian would simply recruit new pilots and set up new flight control stations, this time in some location that's entirely out of our reach. Once that's done, he'd be ready to pull the trigger again at a moment of his own choosing. That remote flight control center doesn't represent a single-point source of failure for his operation, Van Horn agreed easily. Not like knocking those drones out of the sky or, better yet, blowing them up on the ground. Which we are manifestly not in a position to do, Fox said with a gloomy expression on his narrow face. Not while they're so closely guarded by the cartel. She shook her head. Oh, it's worse than that, Brer Fox, she said, because I'm pretty sure we don't actually know where those unmanned aircraft are right now. Or at least not most of them. He stared at her. What am I missing? I've been running the numbers, Van Horn explained. We tracked at least 5 of those freight jet deliveries to Durango, right? That's more than 500 tons of cargo, and there's no way on God's little green earth that much stuff fits inside the compound Nick scouted. Not if it's being turned into completed airframes anyway. Wonderful, Fox murmured. He looked across the desk at the two of them. Do you have any thoughts on where these stealth planes might be going? Somewhere north, Flynn said. Somewhere inside the U.S. or Canada, Van Horn amplified. Fox looked as though he'd bitten into something sour. Is there any evidence of that? Beyond a weird uptick in ranchers near the border claiming to have heard UFOs flying overhead at night? No, Van Horn said. Then she shrugged. But where else makes sense? Those drones sure aren't headed for Cuba or Venezuela. If nothing else, our intel agencies in D.C. still keep their beady little eyes open watching for funny business in both of those two places. But like Nick said earlier, the deserts and mountains between us and Mexico are wide open to penetration by stealth aircraft. Which leaves about 7 million square miles of possible hiding places, Flynn clarified. This is a big, big country with a lot of elbow room. And Canada's even bigger. Even if we rule out areas that are too close to densely populated urban centers or active-duty Air Force and other military bases, there's a hell of a lot of rural countryside and uninhabited wilderness to choose from. And it's not like Veronian even requires a bunch of infrastructure. All he needs is some place to park those aircraft out of sight until he wants to use them. You don't think they'd need a landing strip or runway? Fox asked. Van Horn shook her head. Nope. We already know that you can operate heavy modern fighters off stretches of highway in wartime. As small and light as these Russian UCAVs probably are, my bet is they can land and take off on any good-sized piece of road, so long as it's relatively straight and reasonably level. A long, heavy silence followed while Fox contemplated the bad news he'd just heard. The probability that Veronian now had unmanned combat aircraft hidden somewhere in the vastness of the North American continent was ugly enough. What made it even worse was the Quartet Directorate's complete inability to conduct any kind of realistic search. Even calling in every part-timer who worked for FOR on a contract basis, the odds of them zeroing in on wherever the Russian was concealing his planes were about the same as using a soup spoon to strain the Atlantic for an earring lost overboard. At last, Flynn broke in on the older man's dour thoughts. We don't really have a choice here, he said. Either we sit back and do nothing, or we hit the one solid target we've been able to identify, Veronian's remote flight control center, at a minimum. Destroying it buys us time, maybe months, certainly a few weeks. Almost unwillingly, Fox nodded. And perhaps the horse can learn to sing, he mused, remembering the old story of the thief under sentence of death who'd promised a king he could teach his horse to sing within a year. When challenged by a fellow prisoner for the sheer lunacy of his pledge, the thief had said, Much can happen in a year. The king may die, I may die, and maybe the horse will learn to sing. Flynn grinned, catching the reference. Besides that, a successful smash-and-grab raid also gives us a shot at picking up intel about where those drones are based, he continued, intel that might be solid enough to prod the national security powers that be into doing their damn job for once. It sure would be nice to see our tax dollars at work for a change, Van Horn agreed, with a sardonic smile. Fox nodded slowly. I see your point. Then he shook his head. However, the problem with your analysis of this situation is the word successful. Because judging from what you've told me about its defenses, I cannot see how a raid against that control center would be anything but an exercise in futility. He sighed. The need to risk agents' lives to accomplish vital missions is something I live with every day. It's a responsibility that comes with my job as the head of this station. What I do not accept is the idea of wasting those same lives for no possible gain. Well, as one of those lowly agents, I certainly appreciate that sentiment, Brer Fox, Flynn told him gravely. But here's where appearances may be deceiving. Despite our hard-earned reputations, neither Laura nor I are completely crazy. Fox studied him for a moment. Meaning the two of you have come up with a plan? One that might even work, Flynn told him with a quick smile. He unfolded a large-scale topographical map of the area around Havana across the older man's desk. He and Van Horn had spent a couple of hours before this meeting marking the location of every Cuban Army and security force garrison and every known fixed surface-to-air missile battery in the region. The military airfield at San Antonio de los Baños, 8 miles south of Veronian's control center, was ringed in red. Fox stared down at the map briefly, absorbing the information it contained. He looked up. All right, Nick. Brief me. Task 1 is eliminating the local security forces guarding Veronian's Flight Operations Center, Flynn said. He tapped the map at that spot. That's doable if we hit them hard and fast, and if we catch the defenders with their pants down. His grin tightened. Speed and surprise are the key force multipliers for every part of this plan. With them, we have a chance. If we lose the element of surprise or bog down, we're fucked. Fox nodded in understanding. Given sufficient surprise, even a small group of attackers could wreak tremendous damage on an opposing force. Task 2, naturally, is destroying Veronian's remote control center once we eliminate the outside security force. And, of course, retrieving as much intelligence as possible about his plans, especially the location of those unmanned aircraft. Flynn's finger moved south to the airfield at San Antonio de los Baños. Task 3 involves suppressing or eliminating the MiG-29 and MiG-23s based here so that our raiding force can extract safely. Fox took in the totality of the ground and air defenses highlighted on the map. Sadly, for us fresh out of tactical nuclear weapons of its own, he said sarcastically, looking back up at Flynn and Van Horn. A nuke would be nice, she agreed with a slight smile. Fortunately, all we really need is an air assault force, an aircraft carrier, and some other special equipment that Nick has his eye on. Is that all? Fox said. Ostentatiously, he pulled his wallet out and riffled through it. He shook his head. Alas, I fear that we're short several $billion, not to mention the difficulty involved in persuading the U.S. Navy to part with one of its most prized combat vessels, and the services of several thousand highly trained sailors and aviators along with it. Flynn grinned at him. Like I said, Brer Fox, we're not completely crazy. What we need is a ship big enough to carry some gear I've got in mind for the assault force. Not anything close to a Nimitz class. I've checked, and there are a number of the right type of commercial ships available for lease just now. It turns out that what's bad for the offshore oil business is good for us. Exactly what kind of gear do you have in mind? Fox asked slowly. Somewhere around 10 of these new machines, Flynn told him, sliding a couple of glossy marketing brochure-style photos across the desk. Mentally, he held his breath. After all his promises to the older man that they were still sane, revealing this part of what they had planned was going to push the envelope on that sum. Probably 5 of each design. Fox stared down at the pictures. His eyes widened just a bit. He lifted his head. Are those things real? I would have thought concepts like that were pure science fiction. They're real enough, Flynn assured him. Just past the prototype stage, admittedly, so these are the first working models. He nodded at Van Horn. Laura's run her critical eye over the aeronautical engineering specs. Once you cut past all the PR hype, the performance numbers for both designs are solid, she confirmed. Payloads, range, and speed, they all add up to what we need. Fox's eyes narrowed. And you've already contacted the manufacturers? He guessed with a hard look at Flynn. To put in a rush order for this equipment? Flynn did his best to look innocent. He failed. Well, yes, he admitted finally. On a tentative basis, anyway. Subject to your approval. And just how did you explain your urgent need for such unusual flying machines? Fox wondered. The hint of a smile appeared on his face. I trust there was no mention of your intention to use the devices in a military-style commando raid on targets in Cuba. Flynn laughed. I figured that might be a bad idea. He dug out a business card from his pocket. I had a few of these left over from last year when my team and I were doing all that wingsuit training. This gave me a cover story that seemed plausible, so I ran with it. Fox took the offered card. His thin smile widened a fraction. The fake business card read, Flynn's Flying Circus. Team aerobatics and stunts. Air shows and movie spectaculars our specialty. And they believed you. Cold, hard cash buys a lot of belief, Flynn said simply. Out of the corner of his eye, he noted Van Horn miming the kapow of a grenade going off. Oh boy, he thought, this was where the camel, a.k.a. Nick Flynn's brilliant plan, had to thread the eye of the needle. The hard reality that the Quartet Directorate's resources, though significant, were not unlimited. Fox cleared his throat. How much cash? $600,000 for each machine, Flynn said. $6 million in total. The older man stared at him for a long, long moment. You're serious about this? He said at last. Dead serious, Flynn assured him. He shrugged. Look, Brer Fox, I know this is painfully expensive. Then again, this whole plan is risky as hell, and try as I might, I just can't see any other workable options to get our assault force in, or to extract any survivors once the job's done. Helicopters are out. Cuba's air defenses may not be top of the line, but they're good enough to swat slow movers out of the sky. And making a drop by wingsuit this time is a non-starter, since there'd be no way to evacuate our guys. He reached out and prodded the pictures in front of Fox. This experimental hardware, pricey as it is our best bet. Slowly, Fox nodded. You make a good case. Behind his glasses, his eyes were intently focused. But that still leaves you with another problem, doesn't it? An even bigger one. He indicated the map. 3 mission tasks at 2 separate sites that are several miles apart. Carried out by who, exactly? Your action team for one, I suppose, but that's only 5 men, counting you. 5 men and 1 woman? Van Horn corrected him, counting me. Numbers are my biggest worry, Flynn said, but I've already contacted Tony McGill. He's agreed to commit the team he's assembling for 4's European stations. Fox considered that. 11 in total, then. He shook his head dismissively. That's not enough. Not nearly enough for the magnitude of the operation you're contemplating here. I can't argue that, Flynn said quietly. But the Quartet Directorate happens to be very short of trained commandos at the moment. So, while I admit that I'd be more comfortable going in with a larger number of reliable shooters, the job's still got to be done. We don't have much of a choice here. None unless we're just going to give up and pray that somebody else, somewhere else, somehow else, figures out the threat Veronian poses and steps in. His jaw tightened, which I really don't see happening. No, I concur, Fox said in reply. His dry smile was back. Prayer has its purposes, I'm told, but they also say God helps those who help themselves. His gaze took on a more distant view. As it happens, he said carefully, I may have a solution to your manpower problem, especially since the attack you're planning is aimed, at least in part, at Cuba's communist regime. Seeing the puzzled expressions on both Flynn's and Van Horn's faces, he only shrugged. All I can tell you now is that 4 has always been a very far-sighted organization, one that takes a much longer view of history than is possible for any ordinary government. During the very dark days after the Bay of Pigs landings failed and Castro's tyranny consolidated its grip on power, our founders took certain measures. And, as a result, we have a number of allies available, allies who might be very willing to risk their necks for the benefit of this harebrained scheme of yours. Chapter 31. Perricard and Sons Maritime Brokers, Houston, Texas. The next day. The offices of Perricard and Sons occupied an entire floor of one of Houston's tallest steel and glass structures. 2 miles west of the elegant and expensive River Oaks neighborhood, the 46-story skyscraper towered over the neighboring commercial buildings and local restaurants. On a clear day, Giles Perricard III, the privately held company's chairman and CEO, could see all the way east to the soaring, star-topped San Jacinto Battlefield Monument, and beyond the glistening waters of the Houston Ship Channel, the ultimate source of his family's prosperity. Today, however, Perricard's attention was wholly focused on his visitor, a thin, middle-aged man with graying hair and thick wire-rimmed glasses. According to his credentials, Carlton Frederick Fox was the managing director of a firm named Sykes Fairbairn Strategic Investments. Quick digging by Perricard's staff before this meeting had turned up relatively little hard data on Sykes Fairbairn, only enough to confirm that it was both a long-established enterprise and one that handled its worldwide business affairs with remarkable discretion. Perricard frowned slightly. Although he was quite sure that he personally had never had any business dealings with Fox or his firm, something about the Sykes Fairbairn name rang a faint bell in his memory. Perhaps it was something mentioned by his father, the previous CEO, before he retired? Or no, he thought, more likely something shared by his grandfather before his death. The old man, a refugee from war-torn France who'd built this thriving maritime brokerage business from the waterfront up, had been a prodigious teller of tales. And many of them, his grandson had come to realize with the passing years, had even been true. Most astonishingly, those concerning his exploits in the resistance during the Second World War. He shook his head impatiently. Either the long-buried memory would come back to him or it would not. One could not force such things. What mattered now was dealing with the remarkable request this Mr. Fox had just made. Perricard raised an eyebrow. "This is a genuine proposition?" Fox nodded. "I rarely joke about business matters." He indicated the set of documents he'd brought with him. "As I said, my firm would like your company to arrange a short-term lease of Marcor's Dynamic Voyager for us. I understand the vessel is currently available." Perricard nodded. The Dynamic Voyager was a specialized supply ship, one of dozens built around the world to ferry cargo to and from offshore oil platforms. Ordinarily, at this time of year, the 260-foot-long, 4,200-ton vessel would have been at sea, crisscrossing the waters of the Gulf Coast region between various ports and offshore rigs, carrying everything from food and water stores for the drilling crews to machinery and spare parts. Unfortunately, thanks to recent federal restrictions on U.S. energy exploration and production, the ship was currently swinging at anchor out in the Houston Ship Channel, eating away at its parent company's profits and harbor fees and other costs. Given the current economic and regulatory outlook, there was little prospect of any change in that situation soon, which would result in Marcor leaping at any reasonable offer he made on behalf of this client. But that was precisely the problem, Perricard thought. Try as he might, he could not figure out why this Mr. Fox and his investment firm would want to hire such a vessel in the first place. Since its founding, Perricard & Sons had brokered ship leases and purchases for a wide range of clients, but never before for a financial management company. Besides, beyond the pure strangeness of Fox and his associates using their anonymous investors' money this way, rather than in purchasing traditional stocks or futures contracts, there were plenty of other ships available that would be far better suited for almost any other imaginable freight hauling job. With its long, open aft cargo deck and high bridge structure directly behind its large inverted bow, the Dynamic Voyager was anything but an ordinary merchant vessel. When in doubt, be blunt, he decided. Pericard and Sons had a hard-earned reputation for both shrewd business dealing and integrity. It would be foolish to risk either asset merely for the short-term gain involved in brokering this transaction. He leaned forward. "May I ask how you intend to use this ship?" Fox shook his head. "I'm afraid that is proprietary information." Pericard's frown grew deeper. "I will need more than that, Mr. Fox. I'm sure you understand that my company cannot be party to anything illegal or immoral," he said stiffly. "And I can assure you that neither the Dynamic Voyager nor the crew will be involved in anything immoral," Fox said solemnly. The maritime broker noted the complete absence of any such promise about illegality. He shook his head. "Not good enough," he said. "I don't believe we can do business together." He started to get up from his chair, intending to usher this peculiar fellow out of his office as quickly as possible. The other man only smiled. "Before you make your final decision, Mr. Pericard, I recommend that you examine some of your company's original documents. Specifically, there will be a folder among your grandfather's oldest papers labeled Quatre." Pericard stared at Fox. He vaguely recalled seeing a folder like that, with a faded and yellowing tag in among all the other papers relating to the company's founding. They were kept in a filing cabinet in his outer office, more as a matter of tradition than of business necessity. How the devil did this Mr. Fox know anything about them? He sat back down and punched a button on his phone to connect with his personal assistant. "Ms. Clemson," he said, "I need a folder from the corporate history files. It should be marked Quatre." When his assistant bustled in moments later, Pericard took the folder from her and set it down carefully on his desk without opening it. The moment the door closed behind her, he looked down. There it was, he realized, the yellowing, faded label he dimly remembered, a label in his grandfather's strong, distinctive handwriting. Feeling strangely as though he were opening a door into the distant and far more dangerous past, he flipped the folder open. It contained only a single sheet of paper with the torn half of a playing card, the 4 of diamonds, paper clipped to it. On the paper was a short message in ink, also in his grandfather's unmistakable writing. "These are good and honorable men, men to whom our whole family owes its very existence. Their cause is just. Therefore, when you are shown the other half of this card, you will do whatever is necessary to aid their endeavors. This I instruct. Giles Pericard, known during the war as Sculptor." Pericard shivered. Sculptor in English, had been his grandfather's code name in the Resistance. The old man's reference to that name must mean that whatever this debt was, it had its origins in the terrible years when France lay broken and bleeding at the feet of its Nazi occupiers. Slowly he looked up from the opened folder. "Do you have something to show me, Mr. Fox?" he asked carefully. In answer, the other man reached into his suit pocket and pulled out the equally torn half of a 4 of diamonds. Numbly, Pericard took the ragged piece of playing card and compared it to the portion his grandfather had left in that folder so many decades before. They matched perfectly. He sighed. Dead though he might be, the old man's word was still law for his descendants. Breaking it was unthinkable. "Very well, Mr. Fox," he said softly. "I will do as you ask." The Mora compound, in the Sierra Madre, Mexico, later that night. Hiding his disgust, Arkady Anokhin watched the Brotherhood of Blood's number 2 man, Joaquin Lopez, strut down the row of aircraft parked wingtip to wingtip inside the assembly building. These were the second group of drones his engineers and mechanics had finished putting back together from their separate parts flown in aboard Voronyan's Boeing 777F cargo jet. The cartel leader had a possessive look in his eyes that Anokhin did not like and did not trust. More than ever, he regretted the Raven Syndicate's need to rely on these criminals for the safety and security of this aspect of Castle Keep. The fact that there were no alternatives was no real comfort. We are playing a dangerous game with these men, he thought. A game where the consequences for losing would be horrific. Apparently satisfied, Lopez turned on his heel and stalked back to where the Russian waited. "Impressive as usual, senor," he said. He nodded back over the row of Moro drones. "But which of them has been allocated to us?" "The aircraft on the far right," Anokhin said shortly. "My crew's finished checking its systems this morning. Everything, its avionics, engine, and other systems, is in perfect condition." Lopez smiled. "And our pilot, Bernardo?" he asked. "How is he progressing?" The Russian nodded toward the far end of the building, where his man had installed a remote piloting station. Right now, the primary seat was occupied by a slender young man with jet black hair. Before deserting from Mexico's Air Force shortly ahead of his arrest for selling drugs to the ground crews at his base, former Lieutenant Bernardo Suarez had flown Pilatus PC-9M attack aircraft. While his moral character might be that of a cold-hearted snake, his flying skills were not in doubt. "Reasonably well," Anokhin said. "His instructor tells me your man should be able to complete all the necessary simulation coursework within 10 days at the most. Perhaps a week." "Even better," Lopez said with a terse nod. "My patron is not a particularly patient or understanding man. He is eager to finish this transaction of ours." He showed his teeth. "As I'm sure is your own employer, since there has been this regrettable but necessary delay in his plans." Anokhin only shrugged. Voronyan knew the Brotherhood intended to keep half of the aircraft he'd just finished assembling here on the ground hostage until they were fully satisfied that their pilot could handle one of the Moras. To his surprise, when he'd apologized for the operational pause needed to accomplish this unexpected task, the Raven Syndicate's leader had seemed unworried. "Don't be too concerned, Arkady," he had said coolly. "A few more days here or there means nothing in the end. Not when it will enable us to finish all our business with the Brotherhood so satisfactorily and so thoroughly." Now that he'd received his final coded instructions, along with the materials required to carry them out, Anokhin understood far more clearly exactly what Voronyan had meant. He studiously controlled his expression. Lopez might be a thug, but he was not a complete fool. So, for the time being, it was crucial that the cartel leader remain satisfied that the Brotherhood retained the upper hand in this uneasy alliance of convenience. Chapter 32. Rural West Central Florida. A couple of days later. With a quiet sigh, Nick Flynn shrugged out of the sensor-studded harness he'd been wearing for the past several hours. By itself, the Miles gear, multiple integrated laser engagement system, wasn't really very heavy, only a little under 4 pounds total. No, the sense of relief he was feeling was because being able to dump the array meant the end of the most recent in a series of intensive combat drills he'd organized. Running around shooting blanks and using low-powered lasers to judge simulated hits and kills wasn't as stressful as real battle, but it was the next best thing. Make that the next worst thing, actually, he thought, with a crooked grin, remembering how many times he'd heard both the double beep tone that indicated simulated rounds slashing nearby and the shrill flat-line tone that confirmed that he'd been taken out by somebody on the opposing side. all too often by someone he'd never even known was there until it was far too late to react effectively. For most of the day before and all of today so far, his action team and Tony McGill's guys, newly flown in from Europe, had been prowling across the local countryside, taking turns to attack and defend or to patrol and ambush. This part of Central Florida was thinly populated, mostly agricultural or set aside as state parks and nature preserves. The blend of light and heavy woods, dried-up circular lake beds that were now stretches of tall prairie grass, farm fields, and wide-open cow pastures, offered a good mix of tactical challenges, besides being reasonably similar in nature to the ground around Veronion's remote operations center. Now, with his Miles harness in one hand and his HK-417 carbine slung over the other shoulder, Flynn walked toward the large wood barn he and the other 4 agents were using as their living quarters and base. This particular farm was owned by a long-retired Quartet Directorate operative who was more than happy to rent out his land to his old organization for training purposes. Flynn pulled open one of the barn's big central doors and went inside. To clear room for them, the farmer had stacked most of his equipment along one wall. A loft at the very back held piled bales of hay. Otherwise, the large building had been turned into a combination of living quarters, an armory, and a chow hall. Rows of cots filled about half the space. Several long picnic-style tables, some folding chairs, a couple of portable refrigerators, and cooking gear took up most of the rest. One whole wall was now lined with weapons cabinets and pegs for sets of body armor, helmets, and other tactical gear. They had a portable shower rigged up in one of the neighboring outbuildings, along with a few portable latrines. The rest of his team, Shannon Cook, Cole Hines, Tad Kosick, Wade Vukovich, and Laura Van Horn, were already seated at one of the long tables with their own equipment off and hanging up. They all had cold beers in front of them. Flynn stopped dead in his tracks. "Hell, you folks sure don't waste any time," he said in mock outrage. "While your glorious leader was still out there sweating his ass off and getting shot to shit by the new guys, you decided to call it a day?" Hines offered him a devious grin. "Hey, sir, when the whistle blew, we figured it was time to display some of that famous individual initiative you're always preaching on." Cook nodded. "It was either that or wait around to see if you'd decided there was maybe just possibly enough time to squeeze in one more itty-bitty field problem, which would inevitably lead us to crawling through more dust and dirt and bugs and cow crap for another couple of hours." "I would never do anything like that," Flynn said, donning as pure and harmless a look as he possibly could. He had the immediate recollection of trying to pull off the same "who, me?" act at home as a teenager, over the small matter of a curfew violation, a speeding ticket, and a couple of outraged cows that had, by some unfathomable mystery, ended up in the locked cafeteria of their crosstown rivals. Unfortunately, he remembered that he'd failed to be very convincing then, too. Van Horn grinned at him. "Sure you would, Nick," she said, "if you thought it was important for, quote, unit readiness and tactical cohesion, unquote." She shook her head. "It's why we love you so." Flynn snorted, eyeing their relaxed poses. "I'm not exactly feeling the love here." She patted the empty chair beside her. "Hey, we saved you a seat." Then she reached down and pulled out another beer from the cooler next to her. "And a drink." With a sheepish laugh, Flynn hung up his equipment and then took both the offered chair and the beer. He savored a deep swig to wash the dust out of his throat and sighed. "Okay. Now I feel better," he admitted. Tadeusz Kosek nodded in approval. "This proves you are not crazy." His teeth gleamed. "Or not any more so than the rest of us, I suppose." He raised an eyebrow meaningfully. "Which includes these new guys, of course. The ones Tony McGill has brought to join our little party." Cook looked around. "Speaking of whom, he said carefully. "Where is Tony's merry little band of European cutthroats?" Flynn had the grace to look slightly abashed. He took them off on a reconnoiter of the surrounding area, just to get in a little more practice in moving tactically through this kind of country. "See?" Hines told the others with a satisfied look. "Told you so. The captain here hasn't changed any since me and Wade served under him in Alaska. If we hadn't bugged out when we did, we'd be rucking it now, too." Opting for discretion over valor, Flynn said nothing. Instead, he simply shrugged. "Well, seeing as how we do have a little privacy at the moment, what's your honest-to-God assessment of Tony's people?" Van Horn and the others nodded, understanding the purpose of his question. If this mission into Cuba got off the ground, they would be relying on McGill and his team, still relative strangers despite the intensity of the past 2 days of shared combat drills, to help get them home safely. The fact that it worked both ways went without saying. If they screwed up their own part of the mission, nothing the European action team did would really matter. Cossack went first. "The Czech, Talish, is very good," he said matter-of-factly. "He has an excellent eye for ground, and his marksmanship is top-notch." Flynn nodded. Mikolash Talish was a veteran of his own country's elite 601st Special Forces Group, and, like Cossack, the middling tall Czech with a deceptively young face under his stubble beard was a crack sniper. From painful experience, Flynn had also learned that Talish, though animated enough in conversation, had the uncanny ability to blend in with even the smallest piece of cover, lurking silent and motionless until his intended target wandered into his sights. "Are his shooting skills as good as yours?" "Let us say that it would be a very interesting match," the Pole admitted with a small shrug. "Well, one thing's for sure, that guy Piero Lucente has to be a seriously hot shit helicopter pilot," Van Horn offered. Flynn smiled. "You guys swapped flying stories?" She shook her head with a smile of her own. "Nope. For a tall, dark, and handsome flyboy, and an Italian one at that, Lucente is remarkably tight-lipped, not a boaster at all." She cocked her head to the side, considering, "But I know his old outfit. Nobody who served with them was anything but the best." She took a sip of her beer, because if they weren't, they probably died. Flying through the Alps or the Apennines with your skids only a couple feet off some very rocky, very unforgiving ground separates those with the right stuff from those without it pretty fast. Flynn agreed. He didn't have Van Horn's first-hand flying experience to judge from, but Italy's 3rd Special Operations Helicopter Regiment, the Aldebaran, had a remarkable record of courage and daring and skill, both in its known combat deployments and in far less widely known anti-terrorist and other covert operations. He turned slightly toward Hines and Vukovic. "How about Haugen, the Norwegian?" "Anar's a good guy," Vukovic said simply. For the normally quiet soldier, that was almost an oration. Clearly Haugen, who had experience as a member of Norway's Forsvaret Spesialkommandos, its Special Operations Commandos, had impressed the big man. "He's got a quirky-as-shit sense of humor, though," Hines chimed in. "I saw some big, nasty-looking snakes slither right across his boots out in the field. Well, I was dead at the time, so I couldn't move, even though I sure as hell wanted to. Anyway, when I asked him why he didn't stomp that scary-looking motherfucker into paste when he had the chance, he only shrugged and said it was a matter of professional courtesy. One cold-blooded killer to another." Flynn felt a laugh welling up. Clearly Haugen, outwardly the spitting image of a stereotypical Viking, with his short-cropped yellow hair and square jaw, had hidden depths. That left one remaining member of McGill's European action team to consider. Before joining 4, the Lithuanian, whose name was Rytis Dauksa, had been a long-serving member of the small Baltic nation's highly secret Aidvaras anti-terrorist unit. While the Lithuanian Special Forces unit was named after a mythological nature spirit, Aitvaras also meant kite, like the bird of prey. And Flynn had the passing thought that Dauksa's narrow, sharp-nosed face, bright blue eyes, and graying brown hair gave him more than a little resemblance to a fierce avian predator. Flynn glanced at Cook, whom he'd observed spending some time with the older man during their infrequent breaks between combat exercises. "Any thoughts about Dauksa, Shannon?" The Virginian pondered the question for a moment. "You know how my old specialty in the U.S. Army was covert infiltration into hostile countries?" Flynn nodded. Cook had demonstrated his ability to blend unnoticed into different populations and situations over and over, first for Task Force Orange and later for the Quartet Directorate. "Well, this guy Reedus is cut from the same cloth," Cook told him. "If I had to pick one word to describe him, it would be sneaky." "I object." They all heard a somewhat muffled voice with a distinctly Eastern European accent say from somewhere above them. Their heads swiveled toward the hayloft. There, digging his way out of one of the stacked hay bales, was Rytis Dauksa. The Lithuanian wore his radio headset and throat mic, showing that he'd been in constant contact with McGill and the rest of his own team while eavesdropping on their meeting. "Subtle, I would accept as a description," he said, brushing away stray pieces of hay with a pained expression. "Sneaky, however, seems overly harsh." Cook rolled his eyes at Flynn. "See what I mean?" he muttered. "The guy's sneaky. Definitely sneaky. A good sneaky, sure, but totally fucking spooky sneaky." Flynn nodded and felt a wide answering grin cross his face. Whatever lingering doubts he might have had were erased. Unquestionably, McGill's action team had the skills and toughness to more than pull its own weight during the coming test of fire. Which left, he realized, the remaining unknown factor. These mysterious allies Fox had promised to seek out. Chapter 33. The Farm. The next day. The reinforcements Fox had pledged to find arrived very early the next morning, aboard a rented minibus and accompanied by the head of the American station in person. When the vehicle pulled up in front of the barn, Fox was the first one out. 9 other people, 7 men and 2 women, clambered down behind him. They were all relatively young, in their late 20s or early 30s at most, tough-looking and plainly physically fit. Although they wore ordinary civilian clothes, everything else about them screamed ex-military to Flynn. They also all appeared to be Hispanic. Or more accurately, he corrected himself, thinking back on what Fox had said about cementing an alliance after the failed landings at the Bay of Pigs. Cuban Americans. "Nick, these are members of the Regimiento de Navarro, the Navarro Regiment," Fox said as an introduction. The men and women grouped behind him were already forming up in a disciplined group. Flynn listened closely while Fox gave him a quick rundown on just who these people were. The Navarro Regiment was a secret paramilitary unit sponsored by the Quartet Directorate. Its origins went back to the early 1960s, when it had started becoming painfully clear that Fidel Castro's spies had deeply penetrated both the CIA itself and several of the larger Cuban exile groups run under Langley's aegis. Too many resistance groups on the island were being blown and too many covert operations betrayed to the communist regime's secret police to draw any other reasonable conclusions. In desperation, a handful of far-sighted exiles had resolved to build a whole new force, one entirely untainted by any connections to the CIA. The Quartet Directorate had stepped in to aid them with funding and clandestine operations training. Ever since, the Navarro Regiment and 4 had periodically collaborated in operations aimed at the Cuban regime and the terrorist groups and guerrilla movements it sponsored. named to honor Tomas Navarro, a courageous young Cuban freedom fighter who'd fought bravely at the Bay of Pigs and then later risen to high rank in the U.S. Army while serving his adopted country. The Navarro Regiment drew its recruits first from the sons and daughters, and now from the grandsons and granddaughters, of those who'd resisted Havana's brutal dictatorship from the outset. They had all served honorably in the U.S. Armed Forces, both out of a deep sense of patriotism and from a desire to gain the combat and other special skills that might one day help them free Cuba from its oppressive government. So when Fox approached the group with the news of a chance to strike another blow against the regime and its mercenary Russian allies, the Navarro Regiment's council had quickly approved his request for a small handful of trained and highly skilled volunteers. Even without being given any details other than that the operation would be extremely dangerous, more than 50 of the unit's members had stepped forward, a far greater number than Flynn's force could possibly use to fill out its thin ranks. Thus, the 9 Navarros finally selected were among the best of the best. If that small group's leader, Alejandro Alex Zayas, was typical, Flynn thought after being introduced to him, the regiment's standards were high indeed. Built like a middleweight boxer, Zayas was a former captain in the U.S. Army Special Forces with decorated combat service in Afghanistan, Syria, and other hellholes. "Why'd you leave the service?" Flynn asked bluntly. Zayas shrugged. "Because they were going to bump me to major, which meant I was looking at spending even more of my time at a damned desk and not enough with my soldiers. And I hate paperwork with an undying passion." Flynn nodded his understanding. Every grade after captain meant less time in the field and more time in an office, handling administrative matters. Like most military bureaucracies, the Pentagon seemed to specialize in drowning enthusiasm, leadership, and initiative in a morass of meaningless forms and other red tape. "Plus, I signed up to kill communists, not to become one," Zayas said with only the flicker of a sardonic smile. Again, Flynn nodded. The current American military hierarchy's obsession with trendy politics at the expense of real soldier skills had passed the point of being truly funny. Recruiting and retention numbers were well below where they needed to be, with qualified officers, non-coms, and enlisted men leaving the services in droves when their tours were up, which, ironically, he realized, had probably worked to Four's benefit in this particular case. Studying the row of unfamiliar faces while Zayas ran through the names and backgrounds of his comrades, Flynn resolved to do his very best to get to know these men and women as quickly as possible, because time was tight. The next several days, if they were allowed even that much, were going to be extraordinarily grueling. Rigorous, almost non-stop training and rehearsals would be essential if he was going to succeed in melding his own team, McGill's European unit, and now these Cuban-American volunteers into a cohesive operational force. Flynn got things rolling by issuing the newcomers personal weapons and equipment. He could tell they were impressed by the array of small arms and explosives laid out inside the barn. One of them, a powerfully built Ranger veteran named Andy Cavada, started in surprise when he spotted a couple of shoulder-fired anti-tank missile launchers. The weapons were about 3 feet long, with wide, bulbous front muzzle brakes and smaller apertures at the back. He turned to Flynn and the 4 agents with an astonished and equally admiring look on his face. "You guys have NLAWs? Where the hell did you get them?" Produced by Saab Bofors Dynamics, the NLAW, next-generation light anti-tank weapon, was a single-use, man-portable missile designed to allow infantry to destroy enemy armored vehicles at ranges anywhere from 20 to 800 yards. Thousands were in service with armies around the world, including Sweden and the United Kingdom, but the anti-tank missile was very definitely not a weapons system anyone ordinarily expected to find in private hands. "They fell off the back of a truck," Flynn said blandly. McGill grinned broadly. "Point of order, Nick," he said with a wink at Cavada. That truck was in England, so it was technically a lorry. In truth, this arms cache was the fruit of many years of carefully orchestrated equipment losses by American and Allied military units, along with discrete purchases from various friendly arms manufacturers, all for a good cause, of course. Weight considerations would inevitably make it impossible for them to bring all the weapons, ammunition, and other gear Flynn wanted, but at least he had the consolation of knowing that he and his people would be going in as well equipped as a regular commando force undertaking a similar deep penetration raid. Alex Zayas chuckled along with the others, but then he turned to Flynn with a quizzical look. "This is a sweet collection of hardware, all right," he said, "but what's your plan to get it, and us for that matter, into the target area in Cuba? Are we going in by boat or by air?" Tony McGill nodded. "I have the same question, Nick," he said. Looking around the intent and interested circle of faces, which now included those of his own men as well as those of Flynn's team and the Cuban Americans, he continued, "If nothing else, we need to know so we can get a sense of just how much kit we can really bring on this op." Flynn paused for a moment, considering how best to break the news of the plan he and Laura Van Horn had concocted. Pretty much straight to the point was probably best, he decided. "Well, the short answer is that we're not going in by boat, at least not all the way," he told them. "Nor are we going in by air. Not in any conventional sense, anyway." They all stared back at him. "Last time I checked," McGill said carefully, "there weren't any bridges connecting Florida to Cuba, and there's certainly not a tunnel under the Straits of Florida either, unless the technical lads in your CRA are a lot cleverer than I'd ever supposed." "See, Nick, I think you're going to need to give them the long answer," Van Horn told Flynn. Her amused expression left absolutely no doubt that she'd been looking forward to this moment ever since they'd arrived at the farm. He nodded. "Yeah, I reckon so." He surveyed the assembled men and women. "How many of you are fixed-wing or helicopter pilots?" 5 hands, including Van Horn's, went up. "And how many of you can ride a motorcycle?" More hands, most of them, in fact, were raised. Flynn met that with a slight smile. "Good," he told them cheerfully, "because that's going to make our training on the new machines a lot easier. A couple of examples are here now. The rest of them are supposed to arrive sometime in the next 24 hours. "What kind of new machines?" asked one of the women, a former Navy helicopter pilot named Dana Perez. "I'll show you," Flynn said in answer. Offering the little crowd a follow-me nod, he went back outside and across the yard to one of the adjoining outbuildings. It was an equipment shed the retired 4-agent-turned-farmer ordinarily used to keep his small John Deere 3 Series utility tractor out of the weather. Flynn took a key out of his pocket, unlocked the padlock holding the shed doors shut, and slid them all the way open with a clang. Inside were 2 distinctive tarped shapes. Neither was more than 8 feet long, nor more than 3 feet wide, and both were under 3 feet high. At Flynn's nod, Van Horn grabbed hold of one tarp and yanked it off, much like a stage assistant unveiling a magician's latest stupendous and astonishing trick for the audience. Then, still grinning, she turned and did the same to the second cloaked machine. "Welcome to the future of personal combat aviation, boys and girls," she announced. "Holy shit," someone muttered from the back. Everyone else was too busy staring to say anything. Sitting in front of them were 2 futuristic-looking vehicles. One resembled a flying speeder bike straight out of a Star Wars movie. 8 small, swiveling turbojet engines mounted in pairs surrounded what otherwise looked very much like a 2-seat motorcycle chassis. The other design somewhat more closely resembled a conventional quadricycle, until anyone noticed the jet engines mounted in the middle of each rotatable wheel, and 2 more angled backward out from the undercarriage. Flynn pointed to the first machine. "What you're looking at here is a fully functioning flying speeder," he said flatly. "The company that built this hopes to sell others like it to the military for use as personal battlefield transports for medevac and as light cargo lifters." "How fast can this so-called speeder fly?" Piero Lucente asked. The Italian looked intensely interested. "Like a bat out of hell," Van Horn assured him. "Max speed is around 150 knots up to an altitude of 15,000 feet. Those 4 turbojets you see produce around 1,200 pounds of total thrust." That drew admiring whistles. "Sounds like a hot ride," one of the other pilots commented, "but a really easy way to get killed." "Yep," Van Horn agreed. "Fortunately, it's fully stabilized with a lot of computerized flight controls to assist. You can fly it manually, but the software does a great job of keeping it in a safe flight envelope." Dana Perez looked the speeder bike over with a critical eye. "Something that small can't be carrying a lot of fuel," she said. "What's the range like?" "It's got a combat radius of around 35 nautical miles," Van Horn answered, "or close to 70 miles out and back." Her mouth quirked. "Which I agree isn't far in the greater scheme of things, but it's just enough for our purposes." McGill moved over to get a closer look at the second machine, the one with 4 wheels. "And this thing?" he asked. "What's the story here?" Flynn smiled. "That's a bird of 2 very different feathers, Tony. The French company that designed it wanted something that could function both as a conventional ground transport and as a turbine-powered flyer. For road use, it's got an electric motor with a range of around 60 miles. Transitioning into flight mode only takes about a minute, and it's got enough kerosene fuel for 20 minutes or so of flying time." "So then it's somewhat slower and shorter ranged compared to the speeder bike?" Lucente observed. Flynn nodded. "Plus, it's limited to very low altitudes, more like a hover bike than a full-on flyer." "Why use 2 different designs with such different capabilities?" Zayas asked. Van Horn shrugged her shoulders. "Because both of these machines are straight out of the prototype phase and barely in production," she explained. "The only way we could assemble the force we're going to need, 10 flyers able to carry 20 personnel, was to buy everything currently available and tailor elements of our mission accordingly. The assault unit tasked with neutralizing the San Antonio de los Baños military airfield has the farthest to fly and the least need for stealth once the balloon goes up," Flynn told them. "So they get the speeder bikes." "Makes sense," McGill acknowledged. He shot a quick grin at Lucente. "It's your lucky day, Piero." The Italian pilot smiled back slightly. "La fortuna favorice e veloci," he agreed. "Fortune favors the fast." "And the rest of us, those hitting the control center itself, will use the hybrids," Flynn went on. "In electric mode on the ground, they're pretty stealthy, so that's how we'll make the final approach to our jump-off point." He eyed the assembled group. Their faces now bore a range of expressions. Some appeared eager and excited. Others, probably those with the most experience under fire, looked more somber and thoughtful. But for all of them, it was obvious that seeing physical examples of the brand-new flying machines that would carry them into Cuba had brought home the reality of what they were planning. This operation was no longer purely theoretical. "One more thing," he told them. "The code name for this mission will be Griffin, which makes us Griffin Force." As he'd expected, that drew approving nods. His choice of a mythical beast with an eagle's head, wings, and talons, and a lion's body, tail, and back legs was perfect. Chapter 34. The Mora Compound, in the Sierra Madre, Mexico. Several nights later. Arkady Anokin raised his night vision binoculars and watched closely as one of the 6 remaining Mora unmanned aircraft brought its turbofan engine to full power. The keening howl increased steadily in volume and shrillness, until it seemed to echo back from the neighboring hills. He took his eyes away long enough to catch sight of the equally rapt expression on Joaquin Lopez's tattooed face. The Brotherhood of Blood's second-in-command was completely absorbed, studying the drone preparing for takeoff as though his very life depended on a successful flight. Which it very well might, the Russian suddenly realized. If the Mora crashed, Lopez's superior, Diego Barros, would not be at all pleased. Inevitably, the bloodthirsty cartel boss would come looking for a scapegoat, someone to blame for such a disaster. And it would be a coin toss as to whether his choice of victim fell on a complete outsider like Anokin or on his own closest subordinate, the man who would most likely someday challenge Barros's control over the Brotherhood. As its engine reached maximum thrust, the unmanned drone abruptly started moving, rumbling up the road that served as their runway as it picked up speed. Moments later it lifted off, wobbling slightly as it rose into the air and banked into a gradual, spiraling climb. Higher and higher it ascended, until finally the pale gray aircraft, almost invisible against the night sky, leveled out and began orbiting several thousand feet above the valley. Lopez watched it for several minutes. His taut face relaxed, and he nodded in pleasure. He turned to one of the cartel soldiers who'd accompanied him on this visit to the compound. "Tell Bernardo that it's time to bring his steed back to the barn." "At once, Jefe," the man barked. He trotted off to the aircraft assembly building to relay the order to Suarez, the Brotherhood's newly trained remote pilot. Moments later, the UCAV broke out of its circling flight and began descending. Both Anokin and Lopez watched it line up with the road and make its final approach. The landing gear whined down and locked in place. The Russian darted a quick look at Lopez. The cartel leader appeared considerably more at ease now. Anokin hid his surprise. Lopez was an amateur when it came to aviation, he suddenly realized. He did not realize that landings were at least as difficult and dangerous as takeoffs, perhaps even more so. After all, when in the air, a well-designed plane was in its natural element. But many things could go wrong when it returned to Earth. Everything from mechanical failures, losing an engine or having the landing gear collapse, to simple pilot error. Mistakes that might include a poorly chosen angle of approach, coming in too fast, or perhaps even worse, shedding speed too rapidly, stalling out, and crashing short of the runway. And on this particular test flight, the Russian knew, the odds of pilot error were at least double that of any ordinary landing. He held his own breath as the Mora dropped lower still. At last, its wheels touched the road surface, bounced slightly, and then settled back into firm contact. Slowing, the drone rolled down the road toward the Brotherhood compound. Engine spooling over softly at very low power, it taxied across the apron and finally came to a full stop next to the large assembly building. Once the rest of Voronezh's aircraft departed for their own flights north into the United States, the empty building would serve as a permanent hangar for the Brotherhood's newly acquired stealth plane. Lopez turned to Anokin. "Well?" he asked. "What do you think?" "I congratulate you," the Russian replied, choosing his words with infinite care. "Your pilot has learned his lessons well." Lopez nodded. "In that case, our business here together is finished." Anokin tensed. This was the critical moment. Would the Brotherhood make new demands now? Before it gave away its remaining leverage over the Raven Syndicate? Voronezh, he knew, had plans in place for almost any contingency. What was less certain was whether those alternate plans gave the Syndicate personnel based here a reasonable chance of survival. "Then the rest of my aircraft and my men are free to go?" he asked tightly. Lopez smiled graciously. Of course. My patron and I are men of our word. Your planes and your technicians will be allowed to depart safely. His eyes glittered. With one caveat. No one goes until the practice bomb for tomorrow night's demonstration is loaded aboard our drone plane, or until I am sure that my own mechanics know how to repeat this evolution with real weapons when the time comes. His smile returned in full force as he contemplated the Mora UCAV now parked beside the assembly building. Never fear, the little gray bird you have sold us will earn its wings very, very soon. Anokin followed his gaze. Of that, senor, I have absolutely no doubt, he said evenly. For the next few hours, Anokin kept a close guard on both his expression and his mouth while his remaining planes were slowly towed out of the hangar one by one, ran their engines up to full power, and then soared away into the star-speckled sky on their long flights north. When all of them were gone, and the cartel's UCAV was loaded as promised, he joined the rest of his engineers and technicians and climbed onto a bus for the ride to Durango's airport, where Voronezh's Boeing 777F waited to ferry them back to Minsk on the first leg of a journey that would eventually bring them home to Russia. Only once they were safely on board the big jet did Anokin allow himself to relax. Smiling far more genuinely now, he punched in a preset number on his smartphone. It was the number for the Mora Remote Operations Center outside Havana. Fyodor Maresyev answered immediately. Yes, Arkady, he said tersely. Were there any problems? None, Anokin assured him. Tell your man he did an excellent job of duplicating the Mexican pilot's control inputs. No one could tell the difference. Not even me. Rural Kansas. The next day. More than 20 gray-winged Mora unmanned combat aircraft were now parked throughout the cavernous interior of what was once intended to be a giant American retail distribution center. A tangle of hoses snaked across the bare concrete floor, connecting the Pemex tanker truck full of jet fuel to the newest arrivals from Mexico. Men from Ivan Strelkov's covert aircraft handling team were busy topping up their tanks. Crouched inside the opened weapons bay of one of the first Moras to arrive, Major Leonid Kuzmin paused in his task. Tugging a rag out of one of his pockets, he wiped the sweat off his forehead and then stuffed the cloth back into his coveralls. It wasn't at all warm inside the vast warehouse. In fact, it was so chilly that he could see his breath condensing on the highly polished green metal casing of the cylinder slung inside the bay. But this was painstaking work, the sort that required intense concentration and attention to the smallest details. The consequences of even the slightest mistake could be enormous. Ever since he'd arrived in this godforsaken corner of the American heartland, he had been inspecting the drone payloads from nose cone to tail fins, obsessively checking, double-checking, and even triple-checking every single system and circuit. Except for breaks to sleep and eat, he spent all his time gently poking around the innards of each device. He was the only special weapons officer at this covert base, so there was no one else qualified to handle the job. Essentially, it was Kuzmin's responsibility to make sure every Mora payload was ready for operational use. At first, he'd been so overjoyed to make it safely through all the potential counter-espionage snares awaiting a Russian military officer entering the United States illegally, that the work itself had seemed easy. It was, he knew, more than anything else, simply a question of training and education, coupled with a passion for meticulous precision and close observation. But in the long, exhausting days since, Kuzmin had become more and more conscious that he was running out of time. With every weapon he confirmed ready for use, Voronezh's audacious Castle Keep operation moved that much closer to fruition. and the arrival late last night of the last 5 unmanned aircraft from Mexico left him without any more excuses for delay. Putting off installing the final safeguard President Zhdanov had insisted on was no longer an option. He leaned closer to the inspection port he'd opened on this particular weapon. What to any untrained person would have appeared a tangled mess of cabling and circuitry was as easy for him to read as a schoolboy's first book of ABCs. This was the heart of the device's permissive action link, the electronic lock that made all the difference between this complicated device being nothing more than a collection of disparate, inert components, and it being one that would function for a millisecond as a unified mechanism aimed only toward one very final result. Gently, Kuzmin teased aside a handful of color-coded wires and then, using a thin-bladed tool, very, very carefully, unfastened several tiny screws. With that done, he carefully wiggled one of the credit card-sized circuit boards back and forth until it came loose. Easing the board outside the port, he slid it away out of sight into a pocket. Then, from another, he pulled out what appeared to be an identical assembly of integrated circuits, diodes, resistors, and other components. This was the special piece of electronics Zhdanov had provided, the one originally camouflaged inside a smartphone case. Taking infinite pains, Kuzmin installed the new card in place of the original and reconnected it. Small status lights glowed green, indicating that it was live and that the other mechanisms accepted it as genuine. Kuzmin breathed out in relief. Despite that, he made sure not to rush the rest of this job. If anything, he realized with a sudden icy feeling, it was more important than ever that this particular device be ready to operate exactly as commanded, should the eventuality arise. His movements, if it was possible, became even more precise as he systematically reinstalled the remaining elements of the system and closed the weapon back up. Finished at last, he wriggled back out from under the Moro drone. He wiped his fingers carefully, delicately removing any lingering traces of oils or dust. Much like Pontius Pilate washing his hands of Christ's guilt or innocence, he thought bleakly. But orders were orders, and if all went as planned, nothing of what he had just done would matter, he reminded himself. Not in the slightest. Seeing the 12th Main Directorate officer emerge from under the aircraft's wing, Strelkov came over to join him. The senior Raven Syndicate operative had been supervising his fuel handlers while they finished tanking the newly arrived aircraft. "Is that it, Major?" the older man asked, not hiding his own concern. He and his team of trained aircraft mechanics could make sure these machines took to the air. What they could not do was guarantee that the UCAVs would complete their assigned missions. "Did you run into any problems?" Kuzmin forced himself to appear calm. "Nothing significant," he said. He shrugged his shoulders. "Only a few small adjustments here and there." Seeing the sudden worried look on Strelkov's face, he explained more fully. "Sir, many of these weapons have been sitting in cold storage for 20 years or more. After all that time, it's not at all surprising that I've had to replace a few minor electronic components or a bolt or screw here or there." "Then they'll all detonate?" Strelkov asked. "There won't be any duds?" "None," Kuzmin guaranteed. "All the major elements of each device are in perfect working order. Trust me, they will go off, exactly as ordered." Evidently reassured, Strelkov visibly calmed down. "So you're finished here?" "Not quite," Kuzmin told him. He opened his satchel and pulled out the tiny VLF radio antenna array and power supply Zhdanov had given him back in St. Petersburg. "All I need to do is install this little item somewhere high up. Near the roof would be my first choice." Strelkov stared at the small antenna, obviously curious. "And what is that?" he asked. Kuzmin had anticipated the question. "This," he said, trying hard to sound casual. "It's a radiation sensor and data relay." He lied. The older man looked nervous. "A radiation sensor?" He glanced around to make sure none of his men were in earshot and lowered his voice. "Tell me, Major, is there a risk we'll get a hard dose here?" "Don't worry," Kuzmin said with confidence. "You're not in any real danger from radiation leaks." That much was the truth. This is just a routine precaution, part of the standard operating procedure for handling these types of weapons. Trust me. I've inspected all their casings quite thoroughly, and I can promise you that there won't be any accidents. None whatsoever. Strelkov's face lightened. "I'm very glad to hear that, Major," he admitted. He glanced down at his watch. "And you've certainly completed the rest of your work in excellent time. Once you're ready to go, just say the word, and I'll have one of my men drive you to the airport." "You can count on that," Kuzmin said gratefully. He turned away to find a ladder. Now that he'd obeyed President Zhdanov's secret orders, the sooner he was out of the United States and safely on his way home to Russia, the happier he would be. Chapter 35. Brotherhood of Blood Headquarters, west of Durango, Mexico. Later that night. Surrounded by a crowd of their lieutenants, their top subordinates within the cartel, Diego Barros and Joaquin Lopez stood on the low, flat roof of the hacienda's central building. Under the nearly full moon, the rooftop was bathed in a pale, silvery glow, adding to the gathering's festive mood. The smells of tequila, cigarettes, and other more illicit substances hung lazily in the relatively cool night air. From here, the assembled cartel bosses could look out over the neighboring fields and orchards. About a kilometer away, a large circle had been chalked into what had once been prime grazing land. This was the aiming point selected for tonight's demonstration of their new Mora remotely piloted aircraft. While seeing dirt thrown up by a practice munition would not be as exciting as watching a live bomb go off, it would still make the necessary point. Under the leadership of Barros and Lopez, the Brotherhood was now more powerful and more dangerous than ever before, with capabilities beyond any possessed by rival cartels. Lopez held his smartphone to his ear, listening to the running commentary provided by Bernardo Suarez. The Brotherhood pilot was 20 kilometers away, flying the Mora UCAV from his computer station inside what had been Voronezh's aircraft assembly building. 1 minute out, Suarez reported calmly. "I'm coming left to 020. I'm throttling back. My airspeed is now 300 knots. Altitude is 1,500 feet. Lopez turned to Barros. "The plane is close. Coming in from the south. We should see it soon." They swung around to stare off in that direction, gazing out over a moonlit patchwork of rugged hills and softer, more settled country. Other Brotherhood bosses, overhearing Lopez, did the same. Moments later, a small gray shape came into view low on the horizon. Growls of anticipation greeted its appearance. Some of the men on the rooftop, those who'd been guarding the Raven Syndicate's compound, had seen aircraft like this one before. For others, this was their first look at the drone's menacing high-tech bat-wing configuration. But for all of them, the knowledge that the organization they'd pledged their lives to now owned a weapon of such sophistication and lethal striking power was deeply satisfying. Accompanied by the shrill whine of its turbofan, the UCAV slid fast across the night sky. It was flying a course aimed directly at the chalk circle. "Target acquired. Payload bay opening," Lopez heard the pilot say over their phone connection. The younger man sounded more excited now, Holding my course straight and level. I am ready to make my attack. Lopez frowned suddenly. From his vantage point, it looked as though the Moro was turning again, and certainly not flying straight and level as Suarez claimed. Instead, the unmanned aircraft seemed to be banking very sharply left, coming around fast onto a heading toward the hacienda itself. It was also descending to a very low altitude. "What the hell are you doing, Bernardo?" he snapped. "You're heading straight for us, not the goddamn target." In his ear, Suarez's voice was suddenly shrill with panic. "Jefe, the aircraft isn't responding to my controls. I can't steer it." And then a long, finned shape dropped from under the oncoming drone, slanting down out of the sky straight toward the Brotherhood of Blood's leaders and their top lieutenants gathered on the hacienda's flat roof. Lopez's eyes barely had time to widen in horrified understanding. "Carajo," he whispered. "Oh, fuck." In the sky directly above them, the KAB 1500 thermobaric bomb went off. First, a single small explosive charge detonated, splitting the fuel container that made up most of the weapon's mass. Instantly, a thick fog of atomized fuel expanded outward, still plummeting toward the hacienda below. A split second later, the weapon's second charge triggered, igniting that spreading cloud of fuel in a massive, searing explosion. A huge orange and red fireball lit the night sky, consuming everything and everyone caught within 150 meters of the blast point. The fireball was accompanied by an enormous, lung-rupturing shock wave that raced outward at many times the speed of sound, killing anyone within 500 meters of the explosion. When that brief, blinding light faded into blackness, leaving only the pale glow of the moon behind, the Brotherhood of Blood's hacienda was a broken, burning mound of rubble. There were no survivors. Outside Moscow, that same time, Pavel Voronian sat at his desk in the private office on the second floor of his villa. The monitor of his computer carried a live, zoomed-in video feed transmitted from one of Russia's Persona electro-optical reconnaissance satellites as it swept south to north along the inclined path of its orbit. As the satellite crossed high above the darkened Mexican hinterland, the brief, blinding orange-red flash outside Durango was plainly visible. A text message appeared in the lower left of his screen. It was from Fyodor Moresiev at the Moro Remote Operations Center outside Havana. Detonation confirmed. Target obliterated. As planned, the UCAV itself was inside the blast radius. Only unidentifiable fragments will remain. An arctic cold smile appeared on Voronian's face. So much for Barros, Lopez, and the rest of their ignorant followers. He picked up a secure phone, one that offered him a direct encrypted line to Zhdanov's own office in the Kremlin. When the older man answered, he said simply, "I've handled our small Mexican problem, Mr. President. Accordingly, we are ready to move into the next phase of Castle Keep. I'll be on my way to join you shortly." With his hand, he signaled Kondakov. The former GRU officer nodded and hurried out to issue the necessary orders to his staff. By the time Voronian finished his call, the rotor blades of the Kazan Ansat utility helicopter parked outside were already starting to turn. Griffin Force Training Area, West Central Florida, a short time later. Turbojets howling, the hybrid hoverbike streaked low across the neighboring farmland, trailing a curling plume of dust that showed white in the moonlight. Seeing the outline of the barn looming up in his night vision goggles, Nick Flynn throttled back and felt his speed dropping. Automatically, the bike's computer instructed its wheel-mounted engines to swivel slightly toward the ground, adding lift to keep him in the air as he slowed down. Flynn noted Fox already waiting for him just outside the barn. His jaw tightened. The radio call had come in just as he was about to run his section of Griffin Force through another low-level, cross-country training flight. But the verbal code word the older man had used, paramount, signaled that his message was both urgent and best given orally and in person. Their tactical radio net was as secure as they could make it, but the Quartet Directorate avoided taking risks whenever possible, especially with high-level intelligence information. Over the long history of human espionage, poor communications security had doomed more agents and operations than anyone could count. He tapped an icon on the small glowing instrument panel set between the motorbike's handlebars. The howl from the two turbojets mounted on its undercarriage faded away, replaced by a somewhat shriller whine as its wheeljets powered up briefly to compensate for the low thrust. They swung down and locked in place. Now pointed straight down, all four engines reduced thrust simultaneously, bringing the bike in for a vertical landing on the hard-packed yard next to the barn. Flynn switched everything off and dismounted. Pulling his helmet off, he cradled it under one arm and turned to Fox. "What's up, Brer Fox?" he asked. "We just received word from Colonel Herrera in Mexico City," Fox said. "His informant at the airport in Durango says someone just wiped out every significant leader in the Brotherhood of Blood, including Diego Barros and Joaquin Lopez." Flynn stared at him. "Wiped out?" he repeated in surprise. "How?" Four's head of station looked suitably grim. "Apparently, with some sort of exceptionally powerful bomb. Beyond that, the details are sketchy. Herrera's man says there's nothing left of the cartel's headquarters outside the city, except for a smoldering wreckage." Flynn whistled quietly. When our pal Veronian decides to clean up some loose ends, he doesn't screw around, does he? "Apparently not," Fox said. Flynn's eyes narrowed in thought. Which likely means he's getting ready to kick off whatever bigger nastiness he's got planned for the U.S. as a whole. And if that's true, we're also running out of time to stop him before it's too late. Fox nodded. "A reasonable supposition, Nick." The lines on his face were deeper. "Much as I hate the idea of pushing you and your people into action without more training and rehearsal, I don't see that we have much choice here." "No, we don't," Flynn agreed. The only way the raid they planned made sense at all was if they could smash Veronian's operations center before his drone aircraft took off from wherever they were currently based. Going in too late would simply result in men and women who were now under Flynn's command dying without achieving anything meaningful for their sacrifice. He frowned. "But I will say that I'm sure getting awfully tired of dancing to the bad guy's tune." Fox nodded again, this time without speaking. "Is our ship in position?" Flynn asked, his eyes distant as he ran through various options. "I spoke to Captain McLennan a few minutes ago," Fox confirmed. "The dynamic Voyager is currently holding station about 6 miles off the coast, due west of Turtle Beach." Flynn pulled up his mental map of the local Florida area. That put the oil platform supply ship roughly 28 miles from this spot as the Crow, or in this particular case their speeders and hoverbikes, flew. He shook his head. "You know we're going to raise all kinds of hell just getting our gear on board." Originally, they had planned to move their tarped flying motorcycles and speeder bikes to the ship aboard trucks, discreetly keeping them well away from prying eyes and ears. But now, given this sudden need for speed, subtlety and stealth were no longer possible. Instead, Flynn and the others would have to fly directly out to the ship and make a landing at sea. Spending the extra fuel was okay. They had additional supplies waiting on the ship, so they could refuel while at sea. But since much of Florida's coast was densely populated, their flights would inevitably trigger a flood of irritated 911 calls, from beachside residents complaining about late-night, low-altitude passes by crazy pilots. Fox shrugged. What can't be changed can't be helped. A thin smile appeared on his own face. We'll just have to risk the noise citations. True that, Flynn said. Besides, the cops would have to catch us first. And my guess is no town constable's going to have a speedboat on standby to chase after us. He sighed and straightened his shoulders. Then he keyed his radio mic. Griffin lead to all Griffins, rally on home plate, pronto. We're going up to bat in the majors. Spring training is over. He listened carefully while startled acknowledgments flooded through his headset. Up to that moment, the widely dispersed sections of his force had been busily engaged in carrying out a range of different live fire and flight training. But now, with a single quick order, he'd told them that their time of preparation was over. Whatever they had learned about tactics, about their brand new equipment, and about working as a cohesive whole would have to be enough. Because now they were headed into battle. Satisfied that everyone had gotten his message, Flynn turned back to Fox. You know, he said with a thoughtful look, at least this is going to make Laura happy. Noting the quizzical expression on the older man's face, he explained, because she's finally going to get a chance to fight instead of just flying the getaway plane. Chapter 36. Kozvinsky Common Nuclear Command Bunker, deep in the northern Ural Mountains, Russia. The next day. 1,300 kilometers west-northwest of Moscow, the snow-capped granite dome of Mount Kozvinsky Common rose more than 1,500 meters above the neighboring valleys. The mountain's summit lay buried under meters of hard-packed snow and ice, while the lower two-thirds of its slopes were cloaked in stands of Siberian pine, fir, larch, and birch trees. Scattered throughout those forests were camouflaged S-500 anti-ballistic missile launchers. Battle management radars sighted high up on neighboring peaks were online, ready to feed tracking and engagement data to their tied-in missile units. Barbed wire fences backed by roving security patrols sealed off the entire area. The reason for those layers of defenses was buried far under the mountain, below more than 300 meters of solid granite. The Kozvinsky Common Nuclear Command Bunker was the ultimate nerve center of Russia's strategic air, rocket, and ballistic missile submarine forces. From its deep subterranean vaults, protected against anything but direct hits by the most powerful and accurate nuclear earth penetrator warheads, Moscow's political and military elites could both unleash Armageddon and then hope to ride out the terrible consequences in relative safety. Now those leaders were meeting inside a secure conference room located at the heart of the mammoth multi-level bunker. Vault-like armored doors guarded by squads of heavily armed soldiers closed off this chamber from the rest of the complex. No one without the very highest security clearance was ever admitted to this innermost sanctum with its computer-driven situation maps and shielded communications links to Russia's ICBM launch control centers, strategic bomber bases, and fleet headquarters. From his place at the Russian president's right hand, Pavel Voronin studied Zhdanov's other close advisors. Difficult though it was, he forced himself to conceal his contempt for them. They were like the dinosaurs, he thought idly, staring up at an incoming asteroid without the slightest comprehension of what was about to happen, except possibly for some small, nagging sense of instinctive fear. None of them had any idea of why they had so urgently been summoned to the sheltered underground confines of Kozvinsky Common. Certainly none had any understanding of what else was now in motion. Of all the men seated around the U-shaped conference table, only he and Zhdanov were privy to the secrets involved in Castle Keep. The silent, intimidating presence of 4 of the president's personal bodyguards along the back wall of the conference room, only added to their small but growing sense of unease. By now it must be clear to even the dimmest member of Zhdanov's inner circle that whatever was happening here was not simply a routine exercise to test the readiness of Russia's strategic command and control systems. Voronyin waited patiently while Zhdanov lit another cigarette and took a long, pensive drag. Nicotine was the older man's primary vice these days. With a meditative glance around the room, as though he were evaluating the true worth of everyone seated at the table, the president blew out a lungful of smoke. Then, with a shrug, Zhdanov turned to him. "Why don't you go ahead and update our friends here, Pavel? It's time they learned the current situation." Voronyin noted the sudden looks of mingled alarm and irritation on several faces. The realization that, once again, they had been kept out of the loop by Zhdanov in favor of an outsider, whom they considered rash and dangerous and far too ambitious, must be especially galling. Some of them were probably even shrewd enough to sense just how far his real ambitions extended. The president would not live forever. And in the ordinary course of events, one of the other men at this table might have expected to become his successor. Well, Voronyin thought, they were about to learn that nothing about the world's immediate future would be ordinary. Not in any sense of the word. He leaned forward slightly. "Gentlemen, the top-secret operation I'm briefing you on is codenamed Castle Keep. The reason for this should be immediately obvious." He touched a key on the control pad in front of him. The large wall screen they were all facing lit up in response. Its main panel showed a detailed map of the United States. A single blue dot blinked rapidly near the very center of the other country, deep in its heartland. Astonished murmurs ran around the room. "And what the devil is that?" Gennady Kokorin, the Minister of Defense, rasped. "The key to Russia's future as the global superpower, and to the destruction of America as a functioning nation-state," Voronyin answered evenly. Zhdanov's other advisers stared at him in utter disbelief. Kokorin recovered his voice first. A cynical frown appeared on his deeply wrinkled face. "The key to the future? A fly speck in the middle of nowhere?" The old man had to peer hard even to read the map. "In this Kansas place," he snorted. "How can you seriously make such an absurd claim?" Voronyin smiled, allowing himself to savor the moment. With luck, the shock of what he was about to say might kill a couple of these old fossils, clearing away a little more of the dead wood obstructing his path to power. "Because this fly speck, as you call it, happens to be the site where more than 20 highly advanced unmanned stealth aircraft are currently based." His voice hardened. Based, I might add, right under the noses of the completely unsuspecting Americans. Lieutenant General Evgeny Rogozin, the head of Russia's Air Force, gaped at the map in open-mouthed consternation. "That's impossible. We have no such stealth drone aircraft, not in service at least." Voronyin shrugged. "You do not, General." He allowed a hint of irony to enter his own voice. "But I do. Or more accurately, the President does, thanks to the efforts, extraordinary investments, and expertise of my organization, the Raven Syndicate." He tapped a key and another panel of the wall screen came to life. This one showed an image of one of the Mora UCAVs, complete with the details of its range, speed, stealth characteristics, and payload capacity. Rogozin reddened with anger. Even a cursory glance at those numbers showed that these new aircraft were far more capable than anything in the Russian Air Force's current operational inventory, or even in its near-term research and development pipeline. Seeing the evidence that his official research facilities and contractors had been leapfrogged by the syndicate, a group Rogozin must view as a mercenary band of hired killers and bandits, was undeniably infuriating. The general stabbed a finger at the image of the Mora on the screen. "And how have you armed these unmanned planes of yours?" he demanded. Zhdanov abruptly ground out his cigarette. With mild interest, Voronin noted the small, almost invisible tremor in the president's hands. The older man's show of nerves was understandable, though unnecessary. The balance of power in this subterranean room had long since shifted. Voronin smiled at Rogozin, though it was a thin, mocking smile that never reached his cool, calculating eyes. "I am happy to inform you that each Mora carries a 150-kiloton nuclear warhead," he said. His tone was that of a man stating certain cold, hard facts. For a long, increasingly uncomfortable moment, the assembled generals, admirals, and cabinet ministers stared back at him, seemingly unable to comprehend what they had just heard. At last, one of them, Alexander Ivashin, head of the General Staff's Military Intelligence Agency, the GRU, blurted out, "You've deployed atomic weapons on American soil. You must be completely mad." "On the contrary," Voronin contradicted him quite calmly. "President Zhdanov and I are both wholly sane. And since we are capable of grasping key facts, we are also able to see clearly what will befall our beloved motherland unless we act, and act quickly." He adopted a tougher tone, taking on some of the mannerisms of a professor lecturing a classroom of dullards on facts they should already know. "It's high time you learn to face reality, harsh though it may be. Our population is aging rapidly. Our industries are obsolete and riddled with corruption. In total, our gross domestic production lags behind that even of Italy." He shook his head in disgust. The time to stay cozily wrapped in the comfortable illusions we've clung to for decades has passed. The sad truth is that Russia is already a third-rate economic and conventional military power. Voronin's eyes roved around the table, daring anyone to deny what he was saying. No one took up the challenge. "One thing only gives us even the semblance of geopolitical strength: our strategic rocket and ballistic missile submarine forces." That drew approving nods, particularly from Colonel General Anatoly Gruzdev, the commander of Russia's strategic rocket forces, and Admiral Golitsyn, the head of the Navy. But then Voronin merely shrugged his shoulders, visibly dismissing the importance of such weapons. "But of what real use have those missiles ever been to us? Even after we've spent trillions upon trillions of rubles designing, building, and storing them away? None. They sit idle in silos, on mobile launchers, and locked inside steel cans circling aimlessly under the sea." "They deter the Americans from destroying us utterly," Gruzdev snapped back, plainly nettled. "Your theories are outdated," Voronin countered effortlessly. "Even a child can see that the Americans have no intention of attacking us militarily. Why should they? The correlation of political and economic forces is entirely in their favor. Time is their ally, not ours. All Washington needs to do is wait patiently while we shrink, shrivel, and finally implode entirely." From the thoughtful, considering looks appearing on some of the faces around the table, he could tell that he'd scored a point. political, economic, and military intelligence analysis confirming what he had said was not popular reading in Moscow's highest circles, but it existed nonetheless. And some of these men, however willfully ignorant they might otherwise be, had obviously seen those same reports. Breaking the silence, Zhdanov rapped the table sharply. Russia's president might have risen to the top of the heap through intrigue and sheer ruthlessness, but his political skills were undeniable. If nothing else, he knew how to read the mood of an audience.
Pavel is right, he declared forcefully. Castle Keep offers us a chance we badly need. A chance to break out of the box we're in. The opportunity to reverse decades of decline, to destroy our single most formidable and dangerous rival, and to restore Russia to its rightful place as the world's foremost power.
Kokorin cleared his throat.
All things devoutly to be wished, Pyotr,
the Minister of Defense said, speaking slowly and with careful deliberation.
But the risks of taking such action exist, Gennady,
Zhdanov said sharply, cutting off the older man.
Nevertheless, given the choice between taking some risks now and facing an inexorable collapse in the not-so-distant future, I choose to act.
He glared around the table.
There is no room for debate on this question. The decision has been made. The weapons are in place. There is no going back now.
He shrugged.
Even if it were desirable, exfiltrating the Mora drones secretly at this stage would be impossible.
The president glanced aside at Voronian.
Continue your briefing on the attack plan, Pavel.
Voronian nodded. His fingers entered more commands on the control pad at his place. They triggered a sophisticated computer program cued to his voice so that as he spoke, icons appeared and moved on the conference room's map displays, visually hammering home the elements of the Castle Keep strike plan as he laid them out. Once our team inside the United States is given the final go code by the President, the Mora UCAVs based there will take off at precisely timed intervals. As soon as they are airborne, our stealth aircraft will proceed to their pre-selected targets along flight paths selected to minimize any risk of detection. Rogozin frowned.
And just what are those targets?
He asked heavily. A range of critical strategic sites, Voronian said. Among them, Washington, D.C. and the Pentagon, the Raven Rock and Mount Weather command bunkers, NORAD headquarters near Cheyenne Mountain, the U.S. Strategic Command headquarters in Nebraska, the 2 American ballistic missile submarine bases, and all 3 of their B-2 and B-52 bomber bases. As he listed them, red targeting symbols blinked into existence on the digital map, scattered across the length and breadth of the United States.
A decapitation strike, Rogozin said in dawning realization.
Voronian nodded. Exactly so, General. Every weapon will be timed to go off over its chosen target at precisely the same instant. Quite literally, in the blink of an eye, our Moras will completely annihilate America's political and military leadership, smash its strategic bomber force, cripple much of its ballistic submarine fleet, and wreck any chance the survivors have of communicating effectively with their remaining forces. Colonel General Gruzdev scowled.
And yet,
he pointed out with a gloom-ridden face,
the American ICBM force will remain intact in its own hardened silos, ready to take its vengeance on us and on our people.
Zhdanov banged his fist down on the table, startling the Strategic Rocket Forces commander into silence.
Not if you do your own fucking job right, Anatoly, he barked. Mr. President, Khrushchev said hesitantly, clearly at a loss.
Zhdanov's jaw tightened.
Think it through, he said with cold emphasis. The moment our early warning satellites detect our bombs going off over the Castle Keep targets, you will launch a massive follow-on strike on the American Minuteman III missile fields using our own ICBMs.
They all stared at him. The implications were clear enough. With America's political and military leaders vaporized in the radioactive ruins of Washington, D.C. and elsewhere, the U.S. military wouldn't be able to react. Not in the brief 30 minutes between the moment Russia's ballistic missiles blasted aloft out of their own silos and that deadly instant when hundreds and hundreds of nuclear warheads rained down across the Minuteman III complexes in Wyoming, North Dakota, and Montana. When the resulting deluge of fire, shockwave, and radiation came to an end, the United States would be left with only a handful of submarines at sea. And America would find itself without any ability to retaliate effectively, not without accepting the massacre of its civilian population by Moscow's own remaining weapons. The war would be over in less than an hour, and with it any future for the United States except as a starveling beggar nation, one entirely dependent on whatever scraps Russia deigned to hand out. Gennady Kokorin stared at Zhdanov in absolute horror.
This is Petrov's plan, he muttered. The plan created by a dying madman with nothing to lose.
Both Voronin and the president shrugged. That much was true, in a sense. Of necessity, Castle Keep incorporated many of the same elements of the strike intended 2 years before by Colonel Alexei Petrov, using the cruise missiles aboard a stealth bomber prototype he had stolen. At the time, left without any alternatives, Zhdanov had been prepared to go along with Petrov's scheme, though under duress. The events of the past years, however, had only proved that the colonel's analysis of Russia's strategic situation was accurate. And further study of Petrov's proposed attack plan had also revealed that the aims he intended could have been achieved, if only the PAC-DA bomber prototype hadn't mysteriously crashed before the renegade colonel could launch his cruise missiles. In retrospect, Zhdanov had increasingly come to regret Petrov's ultimate failure, however relieved he had been at the time. Left unstated, Voronin knew, was the president's own increasing awareness that his time in power was growing short. Either he acted decisively now, or he risked sliding into feeble irrelevance as his health inevitably declined. For Voronin's part, he understood the dangers involved, at least to those tens of millions who might be caught outside the sanctuary offered by this massive bunker and its hundreds of meters of granite shielding. But they were far outweighed, in his judgment, by the useful chaos that would be unleashed by Castle Keep. For now, he had made himself Zhdanov's most trusted counselor. But the men of the old guard were only waiting to pull him down the instant the president lost his own grip on power. If, however, the unmanned Mora aircraft he had created actually succeeded in opening the door to the destruction of the United States, Voronin would have made himself untouchable. No one would be able to stop his rise to power. Not even, he thought coolly, Zhdanov himself. Silently he watched while the men of the Kremlin's inner circle exchanged frightened, ineffectual glances. He fought down the urge to laugh out loud. They would yield to the president's will, and to his. What real choice did they have? But then, to Voronin's surprise, Gennady Kokorin forced himself up out of his chair. The defense minister's face was ashen, almost bloodless, but clearly determined.
"This madness must stop, Pyotr," he said forcefully, "before it drags us all into the abyss."
He stabbed an accusing finger at Voronian.
"This young fool you've allowed to delude you plays with the lives of tens of millions, perhaps hundreds of millions, as though they were nothing more than pieces on a giant chessboard. But this is no game. You cannot put the motherland at risk like this."
Zhdanov stared back at the older man.
"Are you refusing to obey my orders, Minister Kokorin?" he asked.
"Of course," Kokorin snapped back. He turned his gaze to the others in the room.
"As should everyone else in the chain of command, before it's too late and this insane operation ignites the apocalypse."
Voronian leaned closer to Zhdanov.
"This is treason," he pointed out quietly.
Zhdanov nodded sternly. He gestured to his bodyguards. 2 of them came forward from the back of the conference room and grabbed Kokorin's arms. The defense minister's eyes widened in surprise.
"Enough, Gennady,"
Zhdanov growled. He turned to a 3rd bodyguard.
"Deal with this traitor. Immediately."
The 2 security personnel pinning Kokorin's arms hustled him toward the armored door leading into the hallway beyond. The 3rd guard followed behind, already unbuttoning the flap of his holster to pull out his 9mm MP443 Grach pistol. The 4th bodyguard activated the door controls. It swung open. Kokorin and his captors passed through the door. It closed behind them, but not before those still seated in shock around the conference table heard the muffled sound of a shot. Moments later, the armored door swung back open. One of Zhdanov's bodyguards came back in. He nodded formally to the president.
"The problem has been dealt with, sir." "Good," Zhdanov said heavily. "Make sure the mess is cleaned up."
He turned back to the rest of his advisors with a feral gleam in his eyes.
"Do any of you have further objections? If so, you are free to resign, effective immediately."
That shut them up, Voronian noted with satisfaction. Kokorin's sudden execution had settled the matter. Rogozin and the others could no longer doubt the fate in store for anyone who opposed the president or his plans. Anyone who wasn't immediately liquidated on Zhdanov's order would certainly be tossed outside the bunker's sheltering embrace, at a time when the threat of all-out nuclear war loomed very large indeed. When none of the remaining generals and cabinet officials responded, Zhdanov turned back to Voronian.
"Send the appropriate codes to your men in Kansas and Cuba, Pavel," he ordered. "You have my approval for Castle Keep's final phase."
Voronian checked his watch. According to his plan, the first Mora drones, those with the farthest to fly, were scheduled to take off at midnight, U.S. Central Standard Time, roughly 16 hours from this moment. "I will do so at once," he agreed. How fortunate, he thought, that he would never have to reveal to Zhdanov that no such coded orders were necessary. No matter how this discussion had gone, it had always been Voronian's intent to present the president and those around him with a fait accompli. He smiled. "And may I suggest that the appropriate term for the precise instant our drone carried nuclear weapons will detonate is Vremya Unishtorzhenia?" Zhdanov nodded with a grim smile of his own.
"A fitting choice, Pavel. Vremya Unishtorzhenia. Obliteration time it is. Which makes this
U minus 19 hours and counting," Voronian replied. Chapter 37. CIA Headquarters, Langley, Virginia. That same time. Miranda Reynolds, head of the CIA's Directorate of Operations, waited with decreasing patience for the briefer to finish his presentation of all the supposedly significant intelligence and geopolitical developments that had occurred around the world in the past 24 hours. In her jaundiced view, these daily meetings for Langley's high-ranking executives were a complete waste of time. That went double for this seemingly endless key events briefing. Given the agency's internal politics, every section head in every CIA directorate felt it was imperative to shoehorn at least one item related to his or her fiefdom into the morning presentation for Charles Horn, the Director of Central Intelligence. The result, Reynolds thought sourly, was a mind-numbing laundry list of minor events, gossip, rumors, and pure speculation compiled in no particular order of true importance. In fact, if she had to guess, she'd have estimated that roughly 4/5 of the items discussed so far today had about as much real significance as hearing about the president's current favorite flavor of ice cream. From the satisfied expression on his jowly face, however, it was evident that Horn did not share her feelings. The DCI had a deep, almost reverential devotion to the whole concept of staff meetings. No issue seemed real to him until it had first been broken down into bullet points, read out verbatim with excruciating dullness, and then thoroughly beaten to death in the course of an around-the-table discussion where every CIA executive present felt compelled to make some comment, no matter how trivial. Reynolds grimaced. Winston Churchill had once pithily said that jaw-jaw is better than war-war. The current CIA director's version of that quote might well be jaw-jaw is better than work-work. Certainly no one stuck around this top-floor conference table was getting any serious part of their real job done right now. Meanwhile, we've received confirmation of that earlier report of a massive explosion outside Durango. Henry Markham, the briefer, recited gravely, reading off the PowerPoint slide they could all quite plainly see for themselves. Markham was a middle-ranked member of the DCI's personal staff with delusions of importance. Apparently, it was centered on a large compound believed to be the headquarters of a major drug cartel, the Hermandad de la Sangre, the Brotherhood of Blood. Estimates of the numbers of dead run close to 100, all of them apparently senior cartel leaders and enforcers. Gee, what a terrible shame, the head of the Science and Technology Directorate said dryly. I think we can safely resist the temptation to send condolences, Horn agreed with an equally sardonic smile. He turned to Christine Heseltine, who had recently been appointed to manage the Directorate of Analysis. Any guesses as to who did it and how? Heseltine, petite with dark blonde hair and horn-rimmed glasses, leaned forward. I've spoken to my people in the Latin American section, she said. They're inclined to point the finger at some of the other cartels. There's certainly no love lost between the Sinaloa organization and the Brotherhood, for instance. This probably came to a head as part of some undeclared gang war for control over drug and human trafficking in that region of Mexico. As to the method, she shrugged. Probably a truck bomb? A big one. I'd a guess something involving ammonium nitrate. Heads nodded in agreement. Bombs created out of commercial fertilizers had tremendous potential explosive power if they were carefully designed. They had long been a weapon of choice for terrorists and criminals. What about the rumor that a couple of the local farmers are saying that it was actually a bomb dropped from an airplane? Someone else asked. Heseltine shook her head dismissively. I think we can definitively rule that out. She ticked off her reasons with precision. First, realistically speaking, an air attack of that magnitude could only be carried out by a government. It's not the sort of operation that even a powerful cartel like the Sinaloas could hope to pull off. And second, I cannot see any circumstances that would motivate the current Mexican government to wipe out the Brotherhood's leadership like this. Mexico City's whole policy up to now has largely been to turn a blind eye to cartel operations in the hopes of securing some illusion of domestic peace. Maybe the people in power in Mexico City don't have the motive or the means to bomb the crap out of a bunch of narcos, the head of science and technology said. He raised an eyebrow. But we certainly do. Reynolds noticed faces turning in her direction. In the past, CIA Black Ops paramilitary units, the Navy's SEAL teams, and the Army's Delta Force were known to have carried out secret operations deep inside Mexico aimed at the drug cartels. She shook her head with a tight, small smile. This was not our baby, she said flatly. Folks up on Capitol Hill and in the White House will be wondering about that, Horn commented. Reynolds nodded. I'd recommend taking the usual line, she suggested. The bit about not being able to comment on anything that might involve sensitive intelligence and national security matters. That drew the sort of cynical grins she'd expected. The wording was a term of art expressly intended to create useful uncertainty rather than unhelpful clarity. Some would understand it as a denial of CIA involvement. Others would take it as a dark hint that Langley had, in fact, played some role in wiping out the Brotherhood's senior leadership. If nothing else, just leaving open the possibility would boost the agency's reputation as a player in the region, even if it was complete nonsense. Horn jotted down a note to himself. Very good, Miranda, he said approvingly. He turned back to the briefer. Do you have anything else this morning, Henry? Only one more item, Markham said. He scrolled down to the next bullet point. Apparently, there are some indications that the senior Russian leadership may be conducting another strategic command readiness exercise. We've tracked a couple of flights from Moscow out to Yekaterinburg, including one that might be President Zhdanov's personal plane. Horn looked momentarily blank. That's the closest airfield to their Kozvinsky Common Nuclear Command Bunker, Heseltine reminded him. The DCI's face cleared. Ah. On top of that, SIGINT and other technical intelligence we've collected over the past 24 hours may indicate that the anti-ballistic missile units and radars around the mountain have been brought to a higher state of readiness, the briefer continued. Horn turned to Heseltine. Is this anything we need to worry about? The head of analysis shook her head. I strongly doubt it, Director. Moscow runs these kinds of exercises more for domestic political consumption than any serious military purpose. Her tone was laced with irony. It's all the stuff of propaganda. The usual our heroic strategic rocket forces stand ready to guard the motherland against a treacherous sneak attack by the evil West nonsense. Which we have absolutely no intention of ever doing, Horn said, sounding amused. Heseltine nodded. Exactly, sir. This has to be just a show. Another excuse for Zhdanov to strut around in front of his generals and look tough. After the last few years, everybody knows that Russia's conventional forces are largely a joke, at least in a strategic sense. For the boys in the Kremlin, their nuclear weapons are the only thing left propping their country up as a player on the world scene. Every so often, they have to remind everybody of that. And your recommendations? Horn asked. Heseltine considered her response for no more than a few seconds. Just that we continue to observe. It's possible we could pick up some useful technical intelligence about their real command and control methods by watching this exercise unfold. Reynolds leaned in with a suggestion of her own. You might also want to alert the White House and State Department to expect some more meaningless saber-rattling by Moscow, Director. Oh? She nodded. We've seen the pattern before. Zhdanov comes back full of beans after hearing all about his oh-so-powerful nuclear missiles, and then he feels compelled to go out in front of a bunch of TV cameras and blow off steam by uttering the standard-issue dour threats against the sinister machinations of Big Bad NATO and its greedy American paymasters. Horn snorted. None of what she actually means, I suppose. Oh, I've no doubt whatsoever that Zhdanov means every single word, Reynolds told him. She shrugged. But he's also not stupid or crazy enough to believe Russia could ever win a major war against us. And ultimately, of course, that's all that really matters. Aboard the dynamic Voyager, in the Gulf of Mexico west of Florida, a short time later. The crew dining area took up most of the forward superstructure's second level, with a serving hatch that opened into the galley. The tables and chairs, now filled with the men and women of Griffin Force, were bolted to the deck as a precaution against bad weather. For the moment, however, that was a completely unnecessary safety measure. The ship rode easily, steaming south at 12 knots under a bright, almost cloudless sky. White foam curled away from its broad bow as it shouldered through a succession of low, rolling waves. Nick Flynn read through the long email message he'd just received on his smartphone. Ostensibly from an old high school friend, it was full of family news, all about vacations taken or planned, kids in school, mutual acquaintances, and memories of the teenage pranks they'd pulled together. It all sounded completely plausible, and not one word of it was true. In reality, this email was from Fox, one sent using the plain language word code created by the Quartet Directorate to pass messages that wouldn't attract attention from hostile or even friendly government intelligence agencies. Groups like the UK's Government Communications Headquarters, GCHQ, or the US's National Security Agency, Russia's Foreign Intelligence Service, SVR, and China's Ministry of State Security routinely siphoned up all emails, text messages, and phone calls, relying on supercomputers to sift them for anomalies, indications of unusually strong encryption, and various keywords and phrases. Part of Four's training for its agents required the rote memorization of hundreds of seemingly ordinary phrases and words in a wide range of different languages. Each of these phrases or words had very specific secret meanings, which changed depending on how they were used in any given sentence. Apparently a simple idea, it was also fiendishly complex in practice, but thanks to a near-perfect memory and an excellent ear, Flynn had mastered the system over several weeks of painful and painstaking practice shortly after he joined the Quartet Directorate. Now his eyes narrowed as he read the final lines of Fox's message. "Give my best to your folks and the rest of the family, even that crazy distant cousin of yours. What was his name again? Something like Paul, wasn't it?" "Oh, shit," Flynn murmured as different coded phrases shook out in his mind. He felt cold. "Trouble, Nick?" Laura Van Horn asked from across the table they were sharing. With a sigh, he looked up from the phone. "Hell yeah. More than you can imagine, I'm afraid." "I don't know," she said coolly. "I can imagine quite a lot. Try me." Sooner and not later, he was going to have to share some of what he'd been told with the rest of the team, so he might as well start with her. "Fox just received some new intel from one of his remaining sources at Langley," he said. "Let me guess, this wasn't the good kind of intelligence," Van Horn said, watching his eyes. "The kind where we all join hands and sing glad hosannas because the bad guys have seen the light of reason and given up their evil ways?" "Not hardly," Flynn agreed. "Because from what we can tell, Zhdanov and his top advisors have just started what's being described as a strategic nuclear command readiness exercise. Apparently, they've all flown out of Moscow and gone deep underground in one of those big bunkers in the Urals." Van Horn stared at him for a long second. "Well, crap, Nick," she said at last. "You weren't kidding." He smiled ruefully. "I sure wish I was." "So the Russian stealth drones Voronians got hidden somewhere in the States aren't going to be carrying conventional bombs or missiles. And he sure as hell isn't planning to launch some sort of deniable terror campaign," Van Horn said softly. "Nope." Her mouth tightened. "Which boils down to the probability that those UCAVs will be carrying nukes after all." Flynn nodded with equal grimness. "I figure that's the case. So does Brer Fox. It's the only way any of the pieces fit now." Otherwise, there's no reason for Zhdanov and his goons to hightail it to the Urals. He frowned. I bet Voronian sold his bosses on the idea of using nuclear-armed stealth drones to kick the shit out of our command and control. All of our warning systems and defenses are oriented against threats coming in over the polar ice cap or out from across the Pacific or Atlantic, so nobody on our side will even see an all-out attack coming from inside our own territory, let alone be able to do anything to stop it. Which sounds an awful lot like the plan that son of a bitch Petrov blabbed to you aboard that stolen Russian stealth bomber, just before you crashed his crazy ass into a ridge in northern Alaska, Van Horn said. Flynn nodded grimly. Yeah, it does. Well then, I guess that leaves just us, Van Horn realized. Slowly, almost imperceptibly, a tiny hint of amusement flickered into life in her eyes. Flynn stared at her. What's so funny? She shrugged. It's only this, bucko. Nothing's really changed, has it? Nukes or no nukes, it's not like we were going to sit back and let that rat bastard Voronian hit our country unchallenged anyway. The stakes just got a lot higher, he pointed out. If we fail this mission... Van Horn just smiled at him. Right, Flynn said slowly. Failure is not an option. It never was, she reminded him. With your shield or on it, as the Spartan mothers used to tell their sons before battle, we win this fight, or we don't come home. Because there won't be a home left to come back to anyway. Chapter 38. Castle Keep Moroyukov Hangar, rural Kansas. Some hours later. Ivan Strelkov bent his head to clear the underside of Mora 01's wing and moved forward to where one of his aircraft handlers was fitting the clamp of a tractor tug to the drone's nose wheel. He glanced down at his watch. The local time was just past 2300 hours. His pulse quickened. In a little less than an hour, this unmanned machine would lift off under the control of a pilot based in Cuba and fly westward toward its designated target, the American ballistic missile submarine base at Bangor, Washington. As soon as it arrived overhead at a precisely calculated moment, the UCAV would dive straight into Delta Pier, a colossal structure where up to 4 of the enemy's 18,000-ton Ohio-class submarines, each carrying 24 Trident II D5 missiles, were usually berthed. Strelkov smiled, imagining the result. At point-blank range, the detonation of the Mora's 150-kiloton nuclear warhead would leave nothing but twisted and half-melted radioactive hulks littering the bottom of the Hood Canal. The handler finished attaching his tow tug, climbed aboard, and started up. Strelkov stepped back out of the way as the pale gray flying wing began rolling toward the nearest tall bay door. He watched it go with satisfaction, and then turned to where another of his men was busy with the second aircraft tug, readying Mora 02 for its own short journey outside the cavernous warehouse facility that they'd turned into a hangar building. Like its companion, 02 needed to fly more than 2,000 kilometers to reach its own target, the Pentagon. One after another, the 21 remaining drones would follow at precisely selected intervals, each set to obliterate a vital American military or political target. Faced with the need to launch all the Moras in so short a time, Strelkov had opted to move as many of them as possible to their taxi positions outside the huge distribution building. Since it was late at night and the closest town was far away, he was willing to gamble that no one would notice the futuristic-looking aircraft scattered across the vast, unlighted parking lot. Or at least no one who would live long to ask any inconvenient questions, he thought. His observers were already in place along the 2-lane highway outside. They were disguised in the same blue-gray uniforms and felt campaign hats worn by the Kansas Highway Patrol. Any cars or trucks that approached while the UCAVs were deploying and taking off would be stopped, and those inside quickly and efficiently dispatched. By the time any bodies were found, it would be far too late. Strelkov and his team already had their personal gear stowed aboard the convoy of SUVs and semi-trailer trucks that had brought them to this isolated complex several weeks ago. Their escape route had been carefully mapped to stay well away from any American strategic targets that would be nuked by Russia's follow-on ICBMs. The time for caution and concealment was nearly over. Aboard the dynamic Voyager, off the coast of Cuba, in the Straits of Florida, that same time. From his position on the ship's bridge wing, Nick Flynn swept a pair of binoculars through a slow arc. A dull orange glow in the southeast, far off the starboard bow, marked the location of Havana's urban core. Farther west, the dark night sky was broken here and there by isolated patches of brightness. This far out to sea, the coast itself was well below the horizon. What he was seeing was the light haze from the handful of small towns and villages along a 16-mile stretch between the outskirts of the Cuban capital and the port of Mariel.
"We're in position, Nick," a gravelly voice said from over his shoulder. 12 nautical miles north of the beach at Punta Barlovento.
Flynn lowered the binoculars and turned to face Captain Ewan McLennan. Short and wiry and white-haired, the merchant marine officer was one of four's part-timers, agents who could be activated when their special skill sets were needed. The older man looked a little ragged around the edges. A ship the size of the dynamic Voyager ordinarily operated with a considerably larger crew than Fox had been able to put together, so McLennan and his fellow sailors had been pulling double shifts on the voyage south from Florida, never getting more than 4 hours off duty at any time. Flynn nodded gratefully. "Thanks, Captain. Y'all have done wonders to get us here this fast."
"Not a problem," McLennan assured him, "and we'll do our damnedest to be right here waiting for you and your people when the job's done."
He looked back through the open hatch at Jeff Sandoval, one of 2 other merchant marine officers on the bridge.
"How's it looking, Jeff?"
"We're all clear on radar, Skipper," Sandoval reported, after a glance at his screen. "There are no air or sea contacts anywhere in visual range at present. Got a commercial airliner or 2 heading for Havana's Jose Marti International, but we've been listening in on the circuit, and conveniently enough, air traffic control is routing them well away from our position." Flynn handed the binoculars back to McLennan. "Then I guess we'd better get while the going's good." The captain nodded. He stabbed a finger at Sandoval.
"Okay, Jeff. Let's darken the ship. There's no sense in making it any easier for anyone to see that we're here or what we're up to."
The other man moved to a panel and began flipping switches. One by one, dynamic Voyager's red and green marine navigation and white masthead lights vanished. The ship's interior lighting was already doused, so now they were in almost total darkness, except for faint glows from bridge repeaters and control panels, and from far out to sea behind them, where the moon was just beginning to rise in the west. Running dark like this was a total violation of all maritime safety regulations and laws. Then again, Flynn thought with a sudden, wild stab of humor, was it really a big deal that they were breaking more of the sea's traditional rules of the road? Not compared to the much louder hue and cry that could be triggered by Griffin Force's band of heavily armed private commandos blowing up military installations inside a sovereign nation. Hell, piracy was probably the least of the crimes they'd be charged with if this operation went sour and any of them were taken alive. McLennan's eyes gleamed in the sudden blackness.
"Reminds me of old times in the Mekong Delta," the captain commented. "Just gliding along real quiet and waiting for Mr. Charles to put in an appearance. And usually hoping like hell he wouldn't."
As a much younger man, McLennan had put in 2 tours with the U.S. Navy's riverine patrols in South Vietnam, trying to interdict the flow of supplies and manpower to the Viet Cong guerrillas. He stuck out his hand.
Good hunting, Nick.
Flynn took it in a strong grip. Then he pulled down his night vision gear and switched it on. The murky, unlit world around him blinked back into clarity, a razor-sharp vista of black and white. He swung onto a ladder that descended all the way to Dynamic Voyager's long, open aft cargo deck and went down it fast. The men and women of his 2 strike units were gathered at the foot of the ladder, waiting for him. Between their body armor, helmets, weapons, and equipment pouches loaded with extra ammunition and other gear, they were all carrying a lot of extra weight. Flynn's eyes sought out those of Tony McGill, who would lead the assault group tasked with hitting the Cuban military airfield at San Antonio de los Baños. The ex-SAS sergeant grinned back at him. His teeth were startlingly white against the rest of his dark, camouflage-painted face. "All set, Nick?" he asked cheerily. "We've reached our planned launch point off the coast," Flynn told him, raising his voice a little so that everyone could hear over the soft lap of waves against the hull and the deep, throaty rumble of the ship's big diesel-electric engines turning over at low RPMs. "And there's no sign yet that we've been spotted. And since there's no point in waiting around for the enemy to wake up and notice that we're out here off their coast, we're going now?" McGill guessed. "We're going," Flynn agreed. McGill glanced at his watch. "It's just past midnight. Do you still reckon your team needs a head start before my guys kick things off?" "Yeah, I do," Flynn said firmly. "We'll push on as fast as we can once we're feet dry, but I figure we need to build in some extra time in case we get hung up somewhere." "Friction's a nasty, bloody bitch," McGill said with an approving nod of his own, "because she always gets her say." In war, even the simple things were hard, and moving a unit at night in unfamiliar territory was among the most difficult of all military tasks. Flynn's team was almost guaranteed to run into delays along their route. Early on in their mission planning, it had become clear that the 2 Griffin Force teams should lift off from their improvised aircraft carrier in 2 waves, setting out at 2 staggered times. The hoverbikes Flynn's unit would be using were both slower and shorter ranged than the speeders equipping McGill's team. On the other hand, they were also considerably quieter. So his section of Griffin Force would depart first, flying straight to a stretch of little-used country road just inland from the beach. Once there, they'd land, switch the hoverbikes back to ground mode, and drive the rest of the way to a concealed jump-off position near Voronezh's remote operations center. Relying on the machine's silent electric motors should keep the noise level to a bare minimum, but the same need for stealth meant following a circuitous route that avoided towns and major roads. Navigating a maze of narrow dirt farm lanes and even heading cross-country through fields and over irrigation ditches in the dark was bound to be slow going. Flynn turned toward Van Horn and the rest of his team, which now included the former Ranger, Andy Cavada, Dana Perez, the ex-Navy helicopter pilot, and 2 other members of the Navarro Regiment, Roberto Cuellar and Bill Martinez, the first a former Marine with Force Recon experience, and the second a veteran of the Army's 160th Special Operations Aviation Regiment. "Okay, guys," he said quietly. "We're on the clock. Saddle up." Responding instantly, they scattered across the deck, trotting over to the tarped hoverbikes lined up along the ship's open stern. It took only moments for them to haul off plastic sheeting that had sheltered the flyers against weather and observation, and not much longer to loosen the cables tying them down. In pairs, they mounted up. Practice had confirmed that their best pilots were Flynn, Van Horn, Perez, Martinez, and Cook. The other members of the team hopped on behind those 5, with Tadeusz Kosek riding behind Flynn. "Griffin Leader to Griffin Red Team, comcheck," Flynn said into his throat mic. Acknowledgments rippled through his headset. With a nod, he switched frequencies, first confirming that McGill and his people were tied in on their tactical radio net, then checking in with Captain McLennan on the ship's bridge, 4 stories above them. "Griffin Leader to Voyager, do you read me, over?" "Voyager to Griffin Leader, we read you 5 by 5, McLennan replied. confirming that his transmission was both strong and coming in with perfect clarity.
Winds are very light from the south. We're not picking up any new air or sea radar contacts. You are cleared for takeoff at your discretion.
Flynn's finger poised over the hover bike's starter button.
Griffin leader to red team, go for engine start.
He punched the button. Immediately, the machine's 6 turbojets spun up with a low, tooth-grating whine. His eyes darted over the tiny screen set between his handlebars. All 6 icons representing the engines lit up bright green, signaling that they were operating perfectly. He throttled up, feeding more kerosene into the turbojets. Steadily, the engine whine increased, becoming ever shriller. Slowly, the hoverbike lifted off the deck, wobbling just a bit as it climbed several feet straight up in the air. Flynn glanced over his shoulder. The other 4 bikes were all airborne behind him, bobbing gently on thrust reflected off the ship's deck plates.
Griffin leader to red team, he radioed. Follow me.
Smoothly, he transitioned from hover to horizontal flight. Picking up speed rapidly, the hoverbike zoomed low across the deck and plunged off the stern, dropping to within a few feet of the sea surface before coming back level to slash low above the wave tops. Flynn felt a wild, devil-may-care grin flash across his face. Come what may, this kind of high-speed, low-altitude flying was exciting as hell. As a passenger, it had always made him nervous. Being the one at the controls made all the difference. He swung the handlebars sharply left, leaning into a tight turn as the hoverbike curved out over the sea, and then sped south, trailing a rooster tail of spray and foam blasted skyward by its jets. One more quick glance over his shoulder showed that Van Horn and the others were right on his tail. They flew on toward the Cuban coast, hugging the waves to stay off enemy radar. The Griffin Force's red team was headed into battle. Chapter 39. Near Punta Barlovento, Cuba. A short time later. With Flynn in the lead, the 5 Griffin Force hoverbikes streaked low over an empty, moonlit beach and immediately started decelerating. 100 yards inland, the shoreline's expanse of sand, rocks, and low-lying scrub gave way to a mix of trees, thicker brush, and tall grass. A narrow dirt trail, bordered by trees on both sides, ran south deeper into the Cuban countryside. Flynn brought his hoverbike in for a vertical landing on this trail. The others came in right behind him. The instant they touched down, Tadeusz Kosek and the other passengers slid off and fanned out around the little knot of landed vehicles, with their rifles up and ready to meet any unexpected surprises. Flynn and the other pilots switched off their turbojets. The shrill howl faded away, leaving only silence. Quick button pushes started the process of transitioning the bikes to electric-powered ground mode. Smoothly, each hoverbike's 4 tires rotated back upright and slid into position in 2 linked pairs, turning them into quadricycles again. The procedure took less than a minute to complete. At a hand signal from Flynn, Kosek and the others on guard remounted. Together, the 5 bikes headed south, ghosting deeper into Cuba. Only the faint hum of electric motors and the soft crunch of gravel and dirt under their tires marked their otherwise silent trek. Rail crossing, east of Bauta, Cuba, a short time later. Flynn drove slowly across the tracks. The hoverbike's 4 big tires bumped over the railroad's gravel bed and blocky concrete ties and came back down onto the narrow dirt path on the other side. This was a crossing point for field hands on foot or bicycle who were working the neighboring fields of sugarcane and pineapple. Just across the rail line, the path veered sharply to the right to avoid a tangle of overgrown trees and brush, probably the remains of a long-abandoned orange grove. Over the whir and rustle of insects stirring among the trees, he could hear the soft whining noises made by the 4 other quadricycles a little way behind him. Flynn checked his mental map of their route. They were still about 4 miles west of their target, and his best guess was that they were now several minutes behind their ideal timetable, just as he'd expected. But he resisted the urge to speed up straight away. Doing so before Van Horn and the others had joined him on this side of the double-tracked rail line would only increase the chances that someone might fall back and make a wrong turn, or run into some other kind of trouble without anyone else noticing. Suddenly, a bright spotlight speared out of the darkness ahead. Hit full-on by the beam, his night vision gear automatically switched off its light intensifiers to avoid overloading his sight. "Alto, halt!" a voice snarled in distinctively Cuban-accented Spanish. "Stop that machine and get your fucking hands in the air, now!" From behind him, Flynn heard Cossack mutter, "Oler." Shit. Narrowing his eyes against the glare, he could now make out 2 men pointing pistols at them. Both wore pale blue shirts, dark slacks, and gray berets, the uniform of Cuba's National Revolutionary Police. The spotlight practically blinding him was fixed to the driver's side window of their compact patrol car, a Peugeot 106 Mini hatchback. The car had been evidently backed in among the overgrown orange trees for concealment. Bringing the hoverbike to a stop, Flynn slowly raised his hands, palms outward, an action imitated by Cossack. The last thing he wanted to do was spook these guys into shooting first and asking questions later. "Easy there, comrades," he said, using the same Cuban version of Spanish, deeper toned and faster, with a lot more sounds simply dropped or elided than the Spanish spoken by Tejano relatives on his mother's side of the family. "What's the problem here?" One of the policemen, a corporal by the single chevron on his shoulder boards, glanced nervously at his superior. His 9mm Makarov pistol wavered slightly. Sergeant?" he said hesitantly. "I don't think these are the smugglers we're hunting. They look like soldiers." "No shit, Felipe," the older man growled back. "What gave it away? The guns? The helmets?" His pistol didn't budge an inch from Flynn and Cossack. "The question is, whose soldiers exactly? I served my time in the army, and I never saw any gear or uniforms like that." Flynn saw a possible opening, one that might at least buy them some time. "You're quite right, Sergeant," he said briskly. "We're part of a brand new unit, the Revolutionary Guard's Special Battalion. We're out on a night training exercise practicing silent infiltration tactics." He smiled disarmingly. "And evidently we have a lot more to learn since you and the corporal here ambushed us so easily." He nodded with his chin toward one of the pouches on his tactical vest. "I can show you my identity card if that would help." The police sergeant jerked his pistol slightly. "You do that, comrade," he said, practically spitting out the last word. "But you lower one hand only, and you do it very, very slowly. Because if I see anything but an ID card coming out of that pouch, I'll blow a fucking hole in your fucking face. Clear?" Flynn nodded carefully. "Definitely clear." Without turning his head, the Cuban sergeant snapped an order to his subordinate. "Meanwhile, Felipe, you call this into headquarters. See if they know anything about a bunch of soldiers operating in our patrol area tonight." "Yes, Sergeant," the corporal responded. He started to back up toward the car. "Damn," Flynn thought. A bead of sweat slid down from under his helmet lining. So much for buying time. The moment that radio call went through, this mission was completely blown. Given the stakes, what looked like an all-out nuclear attack on the United States in the works, they'd have to press on regardless, but there'd be no chance of achieving surprise, either at Voronezh's control center or at the San Antonio de los Baños airfield. And without surprise, they were basically all dead. Van Horn's calm, cool voice ghosted through his headset. "Nick? Tadeusz? Lean right. Now." He obeyed, as did Cossack, inclining sideways in their hoverbike seats. The police sergeant scowled. His pistol swiveled to stay centered on them. "I said, don't—" Pop, 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 pop. 4 rapid-fire shots erupted from close behind them, only partially muffled by a suppressor. Hit twice, once in the chest and once in the forehead, the sergeant's mouth opened wide in horrified amazement. No sounds emerged. His Makarov pistol wavered and then fell out of his suddenly nerveless hand. He slumped forward, dropped first to his knees, and finally collapsed face down on the ground. Rivulets of blood, black in the glaring white spotlight beam, trickled across the dirt. The younger man, also shot twice, spun around and went down hard. A hand scrabbled frantically for the weapon he'd dropped. "Damn it," Van Horn said quietly. She fired a 5th shot. This one hit him high up in the back. He shuddered once and lay still. Flynn breathed out. That had been much too close. He swung round in the seat. Except for Van Horn, the other members of his force were staring, either at him or at the bodies sprawled just ahead of them. She was busy unscrewing a suppressor from the muzzle of her Sig Sauer P226 pistol. Immediately his mind shifted back into gear. His job was to lead, not to stand around with his mouth hanging open because he was still surprised to find himself alive and unwounded. "Cook, Vukovic," he snapped. "Shut off that frickin' spotlight and shove that car back deeper into those trees. Martinez and Cavada, drag those bodies off a ways, somewhere out of sight." He checked the time. "We're burning up our margin for error fast, people. Step on it." Outside the remote operations center, southwest of Havana, a short time later. Cradling his HK-417 rifle, Flynn low-crawled up to the edge of the tree line. The rest of his team slithered into position on either side of him. They'd left their hoverbikes parked out of sight farther back in this dense stand of sumac, mariposas, and dwarf palms. He flipped his regular night vision goggles higher up on his helmet and pulled a pair of powerful light amplifier binoculars out of one of his vest pouches. The others did the same. Following his lead, they scanned the ground stretching ahead of them. Switching to binoculars made sense because from this far away, higher levels of digital magnification were necessary to pick out useful details. A squat, windowless, thick-walled concrete building with rows of white domes across its flat roof sat about 300 yards to the east. Since there were no lights set outside the structure, the entire area was cloaked in darkness. Flynn frowned in concentration. At first glance, their primary target looked abandoned, as though it were only an old storage facility left over from the long-ago Cold War days, when this whole area was still a major Soviet intelligence base. But the brand-new satellite internet dishes under those white protective domes told a very different story. Behind those solid walls, Voronyan's pilots were almost certainly readying their U.S.-based squadrons of remotely controlled stealth drone aircraft for flight. From here, Flynn and his team also had a good view of the local access road that connected the operations center to a wider boulevard about a half-mile away, one running due east to the larger campus of Cuba's University of Information Sciences. The single-lane access road came up from the south and then made a right turn into a small parking area directly in front of the building. Except for the road and parking lot, there was just a wide-open stretch of grassland between their current position and the building. Occasional small rises and hollows across that cleared ground offered a couple of possible concealed avenues of approach for anyone who stayed low, but none that would be easy. Easy or not, Flynn knew, taking advantage of every piece of potential cover and concealment was the only way his team was going to get closer to Voronyan's operations center without being cut to pieces. Now that they had a clearer view into the patches of light woods flanking that building on either side, the true extent of its ground defenses came into very sharp and painful focus. Trenches had been dug around the outer edges of each clump of trees. Heaped sandbags marked firing positions for machine guns and light mortars, and range stakes planted out in the open ground showed that the defenders already had their small arms and other automatic weapons zeroed in. Flynn grimaced. At a guess, those trenches, machine gun nests, and mortar pits could shelter up to 2 platoons of troops, a total of more than 40 Cuban infantrymen and gunners. Probably no more than a couple of squads, say roughly 12 to 16 men, would be standing to on the alert at any given time, but the rest wouldn't take more than a minute or so to man those defenses once an alarm was raised. As if that weren't bad enough, he could also see that whole stands of trees had been cut down to create clearings that were now occupied by several armored vehicles, sitting silent and motionless at the moment, but full of latent fighting power and menace. To hide those vehicles from aerial and satellite surveillance, the Cubans had strung thick swaths of camouflage netting overhead to mimic the treetops and leaf-covered branches that made up a real forest canopy. In the woods to the north of Voronezh's operations center, the most dangerous of the vehicles Flynn could identify was a 41-ton T-62 main battle tank. Even modernized as it was, with thicker armor and an upgraded fire control system, the Soviet-era tank would be no match for a U.S. M1A2 Abrams, which made it too darn bad they didn't have an Abrams with them, he thought wryly, because that T-62 could grind his small band of commandos into the dust under its huge treads once it got moving, or more likely simply shred them with its 115mm smoothbore main gun, 7.62mm coaxial machine gun, and 12.7mm Dishka turret-mounted heavy machine gun. Beyond the T-62, he could make out the shapes of 2 smaller vehicles. One was a 4-wheeled BRDM-2 scout car. The other looked like an 8-wheeled BTR-60 armored personnel carrier. 3 more armored vehicles were positioned in the other patch of woods, the one to the south. One of them appeared to be a PT-76 light tank. The other 2 were about the same size, but they were tracked BTR-50s, old Soviet-era troop transports. Flynn sighed inside. Antiquated though this oddball assortment of armor might be on a modern battlefield, the collection of vehicles still mounted more than enough firepower to pulverize a squad-sized light infantry assault in seconds. He swallowed hard against the taste of bile rising in his throat. Whoever had said there were no unwinnable battles was a moron. Gritting his teeth, he forced himself to resume his careful survey of the Cuban defensive positions. Somewhere, somehow, there might be a weakness he could exploit. Realistically speaking, failure, despite his earlier brave words, might actually be an option in these circumstances. But giving up and turning tail sure as hell wasn't. From farther down the line of Prone 4 agents, Hines rattled off a litany of soft-voiced but deeply heartfelt profanities. He lowered his own binoculars and glanced toward Flynn with a worried look. "You know, sir, this is beginning to seem like a really fucking bad idea." Flynn forced himself to offer the other man a lazy smile. "You just noticed that, Cole? Remind me to sign you up for another refresher course on tactics when we get back to the States." His retort drew fast answering grins from the others, including Hines. Maybe what he'd said wasn't very funny, but the fact that he could still make the effort to joke around mattered to those under his command. No matter how much he might agree with Hines, one of his chief tasks was to keep up their morale, even in circumstances that made optimism seem like complete and total bullcrap. Flynn raised his binoculars again. They swept across a pair of sentries standing behind the raw earthen scar that marked the edge of one of the Cuban trenches. Both had AKM assault rifles slung over their shoulders. Neither wore body armor. Score one at least for the good guys, he thought. The ballistic plates he and the rest of the Griffin force wore might not stop high-velocity rifle rounds all the time, but the extra protection against fragments and pistol-caliber bullets they offered still provided a real edge in combat. He started to scan away from them, going farther down the trench line, and then stopped. Hold on, he thought, aware of something important, something he'd just seen, niggling at the corner of his mind. He refocused his binoculars on the two sentries. Only one man wore night vision gear, with what looked like early-model Russian-made goggles clipped to his helmet. The other Cuban soldier simply had a flashlight mounted on the barrel of his assault rifle, which had to mean the defenders were desperately short of the high-tech equipment they needed to fight effectively at night, Flynn suddenly realized. No other explanation made sense. With only a fraction of his force on alert at any given moment, the Cuban commander would otherwise have made sure all of his sentries were as well equipped as possible. No doubt the Cubans had spotlights rigged in places, along with mortar-fired parachute flares, to illuminate a nighttime battlefield. But those would only matter in a set-piece engagement, one where the defending troops engaged in attacking force charging straight across the kill zone created by all that open ground. With lightning speed, the bare-bones sketch of a plan began taking shape in Flynn's mind. And best of all, he hoped, it was a plan that might even work, at least given a lot of luck and skill working in tandem. Quickly, he stuffed his binoculars back into their vest pouch and turned to his team. "Listen up," he said quietly. "Here's how we're going to play this." A couple of minutes later, with Flynn in the lead, 8 of the 10 members of Griffin Force's red team darted out of the tree line in ones and twos, crouching low to stay out of sight of the Cuban sentries posted in the woods a few hundred yards ahead of them. They dropped flat almost right away and started crawling toward the enemy positions, using the minimal cover offered by the open grassland's low hummocks and shallow dips to hide their movements wherever possible. Tadeusz Kossak and Andy Kavada, each tasked with a separate mission, stayed behind at the very edge of the trees. Kossak lay prone, sighting through the night scope of his Finnish-made TRG-42 sniper rifle. Kavada, the Cuban-American Ranger veteran, knelt down next to a tree trunk several yards away, carefully balancing the 28-pound weight of their unit's single N-Law on his shoulder. His eyes were glued to the missile launcher's telescopic night optic. Both men waited patiently, ready to act the instant Flynn gave them the necessary orders, or if the situation went very badly wrong before that moment came. Mora Remote Operations Center, Northern Defense Outpost, a short time later. Cuban Revolutionary Army Colonel Agustin Hidalgo sat at his field desk. Under the canvas tarp roofing this earthen dugout, a single small battery-powered lamp provided barely adequate illumination for the paperwork in front of him. A handful of the requisition forms needed to request the transfer of more pieces of night vision gear from Cuba's special forces, colloquially known as the Black Wasps, to his own garrison unit. Frowning, he took off his reading glasses and massaged his aching eyes. This request, his 5th so far, would probably be denied like all the others, but if nothing else, the effort soothed his conscience. As far as his superiors in the Ministry of the Revolutionary Armed Forces were concerned, the equipment he wanted was expensive and scarce, which meant only a handful of pieces could be doled out to any one unit, especially to one that owed its existence more to Cuba's ever-pressing need for hard currency than to any of the island nation's legitimate national security concerns. It would be helpful to his cause, Hidalgo thought bitterly, if their Russian paymasters ever decided to fill him in on the precise timetable for their operation, whatever it really was. That, however, was quite clearly not going to happen. His counterpart, Fyodor Moresyev, had made it abundantly clear that their two groups, his veteran pilots and Hidalgo's conscript soldiers, existed in two very different worlds. In the Russian commander's view, the Cuban colonel's real need-to-know began and ended with the terse admonition, "You and your troops will guard our outer perimeter until further notice. That is your only duty, Comrade Colonel Hidalgo. Nothing else should concern you." Hidalgo looked up in irritation as one of his subordinates, a first lieutenant, brushed aside the curtain that screened off his portion of the small dugout from the outside. "Sir," the younger man said quickly, "I think something's going on." Hidalgo grabbed his pistol belt and rose from his desk. "Show me, Fuentes," he ordered. He followed the lieutenant up a few short steps cut out of hard-packed dirt and emerged into darkness. Off to the west, the rising moon was still so low that it spilled only a tiny amount of silvery light under all these trees and camouflage netting, just enough to allow him to make out the huge silhouette of their attached T-62M tank parked some meters away. Blinking rapidly while he waited for his eyes to adjust, Hidalgo snapped, "Now, what is it?" "Listen, Colonel," the young officer said urgently. He waved a hand at the night sky off to the west. And then Hidalgo heard what he meant. The shrill, keening wail of high-pitched jet engines streaking past some kilometers away. From the sounds, those aircraft were flying at very low altitude as they came racing from somewhere to the north before beginning to curve back east at high speed. Toward the airfield at San Antonio de los Baños, in fact. He suppressed an exasperated snort. It would do no good to lose his temper with Fuentes, especially since it was proving so difficult to teach his junior officers the importance of taking initiative, instead of always waiting for direct orders. He clapped a kindly hand on the lieutenant's shoulder. "It's nothing for you to worry about, Ignacio," he said patiently. "My guess is that's only some of the MiG pilots in our glorious Air Force showing off their low-level night-flying skills, and incidentally scaring the devil out of every civilian between here and the coast." His lip curled. "I suspect their base commander will very soon be receiving a large number of extremely angry telephone calls from Havana." Fuentes nodded, obviously relieved. "Yes, sir." Straightening up, Hidalgo turned back to his dugout. He wouldn't be able to get to sleep until he finished filling out those tiresome requisition forms. Behind him, the shrill noise of jet engines faded. The MiG fighters they'd heard must be landing, he thought tiredly, already beginning to dismiss the entire episode from his mind. Chapter 40. San Antonio de los Baños Military Airfield. That same time. 5 carbon-black jet speeders blazed low across the darkened countryside in a loose diamond formation. Fields of tobacco and sugarcane, orange groves, and stretches of brush-choked waste ground dotted with palms and other trees flashed beneath them, looming up out of the darkness with startling swiftness and then vanishing astern just as rapidly. To avoid being picked up by Cuba's air defense radars, they were practically right down in the dirt, flying barely 50 feet above the ground on a carefully pre-plotted course that dodged around towns and villages. Aboard the lead speeder bike as it swept through a turn that brought the formation around to fly east-northeast, Tony McGill craned his head slightly to the side. Buffeting from the slipstream pummeled his visored helmet, but he wanted to be able to see past his pilot, Piero Lucente. There, directly ahead and only a few miles away, he spotted 2 parallel gray lines stretching across a patchwork quilt of fields and buildings. On this heading, they were aimed straight along the axis of the airbase's main runway and its adjoining primary taxiway, and closing in at nearly 120 knots, covering 2 nautical miles every minute. Bright lights twinkled across the sprawling complex, outlining rows of barracks, machine shops, warehouses, maintenance hangars, and offices, as well as additional paved strips that led off the runway to separate clusters of camouflaged aircraft shelters. A somewhat dimmer gleam higher up marked where a glassed-in control tower rose to the right of the runway and taxi strip. This was the fighter interceptor base closest to Havana, Cuba's political and military center of power. Even without MiG-29s or MiG-23s currently in the air, The Cuban Air Force controllers on duty needed to be ready to handle possible flight operations at any time, day or night. Struck suddenly by the sheer size of the base they were streaking toward, McGill frowned. Studying maps and satellite photos had been one thing. Seeing this large complex spreading out ahead of them in real life was quite another. If there was any consolation, he thought, it was that the collapse of the old Soviet Union had forced Cuba's authoritarian regime to drastically downsize its military establishment. Without hundreds of billions of rubles a year in subsidies from Moscow, the island nation had been forced to rely on its own limited resources, and modern combat aircraft were enormously expensive. So instead of 30 or 40 MiG fighters and fighter bombers, there ought to be a mere handful stationed here now. On the darker side of that equation, even if the Cubans had only 5 or 6 operational aircraft hidden in their camouflaged shelters, those planes would still be backed by dozens of ground staff and security personnel, which meant his 10-man quartet directorate team could easily be outnumbered by 20-1 or more. And if even a single Cuban MiG got off the ground, the ex-SAS sergeant realized somberly, the whole Griffin strike force, Flynn's section included, would be in grave danger, hammered by bombs and high-velocity cannon fire from the air, and completely unable to extract safely to the ship waiting for them off the coast. Which was simply not an acceptable price, McGill decided. He keyed his mic. Griffin 2 leader to Griffin Blue Team, he radioed. Attack as briefed. Go in hard and fast, he reminded them. We have the edge in mobility, use it wherever possible. Don't get bogged down in prolonged firefights. If you run into a strong point, engage the bastards only long enough to rattle them, but then shift double quick to another target before they even figured out you've buggered off. 1-3 to lead. Basically, you're just saying we should use our Muhammad Ali ninja fu. Javier Torres, one of the Cuban Americans attached from the Navarro Regiment, replied, sounding amused. The powerfully built former Marine had been his unit's light heavyweight champion. He was riding behind Cristino Ros, who'd flown MV-22 Ospreys for the U.S. Air Force's Special Operations Command. Their assigned call signs were Griffin 1-3 and 1-2, respectively. Float like a butterfly and sting like a bee. Bloody well put, 1-3, McGill admitted. Obviously, he'd allowed his own case of nerves to lead him astray. Everyone on his team was a combat veteran. They knew what to do. He glanced past Lucente. The base runway was coming up with breathtaking speed. It was high time he readied his own weapons. Thankful for the quick-release harness that held him securely in the speeder's rear seat as they moved low above the ground, he lifted his slung HK-417, pulled a 40mm HE grenade out of the bandolier across his chest, and slid it into the launcher fitted under the rifle's barrel. Lucente veered slightly to fly straight down the taxiway paralleling the wider main runway. 2 of the other 4 jet speeder bikes in their loose diamond formation stayed on his tail about 200 yards back, but slid into echelon off to his left side. The remaining pair veered away, aiming for their own initial targets. The one-time Italian Army helicopter pilot eased back on his throttles as they screamed past rows of low, flat-roofed outbuildings. The speeder shed velocity as it reduced thrust. To compensate, all 8 paired jet engines swiveled slightly toward the ground, adding lift to keep their vehicle aloft. The airfield's 4-story high control tower loomed out of the darkness ahead of them, growing larger and ever more distinct with astonishing rapidity. Thanks to glowing radar screens, computer monitors, and other active electronic equipment inside, the large windows enclosing its darkened uppermost level were plainly visible against the night sky. McGill raised the HK-417 rifle to his shoulder. He took the grip of the attached underbarrel grenade launcher in his left hand. 1, 2. The speeder slashed through the air, no more than 20 yards from the top of the control tower, and he had a fleeting impression of shocked faces inside looking up from their equipment, caught completely off guard by the sudden ear-splitting noise made by jet engines howling past right outside. He squeezed the launcher's trigger. Thump. There was almost no recoil. A window shattered, punched inward by the 40mm grenade he'd just fired. McGill craned his neck around as they sped onward. Bump. A blinding white flash silhouetted the control tower's upper level from within as the grenade detonated. Instantly, all the windows blew out in a glittering cascade of shattered glass and burning debris. A cloud of dirty gray smoke billowed outward, veiling the scene. Lucente banked the speeder into a hard, tight turn, coming around over the runway itself to fly back west. Just ahead to their left, McGill saw two dazzling orange flashes light the night. The pair of jet speeders following them, one flown by Ross with Torres as her gunner, and the other by Ritis Dauxa with Einar Haugen in the second seat, had swept low over a row of 5 Cuban Mi-8 helicopters parked on a paved apron. With superb aim, Torres and Haugen had just hit 2 of those helicopters with 40mm thermobaric grenades. Both Mi-8s shuddered violently, torn apart inside by powerful fuel-air explosions. Their own fuel tanks ruptured, spraying hundreds of gallons of blazing aviation kerosene across the apron. In seconds, all 5 parked helicopters were on fire from nose to tail rotor. Clouds of thick, oily black smoke boiled higher into the sky. Alert sirens keened across the airbase, rising and falling in eerie, discordant howls. Lights were going on in buildings across the compound as Cuban air and ground crews and security troops who'd been asleep or otherwise off-duty began scrambling for their clothes and gear and weapons. McGill saw 2 half-dressed soldiers burst out of a barracks farther down the flight line. One crammed a Soviet-style steel helmet onto his head as he ran. The other was bareheaded and still shrugging into his tunic. Frantically, they sprinted toward a nearby anti-aircraft gun position. The weapon inside the protective ring of stacked sandbags was a Russian-made Zu-23. With a trained crew, that twin-barreled autocannon was capable of firing hundreds of 23mm rounds per minute. 11 o'clock low, Piero, he warned. Lucente nodded. I see them. He swung into another tight turn and chopped his throttles to slow the speeder bike drastically. They dropped lower, descending at an angle to just a few feet off the ground. Dust and gravel and bits of torn grass whirled away in their wake, ripped loose by the blast of sharply angled jet engines. McGill sighted down the barrel of his HK-417, leading the 2 running men as the speeder slid past them about 60 yards away. He squeezed off several shots in rapid succession. Spent 7.62mm shell cases spun away from the right side of his weapon. One of the Cubans folded over and instantly went down. The other staggered and reeled away across the gravel, clutching at his stomach. McGill let him go, knowing he was out of the fight and probably dying. Quickly, McGill shifted his grip back to the underbarrel grenade launcher and slotted in another HE grenade. Then he half-turned against the tug of his harness, aiming back toward the 2-story building those gunners had just darted out from. It was obviously still used by the base garrison. Light spilled out from its open main doors. Men were grouping there, either still readying their weapons or trying to nerve themselves up to charge outside. Too late, chums, the ex-SAS sergeant murmured. He fired the grenade straight through the doorway. It went off in a quick burst of bright white flame and a puff of grayish smoke. Agonized screams echoed sharply from inside the barracks, audible even over the crackling roar of the fuel-fed flames consuming the Mi-8 helicopters. And then a roiling wake of heated jet engine exhaust slammed down across him as the speeder flown by Cristina Rose flashed by low overhead, streaking down the center of the runway toward another Zu-23. Torres was leaning past her, shooting toward the sandbagged gun. Shredded bits of burlap sacking and pulverized sand sprayed in all directions. Suddenly, a glowing curtain of tracers rippled outward from the gun position, ripping through the darkness like gouts of molten rock hurled by a volcano. Flashes erupted all around Rosen Torres as multiple proximity-fused HE rounds exploded within yards of them. Caught by a deadly hail of jagged splinters, the jet speeder rolled over and slammed into the runway at more than 60 knots. Mangled wreckage slid onward across the concrete in a blinding shower of sparks, already blazing as its fuel ignited on impact. Too late, McGill realized the 23mm anti-aircraft gun was already manned. Swearing frantically, he thumbed in another grenade from his bandolier. The Cuban gun was more than 300 yards away, well outside his grenade launcher's effective range against point targets, but maybe he'd get lucky. Lucente saw the threat in the same moment and accelerated. Staying right on the deck, he brought the jet speeder through another hard, tight turn. A glittering torrent of 23mm tracer rounds slashed low across the runway, sliding ever closer. The four-pilot jinked hard left and then back right, trying to shake off the Cuban gun crew's aim as they desperately tried to bring their autocannon to bear on the small, agile flying machine zooming closer at high speed. McGill felt his stomach muscles tighten with fear. Now it was a race, he understood, with life or death as the prize. "Hold on," Lucente yelled. He pulled back sharply, sending the jet bike arrowing almost straight upward, trading speed for altitude. Tracers rippled past well below them. The Cubans had failed to react quickly enough to their zoom climb. 300 feet off the deck, the Italian leveled out. His hands danced across the controls. Responding, the speeder's 8 paired turbojet engines pivoted to point straight down. Balanced on their thrust, the bike hovered almost motionless in midair. Reacting immediately, McGill leaned out over the side of the bike, sighting down the barrel of his HK-417. He could see the ZU-23. Its twin barrels were elevating rapidly toward them, coming back on target. Operating on instinct, he squeezed the trigger of the attached launcher. His 40mm HE grenade burst right on target inside the gun position in a searing flash of white light. Fragments scythed across the 2 Cuban gunners, tossing them up against the sandbagged walls in a welter of blood. McGill breathed out in relief and risked a quick look around the ground below them. From this high up, he could see fires burning out of control in various places around the airbase. Smoke coiled across the complex and the runway and taxiways, a dense, impenetrable cloud in some areas, but only a thin gray haze in others. The steady crackle of small arms fire echoed from several directions. Bodies were strewn across the pavement outside some of the buildings, showing where other members of his Griffin force had successfully ambushed Cuban pilots, ground crews, gunners, and others as they rushed to their action stations. With sudden amazement, McGill realized that no more than a couple of minutes could have elapsed from the moment they'd started their attack. He felt a sudden wave of sorrow at the loss of Rosen Torres and fought to hold it back. If he lived through this night, there would be time later to grieve their deaths. Right now, the ability to compartmentalize emotion was key. He needed to regain some measure of control over this increasingly chaotic battle. He spoke into his mic. "Griffin 2 leader to Blue Team," he said. "Report status." "Griffin 1-7 to lead," Alex Zayas radioed back. "Cruz, Rodriguez, Talich, and I are working our way on foot through the northeast quadrant. We parked our bikes behind some woods in Sector 1. The control tower is totally out of action, and we've wrecked what looks like their local HQ." McGill nodded to himself. Their mission rehearsals had shown that the speeder bikes were best suited to the very early stages of any attack, during the moments when they still retained almost total surprise. That was when the mobility and sheer striking power conferred by the 2-man flying machines offered enormous advantages. Losing Rosen Torres so quickly didn't mean their tactical appreciation had been wrong. Sadly, their deaths had been one of the rotten fortunes of war, he thought. where Murphy's Law ruled supreme. Whatever could go wrong would. But those same planning exercises and drills had shown that as any action went on, it was safer and more effective for Four's raiders to move and fight dismounted, where they could take full advantage of any cover and also shoot more effectively. Hitting targets at anything beyond close range from the back of a speeding jet bike was never an easy task. "Any casualties in your group?" he asked. "Rodriguez took some grenade fragments clearing the HQ," Zayas reported back. "But he's still good to move and fight. Right now we're pushing toward what looks an awful lot like an armory of some kind. I figure if we can blow that, we'll take a lot of the fight out of these communist sons of bitches." "Copy that, 1-7, McGill acknowledged. Zayas' plan was a good one. In most circumstances, only security personnel on duty would be carrying anything heavier than personal sidearms. The rest of the base's infantry-type weapons, assault rifles, submachine guns, grenades, machine guns, and the like, should be under lock and key in armories. While it was possible, perhaps even likely, that a base this size had more than one secured storage area for weapons, seeing a significant fraction of their arsenal destroyed before they could arm themselves ought to seriously dent the morale of the Cuban defenders. And given the odds against McGill and his team, every enemy soldier who became more interested in saving his own skin than in fending off this bolt-from-the-blue surprise attack was good news. Einar Haugen's voice came through over their radio net next. "Griffin 1-5 to lead," the Norwegian Commando veteran said. McGill could hear the high-pitched rattle and crackle of rapid rifle fire in the near background. Haugen and his Lithuanian teammate were evidently in the middle of a firefight. "Raidis and I are deployed in the fruit orchard at the edge of the southwest quadrant." "Situation?" McGill asked. "The Cubans are making a real push here," Haugen replied. "They've made 3 rushes in our direction already. I'd say we've killed or wounded about 15 so far." McGill frowned. "Then fade back and break contact, Einar. We're here on a raid, not to fight pitched battles." "Negative on that lead," the Norwegian said simply. "Some of those we've shot are wearing flight suits, and they all seem very determined to get to that cluster of hardened aircraft shelters a couple of 100 meters behind us, or to die trying. So far, we have been able to oblige them on that score." And then McGill understood. All along, the question they had not been able to answer was, which of the Cuban air base's 40 or so camouflaged aircraft shelters held real MiG-29 interceptors or MiG-23 fighter bombers? Most were certainly empty, maintained in working order solely to absorb bombs or cruise missiles in the unlikely event that the United States ever decided to attack the hostile island nation not far off its shores. So the desperate attempts the Cuban pilots and ground crews were making to break past Dauxa and Haugen were a clear indication, the military equivalent of a poker tell, that those particular shelters actually contained flyable combat aircraft. McGill took a deep breath. Everything they'd done so far to destroy this airbase's command and control and to sow chaos and confusion was all to the good. But knocking out those MiGs was the team's primary mission objective. If they could destroy those planes, they would strip the Cubans of any ability to intervene against Flynn's force from the air, or to hunt down the Griffin force as it withdrew back out to sea. In their original plan, Cristina Ros and Javier Torres had been tasked with destroying any aircraft found on the ground. Now that they'd been killed, the job fell on his shoulders and those of Piero Lucente. "Understood, 1-5, McGill told Haugen. "You keep the bastards pinned. We'll take care of those shelters." He leaned forward in his seat and clapped the pilot on the shoulder. The Italian's head turned. "Let's go, Piero," he said, pointing toward the group of camouflaged shelters Haugen had identified. From the air, a paved stretch of what looked like a street seemed to split 4 ways, into short roadways that simply seemed to vanish into clumps of trees and brush. In reality, he knew, those were taxiways right up to the doors of enormous reinforced concrete hangars. Each hangar was built into an artificial mound of dirt and rock to prevent thermal and radar scans from revealing whether it was in use. I think it's high time we blew the living shit out of some bloody Cuban MiGs. Lucente nodded. Si, Tony. He switched their turbojets out of hover mode and dived again, picking up speed on the way. He leveled out a few feet off the ground, and they flew south across rows of crops planted adjacent to the runway. McGill shook his head. The base garrison must have to grow some of its own food, a clear sign of Cuba's economic distress. No wonder Veronian had been able to secure the cooperation of Havana's authoritarian regime. Offer the communist kleptocrats in charge enough cold hard cash, and they'd do anything the Raven Syndicate asked. Well, he thought grimly, noting the rapidly spreading fires and smoke shrouding the airbase, if nothing else, Cuba's rulers were in the process of learning the hard way that helping Veronian incurred its own punishment. Lucente set them down in one corner of a field, close to a small group of trees, near to where the taxi strip split apart into 4 paths. Dust, leaves, and grass swirled around the speeder bike in a miniature cyclone as they came in for a vertical landing. The roiling currents slowly subsided when he shut their engines down. As soon as the turbojets spooled to a stop, McGill hit the quick-release buckle on his harness and scrambled out of his seat. He went down to one knee with his HK-417 up and ready to fire while he scanned their immediate surroundings. Lucente had chosen well, he decided. Their landing site was mostly out of view of both the runway and the orchard ahead, where Haugen and Dauxa still seemed to have the Cubans pinned down and unable to advance. The Italian dismounted and readied his own rifle. Then he unfastened the strap securing a heavy rucksack to the back of their jet speeder. The large camouflaged bag contained an assortment of demolition charges and detonators they would need to complete this part of the mission. With a grunt, he hoisted it onto his back and slid his arms through the straps. He nodded to McGill. You lead the way, Tony, okay? Smile flashed across his face. Aircraft, bombs, and missiles, I understand. But explosives themselves? He shrugged. Those I will leave to the expert. McGill grinned back at him. The truth was he felt a lot safer on solid Earth. The jet speeders were wonderful weapons in their own way, but you couldn't exactly dive for cover while you were in midair. Not unless you wanted to wind up with a broken neck. Well, then, you've come to the right shop, he said, because blowing things up just happens to be one of my specialties, courtesy of years of training provided by Her Former Majesty's government. With McGill out ahead, they sprinted toward the nearest aircraft shelter. Here on the ground, the reinforced steel door sealing it shut was plainly visible. The top of the door was more than 30 feet off the ground. They were only yards away when everything went to hell. A machine gun opened fire on them out of a stand of trees and brush several hundred yards away to the west, not far from the main runway. 7.62 millimeter rounds whip-cracked past on all sides. Lucente cried out once and fell sprawling. McGill felt his rifle torn out of his hands, ripped away by a machine gun bullet moving at more than 3,000 feet per second. He threw himself prone. Shit, he thought dazedly. Some of the Cuban security troops must have been posted on sentry duty near the western edge of the runway when the attack started, and as a result, they'd been in a perfect position to ambush anyone heading for the hardened MiG shelters. Tony McGill started to raise his head and then buried his face in the dirt again as another machine gun burst ripped low through the field, shredding leaves and sending clumps of damp red clay fountaining into the air. Bloody fucking hell, he snarled, suddenly aware that his part of the Griffin Force operation was, in the slang of his misspent youth in pubs, right on the verge of going totally arse over elbows and ending in complete disaster. The Cubans were reacting far faster than he'd anticipated, and his own casualties were skyrocketing. Chapter 41. Mora Remote Operations Center. That same time. Fyodor Moresiev paced slowly up and down the corridor between the center's 2 rows of aircraft control bays. From here he could keep a close watch on the activity of the pilots under his command, and what he saw around him was pleasing indeed. His men were busy in their cramped, computer-filled cubicles, preparing for their flights with long-practiced efficiency. Each was a veteran aviator, with years of experience flying either Russia's heavy Tu-160 and Tu-22M strategic bombers, or its smaller Su-24 and Su-34 strike aircraft. Right now they were working through their individual flight plans, checking and cross-checking both the most recent weather forecasts and real-time U.S. air traffic data, so thoughtfully provided by the American Federal Aviation Administration to websites across the Internet. Moresiev was well aware of the underlying tension in the crowded remote operations center. He felt it himself. They were on the brink of launching the most critical strike mission ever carried out by Russian-flown aircraft, the culmination of months of intensive training and practice, first at home in Russia and now here in Cuba. Their first 2 bomb-carrying Mora unmanned aircraft, those with the farthest to fly, were scheduled to take off in less than 30 minutes. Others would follow at precisely timed intervals, taking to the skies over an unsuspecting United States. When the countdown clock for Vremya Unичтожения, obliteration time, reached 0, all 23 stealth planes, each carrying a 150-kiloton nuclear warhead, should be directly over their critical strategic targets. And in that single destructive instant, Moresiev estimated, hundreds of thousands of Americans, military personnel and civilian men, women, and children alike, would die. Many would be stripped to atoms by nuclear fireballs 6 times hotter than the temperature at the center of the sun. Others would be crushed inside buildings smashed by shock waves. Others still would be trapped by the gigantic firestorms sweeping across towns and cities and forests in the wake of each weapon's detonation. Unconsciously he rubbed at the scars covering the right half of his face. He knew only too well what happened to those trapped amid flames. In such circumstances, a quick death by suffocation or smoke inhalation would probably be a comparatively merciful one. More deaths would follow in the days and weeks and months to come, the result of radiation sickness and other plagues unleashed by the inevitable collapse of civil order following Russia's merciless onslaught. Moresiev supposed that he ought to feel something other than profound satisfaction at the thought of the death and destruction his Moras were about to wreak on the United States. Some sense of regret or remorse, perhaps. But in truth he could not do so. World power was a zero-sum game. For one nation to dominate the globe, others must fall. Russia had long suffered the consequences of its defeat in the Cold War. Now, he knew, it would be America's turn to experience humiliation and anarchy. Moresiev shrugged his shoulders. Wars were either won or lost. There were no consolation prizes for those who played fair and failed. It was his duty, and that of his pilots, to make sure Castle Keep succeeded, no matter how many so-called innocents died as a result. He finished his circuit and strode back to his own station, a ring of desks not far from the building's thick armored door. His deputy, Ilya Persky, like him a former bomber pilot, looked up at his approach. "What's the latest news from Stolkov?" Moresiev asked. "Everything is proceeding on schedule," Persky said. He indicated the computer at his desk. A diagram showed the current position of each unmanned aircraft, including those parked outside the syndicate's improvised hangar. 6 of the Moras had already been towed into their taxi positions. He highlighted those planes with a flick of a mouse button. "Should we have our pilots establish their satellite links to these drones?" he asked, Now that they're outside the warehouse facility with all its structural steel and siding, there won't be any interference with our signals. Meresiev shook his head decisively. No, Ilya. Tempting as it is to accelerate the process, let's stick to the timetable. Bringing the sophisticated electronic systems and computers aboard those unmanned aircraft to full readiness would require significant electrical power. Power that could only be provided by their backup batteries or generated by starting their turbofan engines ahead of schedule. Saving a few minutes now wasn't worth the resulting drain on those batteries. There were margins built into each Morris flight plan to cover unexpected contingencies, but they were very tight. That was especially true for these first planes Strelkov had moved into position, those with the greatest need for as much fuel aboard as possible. Since everything was going as planned so far, there was no reason to run any added risks. A phone at the corner of his own desk buzzed sharply. He stared at it in surprise. That was the direct line to Colonel Hidalgo's field command post. What the devil did the Cuban want at this late hour, well past midnight? He picked it up. Remote Operations Center, Meresiev here, he answered tersely. This is Hidalgo, the Cuban officer shouted. The airfield at San Antonio de los Baños is under attack. We're only getting fragmentary radio reports, but it's clear someone's blasting the hell out of them, both from the air and by a commando assault on the ground. For God's sake, the whole damn sky to the south is lit up by fires and anti-aircraft tracers. Meresiev scowled, holding the phone away from his ear to avoid being deafened by the overexcited Cuban. The fighter base was only 14 kilometers south of them, but since it wasn't part of his Raven Syndicate command, he hadn't seen a need to set up secure communications to the air unit stationed there. Given the requirement to keep the remote piloting operation secret, the fewer people who were aware of a Russian force on the ground in Cuba, the better. For many of the same reasons, plus a desire to avoid tipping off American reconnaissance satellites that something unusual was going on here, Voronian had decided against asking the Cubans to station surface-to-air missile units or anti-aircraft guns in the near vicinity. Perhaps, he thought now, that had been a mistake. "Did you hear me?" Hidalgo demanded. "I heard you," Meresiev replied, biting down on the temptation to respond far more harshly. "Are there any signs of a hostile air or commando attack force headed our way?" "None," the Cuban said. "Everything's still quiet out here." It was obvious that he was fighting for control over his own voice. "And since that is so," he went on a fraction more calmly, "I plan to lead my armored vehicles and infantry south to reinforce our people at San Antonio and take the enemy commandos from the rear. The other Havana-based army units aren't on high alert like we are. They won't be ready to move until it's far too late, not for an hour or more. The Yankees or whoever is carrying out this raid will be long gone by then, but my troops can be on the road in 5 minutes. Meresiev grimaced. Was Hidalgo insane or just stupid? "Absolutely not. Your request is denied," he rasped. Foolish or not, it was now clear that there wasn't any way he could avoid an argument with the Cuban colonel. So be it, he thought, and be damned to the diplomatic niceties usually involved in dealing with allies. Maybe it seems quiet outside right now, but whatever's going down at that airfield might be just a diversion, one that's deliberately intended to strip this operation center of the protection provided by your troops and tanks. Hidalgo said nothing for several seconds. When he spoke again, his voice was icy. "Do I understand you correctly? You're forbidding me to go to the aid of my comrades now under attack by imperialist forces?" "Correct," Meresiev said bluntly. "Remember, Colonel, by the direction of your own general staff, you're under my direct orders for the duration of our contract. Until its terms expire, you obey me. No one else. Is that clear?" Over the line, he thought he could actually hear the other man's teeth grinding together in suppressed fury. It was a remarkably unpleasant sound. "Very well," Hidalgo said finally. Every word emerged with cold deliberation and obvious contempt.
Then what are your orders?
Have your troops stand to and man their trenches in fighting positions, and have your tank and other vehicle crews get their engines turning over, Meresiev told him, with considerably more patience than he felt. He'd successfully cracked the whip, reminding the Cuban of just who was the master in their relationship. There was nothing to gain by humiliating the other man further. In fact, he decided it was time to throw Hidalgo a bone to soothe his injured pride. Meresiev would give the other man just enough of the truth for him to appreciate how vital it was for his soldiers to repel any attack on this remote operations center. Maybe whatever's happening at San Antonio isn't actually aimed at us, Augustin, he said, but we can't afford to take any chances just now. You see, the operation we've been planning is moving forward to completion tonight. And just a matter of hours, in fact. So it's critical that we proceed as planned. Without any interruptions or delays, you and your troops will do more for Cuba by remaining at your posts here, guaranteeing this outcome, than you could by rushing blindly into battle at the airfield. He tried to make his next words sound sincere, an effort made easier by the fact that they were quite literally true. Because by the time our job here is finished, I swear to you that your countrymen who've been killed tonight will have been avenged 10,000 times over. Hidalgo snorted. I'm certain that will be of great comfort to their widows and orphans, he said tightly, clearly not inclined to take the Russian at his word. In the meantime, since I have no choice but to obey the explicit orders you've just given me, I'll get to it. Garrison commander out. Meresiev heard the connection break abruptly. He frowned. His eyes sought out the two submachine gun-armed ex-Spetsnaz troopers guarding the center's solid armored door. For a brief moment he was tempted to order them outside, just to make sure the Cuban officer and his men really did follow his instructions. But then he shook his head. Short of executing Hidalgo for disobedience, what could he really expect his syndicate security guards to do? Better to hope that the colonel was enough of a professional to eventually see the sense involved in securing this facility against an attack, rather than rushing off on a wild goose chase in pursuit of some unknown raiding force that would unquestionably be long gone by the time his column reached the airbase. His eyes moved to the timer counting down across the top of his own computer screen. The first nuclear-armed Moras would take off in a little over 25 minutes. Once those UCAVs were airborne, and most especially once they reached their designated targets, it would no longer matter why the Americans had decided to attack San Antonio de los Baños airfield tonight. Whether it was simply a random act of superpower malice, or whether somehow they'd gotten an inkling that something going on in Cuba was a serious threat to their national security. No, Meresiev thought, with a touch of renewed satisfaction. The moment those flame-laced mushroom clouds rippled into the atmosphere over Washington, D.C., and all the other sites marked for destruction. Whatever the Americans imagined they knew would become completely irrelevant. The destruction of the United States would be both inevitable and irreversible. Chapter 42. Mora Remote Operations Center, Northern Defense Outpost. That same time. Colonel Augustin Hidalgo slammed the field phone down into its cradle. Fucking Russian pricks, he growled. Sir? The corporal manning his command post's small portable switchboard asked. Wearily, Hidalgo smiled. I suggest you forget what you just heard, Marquez. I didn't hear a thing, Colonel, the corporal assured him stolidly. As it happens, I've always been a bit deaf when it comes to anything said about our beloved Russian benefactors. A wise disability, Hidalgo agreed absently, thinking about his next moves. Meresiev's orders might not leave him any discretion as far as the troops deployed outside the Russian operations center were concerned, but he still had one card left to play to aid the defenders at San Antonio de los Baños. "Connect me to Captain Aguero," he said. The corporal obeyed, disconnecting the field telephone's jack from one connection on his switchboard and inserting it into another. "It's ringing, sir." Hidalgo picked up his receiver. "Aguero here," a voice said crisply. "Yes, Colonel?" "You've heard all the noise?" Hidalgo asked. "From the airbase?" "Yes, sir," Aguero, the commander of his special unit's 3rd platoon, acknowledged. Even for a military that had downsized as drastically as had Cuba's in recent years, having captains filling slots that were ordinarily the province of first lieutenants was almost as odd as having a full colonel like Hidalgo overseeing a force that was barely the equivalent of a badly understrength battalion. But Veronian had insisted on officers of demonstrated ability and experience command the elements of his paid garrison force, no matter what their nominal ranks decreed. "And I've seen the fires burning. From the look of things, those poor bastards must have stored ordnance cooking off, a lot of it." "It's not an accident, Raul. A hostile force is attacking San Antonio," Hidalgo explained, "from both the air and on the ground." "Mother of God!" the captain muttered in shock. "That's why I want you to bring your platoon to full alert," Hidalgo said, "and prepare for a rapid road march south to assist." "At once," Aguero said. But then he continued in a more cautious tone, "Though it will take some time. My men are a bit dispersed this evening." Hidalgo nodded. "I understand, Raul. Do your best." Indeed, he thought he did understand. Faced with the need to provide security for the Russian operations center on a 24-hour basis for an indeterminate period, he'd opted for the least bad option. 2 of his 3 infantry platoons, along with their attached armored vehicles, were on duty around the bunker at any given time. That allowed him to periodically rotate a third of his force to requisitioned billets a short distance away, at the University of Information Sciences. This gave the lucky troops on rotation an opportunity to sleep in real beds for a couple of days, eat better food, and even take a few hours off duty. That was good for both morale and ultimately combat effectiveness, since fatigued and unhappy soldiers never fought well. Unfortunately, the fact that Aguero's platoon was out of the line right now would make it difficult for the captain to round his men up quickly. Most of them were probably out eating or drinking in local bars or cafes and trying to pick up female students from the university. "Anything you can get on the road quickly, even just a squad or a single vehicle, could make the difference between victory or defeat." "Yes, Colonel," the captain responded. "I'm on it." Hidalgo put the phone down, stood up, and trotted back up the dugout steps. Lieutenant Fuentes and the 2 captains commanding his 1st and 2nd platoons were just outside, waiting for him. The soldiers manning this northern outpost were stirring, awakened as the news of the apparent attack on the airbase spread from tent shelter to tent shelter. A few of them, anticipating his likely orders, were already struggling into combat webbing and checking their AKM rifles. Most of the younger conscripts especially were clumped together in small groups, chatting in low, nervous-sounding voices as they tried to figure out what was going on. Hidalgo scowled even more deeply now. It was time to bring some order out of this confusion. He spun back toward his worried-looking junior officers. "All right, gentlemen. We're going on full alert. Get your men." And a .338 Lapua Magnum rifle round hit him right in the back of the head. Still moving at more than 3,000 feet per second, it punched out through the front of the colonel's skull, spattering his shocked subordinates with blood, shattered bone, and brain matter. Just starting to tumble, the same bullet smashed into the face of a second man, the captain commanding the southern defense outpost. Both Cuban officers folded over and went down. They were dead before they hit the ground. Griffin Assault Force. That same time. Lying prone in the cover provided by a clump of brush and dwarf palms more than 300 yards away, Tadeusz Kosek gently squeezed the trigger of his TRG-42 sniper rifle again. A third Cuban officer crumpled. "Two to Griffin lead," he radioed. "Peacock leaders are down." Through his night optic, he could see the closest soldiers staring down at their dead commanders for a fraction of a second, before exploding into action, diving for cover in the nearest trench or scrambling up into their armored vehicles. "But now they definitely know we're here." "Copy that," Nick Flynn acknowledged in barely a whisper. From this spot, Kosik couldn't see any of his teammates, except for Andy Cavada, who was concealed in the same stand of trees and bushes just a few yards to his right. But he knew they were only a few yards from the Cuban trench lines, carefully concealed in patches of dead ground, places where minor undulations in the landscape hid them from view. Flynn, Laura Van Horn, Hines, and Vukovic were in position just outside the northern outpost, the one they'd labeled Outpost Alpha, while Cook and three of their Cuban-American allies, Dana Perez, Bill Martinez, and Roberto Cuellar, had wormed their way right up to the very edge of the southernmost redoubt, Outpost Bravo. It had taken them what seemed an eternity to snake their way across the open ground without being spotted, something that had probably only been possible because most of the sentries were distracted, paying far more attention to the sudden explosion of noise and light miles away to the south than to the sectors they were supposed to be watching. The other Griffin Force team's assault on the airfield had gone in at exactly the right time. "Griffin lead to Griffin 7, Flynn continued. "Take out that T-62, Andy." "Roger that, boss," Cavada said. The former Army Ranger already had the Cuban tank zeroed in on the optical sight of his NLAW anti-tank missile launcher. He squeezed the front firing grip, which was set right behind the weapon's bulbous muzzle brake. Ka-thump! Cavada was briefly silhouetted by a spurt of flame and gray smoke out the back end of the launcher. Torn leaves and pieces of plant matter whirled behind him. The NLAW had a greatly reduced backblast compared to many anti-tank missile systems, but it was obvious that reduced wasn't the same thing as none. Propelled by a gas-pressure soft launch system, the missile popped out of the tube and flew downrange. At a safe distance a split second later, its rocket motor ignited with a crackling hiss. Trailing fire, the missile accelerated rapidly across the open ground, covering the remaining couple of 100 yards to its still stationary target in just over a second. Zooming in under the tree canopy, it darted low right over the T-62's turret and detonated in an orange-white ball of flame, punching a superheated jet of molten metal downward through the tank's relatively thin top armor. Within moments, the T-62 was burning. A pillar of fire licked upward through the open commander's hatch, setting the camouflage netting strung above the vehicle ablaze. No one in its four-man crew made it out alive. Flynn felt the ground under him shudder when the NLAW missile fired by Cavada went off. He scrambled to his feet with a yell. "Griffins, let's go! Light 'em up now!" He raised his HK-417 carbine and tucked it firmly against his shoulder, already sprinting forward. Ahead, the flames wreathing the burning T-62 sent eerie shadows dancing across the Cuban outpost. Pale faces, eyes wide with shock, turned toward him from the nearest stretch of trench. Flynn started firing, squeezing off shots on the move. Cuban soldiers spun away and fell, hit repeatedly. He dropped down into the trench and advanced along the hard-packed dirt surface, sidestepping the sprawled corpses of those he'd already killed. Laura Van Horn dropped into the same trench right behind him, but she turned in the other direction, pushing ahead to clear that sector of the enemy's defensive works. A few yards on, she came around a corner and practically ran into a pair of Cubans manning a light machine gun. They had the gun perched up on the edge of the parapet, and they were firing frantically out across the open field to the west, shooting blind in the hopes of pinning down whoever had just killed most of their officers and blown up their single T-62 main battle tank. Van Horn's mouth tightened. As far as she knew, there wasn't a single member of the Griffin Force anywhere near where those guys were shooting. Then again, she thought coldly she might be wrong. She fired several times, feeling the rifle kick back against her shoulder. Hit from behind at point-blank range, both gunners slid down the side of the trench, dead or dying. With the HK-417 still up and ready, she moved on, looking for more Cubans to engage. Back the other way along the trench, Flynn crouched. He checked the clear polymer magazine of his carbine. It was almost empty. He dropped it out and tucked it away in a pouch on his assault vest. Given the number of enemy soldiers they were probably still facing, the time might easily come when even a single round or two could mean the difference between living and dying. Then he slapped in a fresh magazine and moved on. He spoke quietly into his mic. Griffin leader to all Griffins, the northwest sector of Outpost Alpha is clear. Shots crackled from all over this outpost and from its twin in the woods to the south. Voices came through his headset as the other members of his Griffin assault force reported their own progress. Half the northern outpost's perimeter trench had already been emptied of enemy troops. The same was true of the southern bastion being assaulted by Cook, Perez, and the other Cuban Americans. Flynn nodded. Incredible as it might seem, so far he and his people were winning this battle, despite being so heavily outnumbered. Then again, he knew inside this wasn't a fair fight at all. Their high-tech night vision gear turned everything around them into a bright, monochrome version of daylight. Most of the Cuban soldiers were not so fortunate. Forced to fight without thermal or light intensifier goggles of their own, they found themselves locked in a close-quarters battle with half-seen foes who seemed to flicker in and out of pitch-black shadows and pale patches of moonlight with incredible speed. Spotted for an eye blink here and then gone in the next, and meanwhile, all around them, their friends and comrades were dying. Flynn grimaced. Okay, yeah, this wasn't a fair fight, but so what? Back when he'd been in the service, one of his Air Force Special Operations Tactics instructors had put it in perspective. Fighting fair is for suckers. Or for guys who don't mind ending up dead because some Haji with a first-grade education put a bullet in them. You want to be chivalrous, Flynn? Buy some fucking medieval plate armor and sign up for a Renaissance festival somewhere. In the real world, your damn job is to kill the enemy, and do it at the lowest possible cost in friendly casualties. Suddenly, Flynn noted movement off to his right. A handful of Cuban troops had jumped into a shallow mortar pit about 20 yards in from the trench. They were lining the edge, shooting wildly across the compound. Not far away, both the BRDM-2 scout car and BTR-60 were clanking into motion. Inside the scout car's turret, a gunner had gotten his 14.5mm KPVT heavy machine gun into action. Dazzling flashes strobed out of the end of its thick barrel. Wherever those powerful rounds struck, sandbags exploded and tree trunks shattered into flying splinters. Christ, Flynn thought, suddenly feeling a whole lot less confident. Shooting blind or not, those armored behemoths could still inflict horrendous losses on his team and break the back of their assault. After all, if you threw enough lead into an area, you were bound to hit something. And right now, that KPVT gunner was punching out dozens of rounds a minute. Worse, the BTR-60 next to the scout car had a heavy machine gun turret of its own. Just as soon as one of the Cuban troops scrambling aboard the slow-moving APC remembered that, things were going to get a hell of a lot worse. Lead to Griffins 5 and 6, he snapped. We've got armor on the move. Yes, sir, Flynn heard Hines say calmly. Me and Wade are on it. And then a couple of seconds later, sir, you're awful close to those armored cars. You might want to eat some dirt right about now. Oh, shit. Flynn dived for the bottom of the trench and curled up tight to tuck as much of his body as he could under the protection offered by his helmet and ceramic back armor plates. Boom! Boom! 2 echoing blasts rolled across the ground, loud enough to be heard despite the chattering roar of the Cuban heavy machine gun and the rising crackle of small arms fire. They were followed almost instantly by deafening whang sounds as shaped charge warheads struck thin armor and exploded inward. Torn bits of smoldering steel rained down across the ground. A moment later, Flynn uncoiled and cautiously peered out over the edge of the trench. Hit squarely by the two M72 Laws, disposable man-portable light anti-tank rockets, fired by Heinz and Vukovic. Both Cuban armored vehicles sat slewed sideways. Flames and oily black smoke curled away from the wreckage. He swallowed hard. That had been close. But that still left the soldiers lining the rim of that nearby mortar pit. They were acting as a knot of resistance around which a more cohesive and organized defense could form, and that was something Flynn could not allow. The longer this battle went on, the more likely the Cubans would realize they both outnumbered and outgunned the attacking force by a considerable margin, which meant he had to finish this part of the fight, and quickly. And there was the problem. He could probably nail one or two or even three of those enemy soldiers using his rifle, but then they'd figure out where all the fire was coming from and start shooting in his very specific direction, which would suddenly make this a very bad day for Mama Flynn's dark-haired boy. Well, when in doubt, Flynn thought, go with high explosives. He tugged a ball-shaped fragmentation grenade out of one of his equipment pouches. Flicking the safety clip away using his left thumb, he twisted the pull ring and yanked it out. That released the pin. In the same fluid motion, he lobbed the grenade across the intervening space. Frag out! As it sailed through the air, the grenade's safety lever popped open and came loose. The grenade itself dropped into the middle of the mortar pit, unnoticed by any of the flash-blinded Cuban troops blazing away into the surrounding darkness. Flynn ducked below the lip of the trench. The grenade detonated with a sharp-edged crack. Metal fragments whined outward through a 50-foot radius, killing or badly wounding every single enemy caught inside the mortar pit. When their agonized screams faded away, an eerie, almost shocked silence seemed to fall across the battlefield for a brief instant. But then the noise of gunfire broke out again. Now, though, all the shots sounded like they were coming from the HK-417s carried by his team. Cautiously, Flynn lifted his head. What was left of the Cuban garrison in this northernmost outpost was running, scattering away from the scene of so much carnage like a flock of birds spooked by a hunting dog. Most had discarded their weapons and were in full flight. A few, those who were still armed, stumbled and fell sprawling across the grass, shot down by Cossack, Andy Cavada, Van Horn, and the others as they ran. "Cease fire! Cease fire!" he radioed as soon as the last of the defenders vanished from sight. Even assuming any of their officers or sergeants survived to try to rally them, it would be a very long time before those panicked survivors were good for anything but cowering somewhere deep in cover, hoping desperately to be left alone. The sound of firing died away. "Lead to Griffin 4, he called to Shannon Cook. "What's your status?" The ex-U.S. Special Forces operator sounded exultant but equally weary. "We've cleared their southern outpost, Nick," he reported. "Whatever's left of the enemy is skedaddling, and I'm letting them go. I don't see any sense in interfering with folks who've decided to leave us alone." "Good move," Flynn agreed. Suddenly feeling exhausted himself as the extra adrenaline pumped into his bloodstream dissipated, he fought the temptation to just sit down in the trench and wait for his nerves to settle. It was time he started acting more like the overall commander he was supposed to be. "How's your casualties?" he asked quietly. "Queller got shot in the leg," Cook told him. "He can't move very fast, but he can still shoot. For the rest of us, it's just scrapes and cuts." Flynn felt a wave of relief. He glanced around, his expression darkening as he saw the crumpled bodies tumbled along the trench he'd cleared and out across the surrounding woods. Waves of heat rippled off the burning Cuban T-62 and the two smaller armored vehicles not far from his current position. If anyone ever doubted the importance of tactical surprise, superior fighting skills, and a technological edge in combat, he thought somberly, here was the brutal, bloody proof of their value. Painfully, he levered himself up out of the trench and slowly walked back to the edge of the trees. Van Horn joined him, as did Hines and Vukovich, the latter now sporting a blood-stained field dressing around his upper left arm. Took an AK around there at the end, just after I nailed that lousy BTR, Vukovich growled, looking embarrassed. Getting shot seemed to make him a little more talkative. Guess I waited a little too long before ducking back into the trench. It's not too bad, Hines assured him. More a graze, really. He shook his head. But man, Wade's got to be a damn bullet magnet. I mean, first he gets hit aboard that Iranian tanker, and now by some Cuban goon? Vukovich lowered his head. Sorry, sir, he muttered to Flynn. Flynn grinned at him. Consider yourself reprimanded for carelessness, Wade. He looked out across the intervening ground toward the woods concealing the southern Cuban outpost. Flickers of dull orange and spiraling columns of smoke marked the funeral pyres of 2 of the 3 armored vehicles that had been parked there. The third, one of the BTR-50 personnel carriers, sat motionless with its nose poking out of the woods. Bodies draped limply over its sides showed where Cook, or one of his people, had knocked it out by lobbing a grenade into the BTR's troop compartment through its open roof hatches. Next to him, Van Horn lowered her night vision binoculars. She'd been studying the solid-looking concrete bunker housing Veronion's operations center. Its windowless walls were broken only by a single massive steel door. She shook her head. That place is built like a fortress. We aren't exactly going to be able to shoot our way inside. Nope, Flynn agreed. Which is why we brought along a ruck full of wall-breaching charges, remember? He keyed his mic. Lead to 7. 7 here, Cavada replied. We're going to need your bag of tricks, Andy, Flynn said. On my way, the other man promised. Flynn focused his own binoculars on the clump of trees to their west. He was in time to see Cavada grab a heavy rucksack beside him, throw it across his shoulders, and lope out into the open ground between them and the Russian-occupied bunker. Flynn started to swing back to Van Horn and the others. Okay, once we set the charges to blow that armored door, we'll... The sudden sharp thump of a rifled cannon drowned him out. Stunned, Flynn saw Cavada disappear just as suddenly inside an orange-lit cloud of dirty gray smoke. Dirt erupted high in the air, pattering back to the earth as it drifted slowly downwind. Flynn's eyes widened in horrified understanding. Oh, hell. A high explosive shell had just exploded right at the former ranger's feet. Reacting on instinct and training, they all dived for cover. Now they could hear the rumble and clank of another Cuban tank grinding its way toward them up the narrow access road from the south. Much smaller than the T-62 Cavada had destroyed earlier, it had a sharply angled forward bow, a low flat-decked chassis, and a rounded turret mounting its main armament. From the bottom of its treads to the top of its turret, the whole vehicle couldn't be more than 8 feet, Flynn realized. It was another PT-76, an amphibious light tank with a 76.2 millimeter gun. A searchlight flicked on, sending a dazzling beam of light sweeping back and forth across the ground ahead of the oncoming tank as the turret spun from side to side, its gunners seeking out new targets or possible threats. The PT-76 reached the point where the road turned east toward the bunker. Treads squealing loudly, it swung to face them and rocked to a stop, over 300 yards from the 2 defense outposts now held by Flynn and his team. Its turret whined through a slow, deliberate arc, sweeping the searchlight beam from north to south and then back again, obviously probing for any signs of movement. Jesus, Hines muttered, face down in the dirt as the dazzling cone of light flashed past low overhead. Where the hell did that thing come from? The Cubans must have another unit stationed nearby, Flynn said. a unit that he hadn't spotted on the satellite photos he'd studied, and unfortunately, whoever commanded it had reacted quickly and intelligently to the sudden burst of firing and explosions from their outposts around the Russian control center. Right now, that PT-76 sitting out there had them pinned down. It could blow away anyone leaving the cover of the woods and trenches using either its main gun or its coaxial 7.62mm machine gun. And whether that tank crew realized it or not, Flynn thought, in this case a stalemate was as good as a win for the Cubans and their Russian allies, which left it up to him to change the tactical situation, and soon, before the enemy troops they'd broken rallied or more Cuban reinforcements arrived on the scene. "Griffin lead to all Griffins," he called. "Anybody have a law left?" "I've got one lead," Bill Martinez radioed back from the southern woods. "Can you get a shot on that tank?" Flynn asked. Martinez hesitated briefly. "From my current position, maybe, but it's a heck of a long way," he warned. "I make it a little over 350 yards. Flynn chewed on that. Effective range for the M72 Law was only a bit over 200 yards. The 66mm rocket inside the launcher's disposable tube was unguided, which meant its only aiming system was the unassisted Mark I human eyeball. Hitting even a stationary target at 350 yards would be very difficult. "Maybe I can work my way a little closer," Martinez offered. "Negative on that," Flynn replied, watching the searchlight beam as it swept past overhead again, casting the trees around them into stark outline. "You wouldn't get more than a few yards before that tank gunner spotted you. It's not worth the risk." "You're the boss," Martinez agreed, sounding relieved. Flynn knew the former Army helicopter pilot would have gone out into the open ground if ordered, but he obviously hadn't been under any illusion about his chances of making it alive. "Wait one. I'll take the shot from here." There was a sudden bright flash near the edge of the trench lining the southernmost group of trees. Unlike the N-Law, when the M72 was fired, its rocket ignited in the tube, producing a powerful backblast of hot gases that could reach 1,400 degrees Fahrenheit. Avidly, Flynn followed the tiny, almost invisible dot of the 20-inch-long rocket as it arced high toward the Cuban tank. At the same time, he was aware of the PT-76's turret slewing fast toward the burst of light that had just pinpointed Martinez's firing position. The ex-Army helicopter pilot had made a spectacular shot, one that few others could have equaled. But it wasn't quite good enough. The Law warhead fell short by a couple of yards. It exploded in a puff of orange-white flame and gray smoke. Fragments of its casing and shattered paving rattled harmlessly off the Cuban tank's chassis and turret. Thump! The 76.2mm main gun fired. More dirt fountained high along the tree line as the HE shell it had lobbed detonated. A tree caught in the blast leaned over drunkenly, then toppled with a crash. The PT-76's coaxial machine gun cut loose, hosing down the southern patch of woods with tracer fire. Dirt, rock fragments, scraps of sandbags, and shredded tree branches and bark pinwheeled away from wherever those rounds slammed home. A second high-explosive shell blew more trees apart. And then, just as suddenly as it had begun, the fusillade ended. To his amazement, Flynn saw that the Cuban tank was reversing away at high speed. It backed up 100 yards or so, slewed around again in an ear-splitting squeal, and clanked off to the south, heading back the way it had first come at more than 20 miles per hour. He felt some of the weight lift from his shoulders. "Is everybody okay?" he radioed. Replies cascaded through his headset, confirming that no one had been hit. "Trenches are very, very good places to be under fire," Bill Martinez said devoutly. "Hell, from now on, I'm seriously thinking about taking an entrenching shovel with me wherever I go." "Even Walmart?" Van Horn asked with an air of innocence. "Especially Walmart," Martinez retorted. You ever been caught in a Black Friday sale in one of those places? It gets seriously hairy. From his position, Hines raised his head, watching the tank vanish over a low rise about a couple of 1,000 yards away. He shook his head slowly and then glanced over at Flynn. Sir? What the hell just happened? Did that tank commander seriously bug out because we fired one lousy anti-tank rocket at him? A shot that missed, I might point out. Flynn shook his head. Not exactly, Cole. Carefully, he explained what he guessed of the Cuban tanker's reasoning. True, the PT-76 had only been fired at once, but even at very long range, the law had nearly hit home, and the crew had to have heard the fragments from that near miss banging off their vehicle's relatively thin armor. Worse still, they didn't have any way to tell how many more anti-tank weapons they were facing. What the tankers did know for sure was that the hostile force that had overrun their comrades in those two fortified outposts had already destroyed 6 Cuban tanks and personnel carriers. Those mangled, burning wrecks were plainly visible through the trees, and no tank commander in his right mind ever wanted to tangle with well-hidden and protected infantry armed with anti-tank weapons. Not in tight terrain like these woods, and especially not without foot soldiers of his own to probe ahead for ambushes. So you think that son of a bitch is going to come back? Hines realized. Flynn nodded. Just as soon as he rounds up some infantry support, and once that happens, that PT-76 is going to head this way again, loaded for bear. Or griffins, in this case, he amended. Van Horn got back to her feet and slung her rifle. In that case, Nick, we'd better get a move on and finish this job before that happens. Flynn joined her. He lowered his voice. Small problem there. He jerked a thumb back to where Andy Cavada had been killed. It was painfully obvious, even at this distance, that the HE shell fired by the PT-76 had blown the veteran ranger to pieces, along with all of his equipment. Without those demolition charges, we don't have any way to break into that operations center. Van Horn smiled narrowly at him. Ah, that's where my Plan B comes in. Do you really have a Plan B this time? He asked. She nodded. Oh, yeah. See, while we were all being hosed down by that Cuban tank, I had some spare time to think. Unlike the rest of you mere mortals cowering in terror, I might add. Flynn let that one go. Van Horn could even be telling the truth, he thought. He'd certainly never met anyone else who was as cool under pressure as her. She took his shoulder and turned him around to look at the large bunker. She pointed up at its flat roof to where the twin rows of white domes sat. There's Plan B, she said simply. He raised an eyebrow. The Starlink satellite dishes? Van Horn nodded. With a grin, she held up a ball-shaped fragmentation grenade. How solid are those radomes around the dishes? Not very, Flynn said, smiling back as he realized what she meant. They're probably just fiberglass. Exactly, Van Horn said. So what happens to all the electronic hardware inside them when a half dozen of these babies, she jiggled the grenade in her hand, explode all across the top of that roof? Sizzle, crack, pop, Flynn acknowledged, imagining the effects of hundreds of jagged steel wire fragments sleeting through all those satellite internet dishes and their connecting cables. As in fried and gone to hardware hell. Without thinking about it, he gave her a quick, hard kiss and whirled away, already radioing the necessary orders to the rest of Griffin's Force Red Team. Chapter 43. San Antonio de los Baños Military Airfield. That same time. Another angry wasp-sounding burst of machine gun fire burned past just over the top of Tony McGill's helmet. He lay flat, pressed hard against the field's damp clay soil. See the furrow, be the furrow, one corner of his mind repeated. the one isolated corner not raging in fury at Piero Lucente's death, or metaphorically pissing itself in fear at his own predicament. He knew the only reason he was still alive was because the Cuban gunner shooting up this piece of cultivated land couldn't quite depress the muzzle of his automatic weapon low enough to hit the inches-deep depression he was using for cover. But by the same token, he couldn't so much as twitch a muscle in one direction or another, not without being instantly hit and killed. 1-6 to lead, hold tight where you are, Ritas Dauksa radioed. On the way now. From where he lay prone, McGill heard the shrill whine of turbojets powering up somewhere in the distance. The noise grew louder very fast. Careful not to rise up even a fraction of an inch, he turned his head slightly to one side, trying to get a look at what was happening. And he saw the carbon-black shape of a jet speeder flash low across the sky from east to west, accelerating past 100 knots with astonishing quickness. The bike flew just a few feet higher than the clump of trees separating this field from the base runway. Immediately, the machine gun fire slashing over his head lifted, curling away higher across the rows of crops as the unseen Cuban gunner tried vainly to knock the Lithuanian speeder down before it got too close. More tracers, much larger and brighter ones, ripped through the air not far behind Dauksa. McGill swore. Those were 23mm rounds coming from the direction of the runway. The Cubans must have managed to get another of their Zu-23 anti-aircraft guns in action. Treetops that were impacted by its mix of HE and armor-piercing rounds simply disintegrated in blinding flashes. The Lithuanian angled his machine downward again, crossing into the shadow of the small band of trees, and then darting onward across the wide stretch of open ground separating him from the thicker woods where the enemy machine gun was deployed. He jinked right and left to throw off the aim of the gunners trying to zero in on him. McGill saw the two streams of tracers, those from the Zu-23 and those from the light machine, cross. But they were still falling behind the speeder bike as its 8 jet engines kicked out more thrust, pushing the machine even faster through the air. Hitting a small, agile target like Dauksa's jet speeder was a remarkably difficult task without radar fire control. Seizing his chance, he rolled over to where Lucente lay dead. The Italian's rifle was next to his outstretched hand. McGill grabbed the weapon. Quickly he sighted through its night optic, scanning the woods where the Cuban light machine gun team was positioned. Dauksa streaked low past that same clump of trees and bushes, still weaving back and forth in sharp, tight, evasive maneuvers. Unable to bring their machine gun around fast enough to track such a close, fast-flying target, the 2 Cuban soldiers stopped firing, and then dived frantically for cover themselves as the Zu-23's gun crew, obviously unaware that there were friendlies in the area, pummeled the woods with HE and armor-piercing shells, still doggedly attempting to bring the speeder down. "Oh, Ritas, you clever, sneaky lad," McGill murmured in admiration, watching explosions ripple through the trees. "You bloody well did that on purpose." The speeder bike veered south and howled around, now flying so low that the anti-aircraft gun couldn't see where it had gone. Trailing dust and pieces of plants ripped loose by its exhaust, the jet-black machine tore right past McGill at high speed, heading back the way it had come. His job done, Dauksa was obviously returning to help his comrade, Einar Haugen, fend off the Cuban pilots and ground crews desperately trying to fight their way to the hardened aircraft shelters where their MiG fighters and fighter bombers were hidden. The Zu-23 stopped firing. Through his rifle sight, the ex-SAS sergeant saw a helmeted head lift cautiously out of a pile of torn vegetation and broken tree branches. McGill's finger stroked the trigger twice. Crack, crack. Hit in the temple, the enemy soldier shuddered once and fell face down, clearly dead. He swung the rifle muzzle a little to the right. There, magnified by the optic, McGill caught sight of a second Cuban desperately clearing away debris from the machine gun to get it back into action. He fired 2 more times and saw blood splash away from the other man's chest as the gunner slumped over his weapon. McGill got to his feet and slung the HK-417 over his neck and shoulder. Then he knelt down next to Lucenti's body and pulled the heavy rucksack containing their explosives off the other man's back. "Sorry, Piero," he said quietly, aware of a deep feeling of sadness. Too many good people had died tonight. Opening the ruck's flap, he took a quick look inside. Its contents appeared undamaged. Aware that precious time was slipping away, he scrambled back up, grabbed the heavy bag in both hands, and lugged it over to the camouflaged aircraft shelter he had identified earlier as the best target. It was one of the pair closest to the main taxiway. Its huge steel door climbed high above his head, looking as solid as a bank vault. No problem, McGill thought. Or so he hoped, at any rate. Swiftly, with the ease and economy of motion granted by intensive training and practice, he began assembling a wall-breaching charge. First, he unfolded a 3-foot-wide corrugated plastic circle, what was known in the demolitions trade as a silhouette. Next, he carefully slotted a thick and cased 5-foot-long coil of explosives into place around the silhouette and secured it with Velcro tabs. With that done, he picked up the circle, ripped away covers over the adhesive patches on its other side, and firmly pressed that side against the hangar door, setting it about chest high. A 2-legged plastic stand wedged the circular silhouette into position. It took him another 20 seconds or so to wire short lengths of detonator cord to each end of the coil of explosives. In turn, he tied those pieces of det cord into a coil of twin shock tubes. These were thin, flexible plastic tubes that contained small particles of HMX aluminum explosive powder that could be triggered by an igniter, sending a shock wave racing toward attached detonators at more than 6,500 feet per second. Satisfied that everything was set, McGill slung the rucksack over one shoulder and slowly backed away around the corner of the hangar, carefully unreeling the shock tubes as he went. When he'd gone about 30 yards, he crouched next to the solid mass of earth and rock and yanked on the twin igniter rings. A brief, blinding orange-red flash ripped the darkness surrounding him as the explosive charges went off. The ground trembled under his feet. Whoomp! McGill dropped the length of the smoldering shock tube and darted back around the side of the aircraft shelter. Through a swirling haze of acrid gray smoke, he could see that his breaching charge had blown a 3-foot-wide hole right through the solid steel door. Its ragged edges glowed cherry red in spots. He bent down slightly to peer inside. There, parked well back near the far end of the vast hangar, he could make out the deadly, twin-tailed shape of a MiG-29. A mix of air-to-air missiles, air-to-ground rockets, and bombs hung from the hard points beneath its wings and fuselage. This must be one of the base's alert aircraft, McGill realized, which meant it was also fully fueled and ready for immediate takeoff. Sadly, the large jet fighter seemed completely undamaged by any of the steel door fragments blown inward by the breaching charge. Well, he thought, there was a remedy for that. Rummaging around inside the rucksack produced another demolition charge. This one was much smaller and simpler. Basically, it was just a half-pound block of mylar-wrapped C4 plastic explosives. Moving deftly, he worked a non-electric blasting cap deep into the pliable block and then crimped a 2-foot length of black power timer fuse to the blasting cap. It took only moments more to screw a pull-ring mechanical igniter to the other end of the fuse. One side of McGill's mouth quirked upward. Compared to the rapid breaching kit he'd just used, this was all very old school. In fact, the only way it could have been any more old-fashioned would have been if he'd thought to light the fuse with a cigar. Holding the charge in one hand, he peered through the hole again, judging distances. A half-pound of C4 would go off with a tremendous amount of explosive power, but it was always better to have that happen as close to the preferred target as possible. Right, McGill decided. Now to see if this would work out the way he hoped and planned. He tugged the igniter ring sharply. With a muffled bang and a hiss, the fuse ignited. Tendrils of smoke curled away from the end. 1, 2, 3. He waited a couple more seconds to be sure the fuse was burning properly. Then, with a smooth, powerful sidearm throw, he pitched the demolition charge through the door breach. It sailed into the hangar, thudded to the concrete floor, and slid another few yards, ending up very close to the MiG-29's left wing. Thin wisps of smoke trailed away from the burning fuse. Without waiting any longer, McGill spun around and ran, heading off to the side as far and as fast as he could. When he figured he was a couple of 100 yards from the aircraft shelter, he dropped flat. His mental clock was still ticking down. Let's see, he thought. 2 feet of fuse burning for X many seconds should equal a big kaboom just about... Wham! A huge explosion rocked the hangar behind him. Flames jetted out through the jagged hole in its massive door. Only seconds later, a whole new series of explosions, even bigger than the first, tore through the structure as the MiG-29's missiles and bombs cooked off and detonated. Channeled by the shelter's thick reinforced concrete walls, these blasts tore away whole sections of its roof, lighting up the sky for miles around. Huge chunks of shattered concrete, twisted sections of rebar, and even whole trees were hurled skyward, and then came crashing back down with tremendous force. Smoke billowed high into the air. Dazed and with his ears still ringing from the enormous noise, McGill pushed himself back up. He stared back toward the ruins of the collapsed hangar, now only a huge mound of rubble laced with rivulets of burning jet fuel. Masses of debris were strewn across the paved taxi strip leading to the 3 remaining hardened shelters, completely blocking them. Job well done, Tony, my lad, he thought with satisfaction. None of the combat aircraft parked in the other hangars would be able to get past those obstacles to reach the runway. Not in time for it to matter, anyway. McGill turned away toward where Lucente had landed their speeder. It was time to sound the recall and get the survivors from his team back to the ship waiting for them off the Cuban coast. He keyed his radio mic. Griffin 2 leader, he started to say, and then stopped dead. There, barely a quarter-mile away, a large camouflage-painted MiG-23 fighter bomber was lumbering along another of the several taxi strips connecting to the airfield's main runway. Its big R-35-300 turbojet engine was already winding up to full power. "Oh, hell," McGill muttered. In all the confusion, a Cuban pilot and his ground crew had somehow managed to reach one of the remaining aircraft shelters on another part of the base. And once the MiG-23 was safely airborne, all of Griffin Force, his blue team and Flynn's red team alike, was doomed. Between its bombs and rockets and 23mm nose-mounted cannon, that fighter bomber could swat their slower-moving hoverbikes and jet speeders out of the sky like flies. McGill recovered fast. He was the only one with any hope of doing anything. He grabbed his slung HK-417 and charged ahead, running all out across the field and straight into a narrow strip of woods bordering the runway. He crashed through a tangle of bushes at full speed, ignoring thorns and leaves and twigs that ripped and tore at his clothing and equipment vest. The smoldering trunk of a tree lay across his path. It must have been blown down when the Zu-23 opened fire on Daux's jet speeder. He hurtled over it without slowing and sped on. When he burst back out into the open, he spotted a sandbagged anti-aircraft position about 50 yards ahead. It was sited very close to the edge of the runway. Its two-man crew had their weapon aimed toward where the control tower and its neighboring barracks building were now fully engulfed in flames. He could see the gun's loader standing on top of the waist-high wall of sandbags and staring off into the distance, probably trying to pick out a valid ground target for their 23mm autocannon. A distinct pop-pop-pop of gunfire indicated that Alex Zayas and the 3 men of his blue team section were locked in battle with Cuban troops somewhere deeper in the airbase complex. More small arms rattled behind him, from where Haugen and Dauxa had the other Cuban flight crews still pinned down. Off on his left, McGill caught sight of the MiG-23 again. It was turning slowly onto the runway. He grimaced in dismay. That big fighter bomber would be in position to start its takeoff roll in a matter of moments. Still sprinting at full speed toward the anti-aircraft gun, he threw his HK-417 to his shoulder and pulled the trigger. Nothing happened. The rifle had jammed. Some part of its firing mechanism must have been knocked out of whack by one of the several powerful explosions he'd set off and then ridden out. "Bugger," he growled. Knowing he didn't have time to clear the malfunction, McGill simply dropped the jammed rifle. At the same time, he drew his 9mm pistol, a Glock 17, and ran even faster, digging in to close the remaining distance. Ahead, the loader glanced his way and saw him coming. The Cuban screamed a shrill, frantic warning and jumped back down into the gun position. He scrabbled desperately for the AKM assault rifle leaned up against the sandbag parapet, but he was too slow. Far too slow. McGill vaulted over the low wall and shot the loader dead at point-blank range. The soldier spun away and collapsed heavily across the base of the Zu-23. The gunner seated behind the twin-barreled autocannon was even slower to react to this completely unexpected attack. Eyes wide in terror, he tried to scramble out of his seat while at the same time fumbling ineffectually for the pistol holstered at his own waist. McGill fired 2 more times. Hit in the stomach and chest, the Cuban gunner slumped back. His mouth went slack. Straining with effort, McGill yanked the dying man out from behind the Zu-23, pushed the body aside, and then dropped into the seat he'd just emptied. He cranked the traversing wheel fast, activating the mount's electromagnetic motor to spin the big gun back around to face the runway. The Cuban MiG-23 came roaring down the runway, accelerating with amazing swiftness. A long jet of orange-blue flame streamed out behind its tail. The pilot had gone to full afterburner, trading huge amounts of fuel for added thrust in a bid to get his heavily loaded fighter bomber into the air that much sooner. "No, you don't, by God," McGill snarled. He swung the twin-barreled gun on target and yanked the trigger. The Zu-23 cut loose with a deafening roar, unleashing a withering hail of high-explosive and armor-piercing shells. Caught just as it was lifting off, the MiG-23 staggered visibly in midair. Bits of metal flew away from under its fuselage and wings. And then, wreathed in fire, the heavily laden aircraft rolled over. At wing height now, the burning fighter bomber veered away, slammed into the ground just off the runway, and blew up with shattering force. Twisted pieces of burning debris hurled away from the blast thudded back to earth all around the ragged scar torn open by the MiG-23 as it flipped end over end, and then completely disintegrated. Abruptly, the Zu-23 fell silent, out of ammunition when it ran completely through the loaded belt of AP and HE rounds. McGill released his breath, feeling like he'd just run a marathon. His eyes were fixed on the burning wreck of the plane he'd just shot down. For just a moment, caught up in the madness of battle, he was tempted to hop down off the gunner's seat and wrestle in a new belt of ammunition. Using this 23mm cannon, he could gut buildings all along the southern edge of the runway. But then he came back to his senses. Even if another Cuban combat plane made it intact out of its hardened shelter, it would no longer have anywhere to go. Not into the air, anyway. Until survivors from the base garrison could clear that wreckage-strewn runway, no aircraft would be able to safely take off. No, McGill thought. It was past time that he got his people out of here. His team's casualties were already painfully high, with at least 3 killed. Fighting on longer would only add to their toll of dead and wounded, and without any chance of accomplishing more for the mission. They'd achieved their primary objective and crippled the military airfield at San Antonio de los Baños. Now he needed to get their survivors out safely and back to their ship. Griffin 2 leader to Blue Team, he called. Break contact with the hostiles and rally on your speeders. The job's done. Repeat, the job's done. We're finished here. It's time to head home. Listening to the responses that rippled through his earphones acknowledging his recall order, McGill could only hope against hope that Flynn and his people had been able to finish their own mission. Because otherwise, he realized bleakly, all this carnage and death would be completely in vain. Chapter 44. Mora Remote Operations Center, that same time. Fyodor Maresyev looked up with a frown as tiny spurts of dust particles and insulation fibers erupted from the ceiling tiles overhead. His deputy, Ilya Pirsky, suddenly spun toward him with a worried expression. "We've just lost our satellite links," he said sharply. "Every single one of them." Maresyev thought. His momentary confusion cleared. That explained the dust drifting down from the ceiling. Apparently unable to break into this heavily fortified bunker, their enemies had opted to cut them off from the outside world instead, destroying the vulnerable satellite dishes located on the roof above them, in order to stop his pilots from flying their Mora drones by remote control. He nodded. The raiders attacking them were not fools, but fortunately neither were they. "Switch to our backup communication systems," he ordered Persky. The other man nodded and entered a series of commands on his keyboard. "Our backups are coming online," he reported, watching his screen closely. "They should be fully initialized in less than a minute." Fiber optic cables buried deep under the earth ran from this operations center to other, older satellite antennas sited around Cuba's University of Information Sciences. Left intact when the Lord Signal's intelligence facility closed down, those antennas had been discreetly restored to working order. "Very good, Ilya," Maresyev said. Persky looked up from his computer. "Being forced to use our own military communications satellites as relays means we'll experience more latency, up to 600 milliseconds compared to the 20 to 80 milliseconds we hoped for," he warned. "Plus, we'll have to cope with slower data upload and download speeds." Maresyev shrugged. "It can't be helped." Flying the UCAVs through conventional geosynchronous links would certainly be somewhat more difficult for his pilots, but they'd trained for all contingencies. In the larger scheme of things, losing access to the Starlink satellites was a minor hiccup, not a catastrophe. "Inform Moscow that we are under attack but proceeding as planned," he told the other man. "Tell them the first Moras will take off on schedule in minutes." "Yes, sir," Persky acknowledged. He hesitated. "If they ask for details about the situation outside, what should I say?" It was a fair question. Sealed securely inside this bunker, they had no way of estimating the strength of the attackers, nor did they have any information on how the battle was really going. After the first frantic warning that the garrison was under fire, there had been no further word from Hidalgo or any of his subordinates. And now the direct telephone line to the Cuban colonel's command post was dead, probably knocked out by enemy action. Maresyev considered that. Much as he hated being blind like this, he saw little point in worrying the higher-ups in Moscow, or his own men, for that matter. "Assure them that the situation is under control," he said. with a bit more confidence than he actually felt. "If the Americans or whoever's attacking could actually breach our defenses, they'd already be inside by now. Instead, they're just pissing around blowing up a few satellite dishes on our roof. Whether they know it or not, they already failed." Griffin Assault Force. That same time. Perched awkwardly in the crook of a tree about 50 yards south of the Russian-controlled bunker, Nick Flynn scanned the rooftop through his binoculars. From what he could see, the grenades they'd lobbed up there had more than done the necessary job of destruction. All 12 domes sheltering the satellite internet dishes were blackened and shredded, and smoke curled away from the large metal junction box at one end of the building. Something inside must have shorted out. "Sir," Hines radioed from the other side of this southernmost stretch of woods, where he'd been posted to keep his eyes open for signs of renewed enemy activity. "That fucking PT-76 tank is coming back just like you said, and it's got a bunch of infantry types along this time. They're coming straight up the road from the south." Flynn's head whipped around. He could hear the tracked vehicle now, grinding and rattling along the pavement as it drew closer. Damn. He'd hoped it would take the Cubans a lot longer to mount another counterattack. Now it was going to be that much harder to break contact and retrieve their parked hoverbikes without being spotted. Not wasting any more time, he swung down off the branch and dropped lightly to the ground. Laura Van Horn was at the foot of the tree waiting for him. She handed him his rifle. "We should bail out of here, Nick," she warned. "We've blown their satellite links to hell, and Brer Fox sure isn't paying us enough to go toe-to-toe with the whole frickin' Cuban army for fun." Flynn nodded. "Yeah," he agreed. He glanced back at the silent operations center. Breaking inside and grabbing intelligence on where Voronian's unmanned stealth aircraft were hidden would have been a much better outcome, but they'd have to settle for having wrecked the Syndicate's ability to fly those planes remotely. And at least he could take some comfort imagining all the hotshot Russian pilots locked inside that bunker staring at blank computer screens and cursing. Suddenly his mind went into overdrive. How could he assume those screens were really blank, he realized, feeling sick. "Ah, crap," Flynn muttered, finally putting two and two together and knowing that was something he should have done a lot earlier. This was way too easy. Van Horn stared at him. "You gone loco, compadre?" She waved a hand at the bodies and burning vehicles littering the woods around them. There wasn't anything easy about this. Flynn shook his head impatiently. "Think through it, Laura. Would you build an operations center without backup comm links?" She sighed, seeing what he was driving at. "No, because I'm not an idiot. And we definitely know Voronian's not one either." She scowled. "Damn. That means the ops center has an alternate satellite comm system, so what do we do now?" Flynn jabbed a finger at the bunker not far away. "We get in there and finish this mission," he said firmly. Van Horn shrugged her shoulders. "Yeah, good plan. Too bad it isn't feasible. That place is built like Fort Knox, remember? Without Andy Cavada and those demolition charges he was carrying, we're fresh out of options." He shot her a tight grin, hearing the clanking rumble of the Cuban PT-76 light tank getting even louder. By now it must be only a few hundred yards away. "Oh, ye of little faith. We might not have any explosives left, but the bad guys sure as shit do." Quickly he outlined what he had in mind. Van Horn's eyebrows went up, and her head turned toward the sound of the enemy armored vehicle moving off in the darkness. "You're serious?" Flynn nodded. "Dead serious." She snorted. "The dead part seems pretty likely anyway." He shrugged. "Not if we're lucky. Besides, you said it yourself. We're fresh out of other options." "So I did," Van Horn admitted. She laid a hand on his shoulder. Her expression was grave. "All right, you're the boss. But you have to promise me one thing first, Nick. Flynn nodded. If I can. Make sure you're lucky, she told him softly. Because I look like crap wearing black. Roger that, he assured her. I'll do my very best. Then he turned and sprinted across the woods, radioing for Hines to join him and ordering the rest of his people to disperse among the Cuban trenches and dugouts and go to ground. Van Horn watched him go without saying anything more. Then, with a determined look on her face, she slid a fresh magazine into her own rifle and headed for the edge of the woods. Several minutes later, Flynn and Hines were inside the hull of a wrecked BTR-50. It had been knocked out in the earlier battle by a grenade that killed its crew and passengers. The squat tracked vehicle sat slewed at an angle, with only its front half nosed out of the woods. Bodies still sprawled across the deck, with some hanging limply, heads down, over the armored sides. Flynn sat slumped in the commander's position. He wore a steel helmet taken from one of the dead Cuban soldiers inside. From there, he could see out across the cleared ground around the Russian Remote Operations Center. He breathed shallowly, doing his best to look like just another corpse among several. Hines crouched next to him, out of sight on the BTR's blood-slicked deck, and just below the pintle mount of its 14.5mm KPV heavy machine gun. Through eyes narrowed to mere slits, Flynn watched an 8-man squad of Cuban infantry advance cautiously across the open ground. They were moving by bounds, leapfrogging forward in 4-man teams. Half of them were always ready to provide a base of covering fire for those in motion. It wasn't a particularly fast way to move, but it was tactically sound, especially since their commander must half expect to be ambushed at any moment. The PT-76 light tank clanked slowly along about 100 yards behind them. Its bright searchlight beam darted here and there, probing the terrain ahead and the 2 wooded areas on either side for any sign of hidden enemies. Another squad of Cuban troops patrolled alongside the armored vehicle, 4 on each flank. Flynn shut his eyes entirely as the searchlight beam slid across the wrecked BTR-50. Even through his closed eyelids, the blinding glare was a deep red glow. Do not breathe, he told himself. He was under no illusions. As jumpy as they must be, those soldiers and that tank crew would react to even the slightest sign of movement by shooting the hell out of whatever spooked them. The searchlight moved on. He breathed out and reopened his eyes a crack. That first group of Cuban troops had just advanced past the motionless BTR. The nearest soldiers were only yards away. Holy God, Sergeant, one of them hissed to his squad leader. What the hell's going on?
Zip it, Gonzalez, the sergeant snapped back. Keep your eyes open, unless you want to end up like one of those poor bastards. He nodded his chin in Flynn's direction. Now get moving. The soldiers pushed on, fanning out a little as they got closer to the side of the bunker. Flynn held himself absolutely still. The PT-76 rumbled closer, still following its infantry scouts. Sir, Hines hissed softly from his hiding place. Wait one, Cole, Flynn muttered. The Soviet-made light tank kept going. Its treads squealed and rattled as it ground forward along the narrow access road. Slowly, the PT-76 advanced across his field of vision until it was broadside on and only 20 or so yards away. Flynn's hands tightened on the AKM assault rifle laid out of sight across his lap. Now, Cole, he snapped, and over his mic he radioed, Leader to Griffins, let's go, put these guys down. Instantly, rifles opened up from out of the woods on either side of the stunned Cuban infantrymen. Rounds tore into them, knocking men down or spinning them around to lie in crumpled heaps. Shooting from the protection offered by trenches or from behind solid tree trunks,
Van Horn, Cook, and the rest took full advantage of the surprise they'd achieved. Within seconds, all 16 of the enemy soldiers were dead or dying. It was a massacre, not a battle. Hines jumped to his feet and grabbed the handles of the big 14.5mm machine gun. Without hesitating, he held the trigger down and traversed the weapon from left to right, drawing a line of fire along the entire length of the PT-76's hull. Large armor-piercing rounds a half-inch in diameter punched holes right through its thin side armor. Hit repeatedly, the tank's 240-horsepower V6 diesel engine coughed and died in a haze of blue-gray smoke. More bullets slammed into the welded steel crew compartment forward of the long, low rear deck. Both the turret and driver's hatches clanged open as the 3 men in its crew tried frantically to bail out. Flynn shot them one by one as they appeared. Their bodies flopped over and tumbled off the tank as it ground slowly to a halt. Beside him, Hines stopped firing. He looked across at Flynn. "Scratch one fucking enemy tank, sir," he reported. "I sure hope not, Cole," Flynn said dryly. "Remember, we need that thing in at least partially working order." Chapter 45. Mora Remote Operations Center. That same time. Unable to bear just sitting at his desk any longer, Moresiev jumped back to his feet. His impatient gaze slid across the 2 ex-Spetsnaz soldiers guarding the bunker's massive outer door. They stiffened to attention. Ignoring them, he whipped around to face Persky. "Is there any new word from Hidalgo's garrison? Or from the Cuban Army's high command in Havana?" The deputy shook his head. None. We can't seem to raise anyone. Not by phone or by radio. All the lines are down and our radio antenna must have been destroyed by whatever knocked out our Starlink dishes. There's nothing but static on every channel. This situation, Morisiev thought, had elements of the absurd. Right now, his pilots had almost finished establishing the satellite links that would enable them to fly aircraft based more than 2,400 kilometers away. And yet at the same time, he couldn't make contact with the men supposedly on guard right outside this locked-down operations center, or with their senior officers located just a few kilometers away in Cuba's capital city. Sir, Sergei Andreanov, one of the Leadmore pilots, flagged him over. Problems? Morisiev snapped. No problems at all, the younger man assured him with a wolfish smile. I thought you'd like to know that I've established a firm connection with Mora 01, and I'm go for engine start. Next stop, the American submarine base in Washington State. Morisiev clapped him on the shoulder. Excellent work, Sergei. With a pleased nod, he walked back to Persky. Get through to Moscow, Ilya. Maybe somebody there can rattle a few cages in Havana for us. I want those raiders outside eliminated before they come up with something clever. Wham! Hit by a high explosive anti-tank shaped charge warhead, the bunker's inches-thick steel door bulged inward and then ruptured. An incandescent geyser of molten metal erupted from the impact point, along with a widening hail of razor-edged splinters. Morisiev, Persky, and the two submachine gun-armed guards were hurled aside and ripped to pieces by the powerful blast. Lights flickered throughout the building as fixtures shattered. A choking, blinding pall of smoke and burning debris swirled everywhere. With blood pouring from his punctured eardrums, Sergei Andreanov struggled grimly out of his chair. He'd been thrown backward into his flight console with enormous force. Dazed, he clawed for his sidearm. Around him, the other Mora pilots were doing the same. Outside the operations center, that same time. Inside the turret of the Cuban PT-76 tank, Shannon Cook peered through the telescopic sight for the rifled 76.2mm main gun. He whooped with excitement. Oh, yeah, right on target. He pressed his right eye against the sight, waiting for the haze to clear a little. When it did, he frowned slightly. That solid steel door still looked mostly intact, except for a glowing, fist-sized hole near its center. He shook his head. Fine. Then we'll huff and we'll puff and we'll blow that fucking door down. Cook turned his head to Cole Hines, who was manning the loader station inside the tight space of this cramped turret. Load HE. Seeing the other man's blank look, he pointed. One of those! The ones with the white bands at the top. Hines nodded. He grabbed the 14-pound shell with both hands and tugged it out of the rack with a grunt. How do you know all this stuff? Courtesy of Uncle Sam, Cook replied, putting his eye back to the telescopic sight. I took an enemy equipment familiarization course while I was in the Army's Task Force Orange. He grinned. Typical Army class, though. You get to learn exciting new things. In the dullest damn way possible, Hines finished for him. He slid the shell into the cannon's breech, slammed it shut, and hunched back against the turret wall out of the way. Up, he reported. Firing, Cook yelled, squeezing the trigger. Whang! The whole turret shuddered when the big gun fired. Through the scope, he saw a brilliant flash against the side of the building as the HE round impacted on the already badly damaged door, blowing it inward. When the smoke cleared, he could see weirdly flickering lights spilling out through the ragged opening his shell had just made. Well, hell, Cook thought. Screw the idea of close assaulting that place. We'll just stand off and pump it full of 76.2mm rounds of hot, splintering death. Cook, Hines said from below him. Cook looked down. What? "I think the gun's busted," the other man said, pointing to where the cannon's breech block now dangled at an awkward angle. Acrid-smelling gunpowder fumes swirled back out of the open breech. "Well, that sucks," Cook said conversationally. He reached up and pulled himself through the open turret hatch. "Griffin 4 to lead," he radioed Flynn as he clambered onto the deck. "I figure we're going to have to do this the hard way after all. The darn tank is kaput." Following him out through the hatch, Hines grumbled, "What a piece of junk." "Hey, man, show some respect," Cook said with a crooked smile. "This thing was probably built way before your mom was even born. We're lucky it lasted as long as it did, especially with all those brand-new holes you shot in it." With his right shoulder set against the bunker's concrete wall, just to the left side of the entrance, Flynn nodded sharply to Dana Perez. The ex-Navy helicopter pilot was crouched over on the other side. "Go." She rolled out and lobbed a flashbang grenade in through the opening. It sailed past the heavy steel door blown aside by Cook's tank shells and exploded with a deafening wham and a dazzling shower of sparks. Flynn spun in through the doorway and slid to the right, aware peripherally that the others in his assault group, Van Horn, Martinez, and Perez, were right behind him and already moving to cover their own assigned sectors. But almost all of his focus was down the sights of his rifle. Through the swirling haze and eerie, flickering overhead light, he glimpsed a dim figure rising up from behind some kind of office partition with a pistol in his hand. Flynn fired twice and saw the man stumble backward and fall out of sight. More HK-417s cracked. The other Griffins were engaging half-seen targets of their own. Russian pilots went down, hit by 7.62mm rounds at close range. Shouts and screams echoed above the gunfire. Flynn kept sidling to the right. Too late, he spotted another Russian aiming a pistol in his direction. They both fired in the same moment. Hit in the chest, the pilot crumpled. Flynn rocked back under a jolting impact across his right side. Pain flared there. "Christ, I've been shot," he thought. But he didn't look down to see how badly hurt he was. Allowing the slightest distraction in this chaotic close-quarters fight meant dying. There was more movement up ahead of him, out in the middle of a group of cubicles. His sights settled on another Russian, also wearing a flight suit. Flynn's finger brushed against the trigger and hesitated. This pilot had both hands high in the air. Face white with fear, he was yelling out, "Не стреляй! Don't shoot! Don't shoot!" The same cry was going up in other corners of the smashed operations center as more of the Russians tried to surrender. "Lizat, лицом вниз!" Flynn shouted at the terrified man in front of him. "Lie down, face down." He heard the order echoed by Van Horn and the rest. Shaking almost uncontrollably, the Russian obeyed. Flynn risked a glance down at his side and saw that the 9mm round that had hit him had torn away a couple of his equipment pouches, ripped through the ballistic fiber overlay of his armor, and then obviously ricocheted off the hard plate underneath. He breathed out. One more bad bruise to go with his collection, he thought in his relief, but no penetrating wound. The next minutes were a frenzied blur of activity for Flynn and his assault group. 12 of the Russian drone pilots had survived. Most of them had been injured by steel splinters and fragments from the two 76.2mm tank shells that had blown through the ops center's armored door. They were hauled back to their feet, herded outside, ordered face down on the ground again, and then roughly bound with plastic flex cuffs. Back inside the bunker, Flynn stared around at the jumble of toppled cubicles and smashed computers. Had any of the information they needed survived the fighting? Perez and the others went to work immediately, gathering up any documents they could find, plus any portable electronic components that appeared undamaged. "Nick!" Van Horn called from the far end of the low-ceilinged room. "Jackpot!" He hurried over to her. The last 2 flight control stations were still active, with computer monitors open on navigation displays. Glowing lines showed 2 separate flight paths, one for a drone apparently earmarked for Barksdale Air Force Base in Louisiana. The second computer showed the course planned for an aircraft aimed at Minot Air Force Base in North Dakota. Flynn nodded grimly. Those were the 2 bases for America's heavy B-52 bombers. Veronian had been planning a decapitation strike against major U.S. military and political targets. Most important of all, Flynn knew, was that the origin point for both flights was the same, somewhere in the middle of Kansas. He leaned closer, memorizing the coordinates shown. Then he turned to Van Horn. "I'm calling this in. Round up the others and get them started back to the hoverbikes. We need to head for the ship before the rest of the Cuban armed forces, all 50-odd thousand of them, wake up and figure out what's going on." "What about the Russians?" she asked. Flynn shrugged. "We're not exactly equipped to take prisoners with us, so leave them. Without this center operational, they're not an immediate threat." She nodded and turned away to start relaying his orders to Martinez and the rest of the Griffin force. Flynn went back outside to activate his palm-sized satellite phone. With a soft beep, it connected to a commercial communications satellite out in space, high overhead. Quickly, he scrolled through his message presets to the one that would report mission success. Pirate valuables retrieved. The phrase pirate valuables, of course, was code for both Pavel Veronian and the priceless information Griffin Force had been after from the beginning. A quick bit of mental math allowed Flynn to enter the necessary latitude and longitude figures suitably disguised to anyone who didn't know the formula he and Fox had agreed on earlier. The NSA's supercomputers might flag this text for examination, he supposed, but he doubted any of its analysts would be able to make head or tail out of it. A green indicator lit near one side of the small phone, confirming that his message had been sent. Flynn sighed. Now it was up to Fox to do what he could, and as quickly as possible. According to the navigation displays he'd just seen, those Russian stealth drones were still on the ground in Kansas. But that might not be the case for much longer. He turned back to where Van Horn and the others were gathering. They had some fast moving of their own to do. Chapter 46. Kozvinsky Common Nuclear Command Bunker, in the northern Urals, Russia. That same time. President Pyotr Zhdanov waited in icy silence while one of Lieutenant General Rogozin's top aides whispered urgently in the older man's ear. He saw Rogozin blanch. When the aide, a full colonel, straightened up and stepped back, Zhdanov barked, "Well?" Rogozin looked him squarely in the eye. "We've lost contact with the Raven Syndicate control center outside Havana, Mr. President," he said formally. Zhdanov stared at him. "Lost contact? How?" The Air Force commander shrugged. "We don't know," he admitted. Then his shoulders straightened. "But we are also getting frantic messages from the Cuban government asking for our immediate assistance. One of their most important military airfields, the one closest to the control center for those Moro drones, as it happens, has been the target of a major commando assault. The Cubans report they've suffered dozens of casualties and that the airbase is in flames. Their estimate is that the attackers numbered at least 100 elite Special Forces troops, together with significant combat air and cruise missile support." Like a striking snake, Zhdanov's head whipped toward where Pavel Veronian sat quietly, apparently as cool and composed as ever. "The Americans know," he grated out through clenched teeth. "They know what we are planning." Around the table, the heads of his other advisors nodded in agreement. It was the only rational explanation for this powerful American Special Forces raid, aimed so precisely and carried out with such ruthless force. Given the current U.S. president's dithering on so many other diplomatic and military fronts, only a clear understanding of the existential threat posed by Castle Keep could have persuaded the Americans to take so many risks. Voronian shook his head. The Americans may have penetrated some of our security measures, but they cannot possibly know everything about our plans, he argued forcefully. At this point he knew very well that showing the slightest sign of weakness or uncertainty could be fatal. Zhdanov was looking for a scapegoat, for someone else to blame for what now appeared to be turning into another catastrophe, one that could easily be fatal for Russia itself if the Americans overreacted.
"Explain that,"
Zhdanov demanded. Voronian met his gaze without flinching. Despite his lack of precise knowledge regarding how events were unfolding, he would not alter course. The menace in the president's voice was plain, like the warning hiss made by an angry cobra swaying slowly in front of its intended victim. There is still no sign of any interference at our Mora hangar in Kansas, he pointed out. If the Americans knew everything, the aircraft based there would have been their first target. He watched Zhdanov seize on that fact, like a drowning man snatching at a rope. Carefully, Voronian continued, this is no time to give in to panic, or to make critical decisions based on unjustified, unproven assertions, Mr. President. Our attack plan remains viable.
"Viable? Without your pilots?" Zhdanov retorted, not hiding his skepticism. "How is that possible?"
Voronian shrugged. Pilots can be replaced. So can equipment, he said. With just a few more weeks of preparation, we can be ready to launch Castle Keep as originally planned.
"Wait a few more weeks. Not a chance in hell. The risks are too high,"
Zhdanov shot back.
"Perhaps the Americans don't have all the pieces of this puzzle yet, but they have more than enough to realize the danger they're in. And every moment of delay only gives them more time to find your hidden aircraft."
Voronian gritted his teeth. He could feel the tide of power in this room shifting against him. Faces that had once watched him with hatred and loathing now studied him with avid hunger and growing confidence, like members of a rival wolf pack pacing slowly around a weakened foe, their eyes glowing as they readied themselves to lunge for the throat and rip and tear. "Then let me offer an alternative," he said tightly. "Give my UCAV handling team at the Kansas site enough time to reconfigure the Moras for fully autonomous flight. They may not be as effective without humans in the command loop, but we can modify our plans, dropping some of the peripheral sites from our list, the American bomber bases, for example, in order to allocate more aircraft to the truly vital targets, like the Pentagon and the White House, and the various strategic command headquarters. It was essential, he knew, that he demonstrate his continued control over matters. He shrugged.
"After all, considering the power of the nuclear weapons they carry, not every Mora needs to reach its allotted objective for us to succeed in inflicting massive damage on the United States and its command and control nodes."
Zhdanov sat back, scowling. It was obvious that he was tempted by this option. Reducing the target list for Castle Keep was less than ideal, but given the stakes involved, the hope that he might still be able to achieve a victory out of this spiraling mess was definitely alluring. Rogozin chose that moment to strike. He leaned forward with his gaze fixed firmly on Voronian. "Exactly what do you mean by not as effective?" he asked pointedly. "Do you expect to lose 10% of your planes if they fly without real pilots guiding them to their targets? Or 20%, perhaps?" Voronian fought for control over his expression. Inside he felt a wave of rage rising, but it would do him no good to reveal his fury or to lie. He realized suddenly. Rogozin had been given access to all the Mora design specifications, including its flight control software, and it was clear that the Air Force commander had had them carefully evaluated by his own technical experts. For a long, painful moment he said nothing, rapidly evaluating alternative replies and just as rapidly discarding them.
"Answer Rogozin's question, Pavel,"
Zhdanov growled. Now he too scented weakness. Speaking carefully, Voronin admitted, in some circumstances, the loss rate might be as high as 1 in 2.
50%,
Zhdanov said in surprise. The task is a difficult one, Rogozin explained with a quick, triumphant glance at Voronin. Even the most advanced autonomous flight software has a hard time handling so many variables. Weather, other air traffic, terrain features, and the rest. This difficulty is compounded by the requirement that our Moras fly at very low altitudes to reduce the chances of radar detection. He shook his head. Frankly, in the conditions we face, I consider this estimate of 50% losses to our strike aircraft to be far too low. In fact, I believe we would be lucky if even 1 out of every 3 of the Moras survived to hit its chosen target. Hard-eyed now as reality came crashing in, shattering any remaining hopes of retrieving some measure of success from this failure, Zhdanov firmly shook his head.
"No, you're right, General," he said. "The risks are far too high."
His gaze shifted back to Voronin.
"And any possible gains are now far too speculative. I will not gamble with the fate of our nation. Not when the cards are stacked against us."
He rapped on the table.
"Your operation is cancelled, Pavel, effective immediately."
Voronin held himself rigid. Couldn't these fools see the real situation? Did they seriously believe it was still possible to turn and scuttle away in fear? It will be difficult, very difficult, to safely extract the Mora drones and their nuclear payloads, he warned softly. But then, to his immense surprise, Zhdanov only shook his head.
"And as so often lately, you are wrong, Pavel,"
he said dismissively. He turned to Rogozin's aide.
"Have the communications center transmit code Omega over our very low-frequency radio array," he ordered.
Office of the Director, Operations J3, Directorate of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, the Pentagon, Washington, D.C., that same time. U.S. Air Force Major General Douglas McKinnon sat at his desk, studying another readiness report from one of the military's 11 combatant commands. He was working well beyond midnight, as was his custom whenever he actually wanted to accomplish anything. Several different assignments in the Pentagon over the years had taught him that days were reserved for an endless procession of bureaucratic wrangling and time-wasting meetings. Fortunately, he thought, turning another page, he didn't need much sleep compared to most people. Although he wasn't supposed to be in on the secret, he knew his subordinates privately referred to him as the cyborg of E-Ring, E-Ring being the outermost of the Pentagon's concentric rings of offices and corridors, the only one with windows to the outer world, which made it the province of senior officers and their planning staffs. He looked up when his smartphone rang twice. Then it fell silent for a few seconds, and rang again. Surprised, McKinnon answered it. "Yes?" The voice on the other end belonged to an old friend, Carlton Frederick Fox. As far as the outside world was concerned, Fox was a managing director of Sykes Fairbairn Strategic Investments. McKinnon was among the very few people who knew that the other man was much, much more than a financial executive. "It's a little late for stock tips, isn't it?" the general suggested cautiously. "It is indeed, Doug," Fox agreed. His tone was even, with only the faintest hint of strain. "But the U.S. markets are going to go hot in the morning, and I thought you might want to be prepared." McKinnon froze. Those were the code words used by Ford to indicate a grave and imminent threat to national security. He hesitated. His relationship with the Quartet Directorate was, out of necessity, distant, mostly limited to keeping an eye out for individual officers with the kinds of unusual talents, skill sets, and independent, sometimes reckless attitudes needed by the secret private intelligence organization. Being asked by Fox to involve himself in something more operational was extremely unusual, which meant this situation was serious indeed. He tightened his grip on the phone. "Do you have any details on this upcoming market shift?" he said quietly. "Keep your eyes on a company called Kansas Meatpacking," Fox told him. "I expect its shares to begin fluctuating significantly very soon, somewhere in the following range of values." McKinnon jotted down the numbers the other man rattled off, knowing they were map coordinates. Still holding the phone in one hand, he pulled up a digital map on his computer and entered them. They indicated a spot deep in the middle of rural Kansas, miles and miles away from anything but country roads and farmland. He stared at the map. What the hell could be so important and urgent out there? He turned his attention back to Fox. "And you didn't want to keep this news in-house?" "Unfortunately, my best people are a bit tied up at the moment," Fox said, "but they're the ones who brought this opportunity to my attention." Before McKinnon could ask any more questions, a flash, most immediate priority alert popped onto his computer display, along with a new map. He stared in disbelief at the symbol blinking at its center. He swallowed hard. "That hot tip of yours?" he said to Fox. "It's no longer a secret. Not to anyone in the entire world." Castle Keep Mora Yukav Hangar, rural Kansas. That same time. The very low-frequency radio signal transmitted from the Kosvinsky Common Nuclear Command Bunker set a very specific chain of events into inexorable progression, with each event following its precursor only scant milliseconds later. First, the signal was relayed into the facility's enormous interior by the repeater Major Leonid Kazmin had wired into place up near the roof. Next, the coded message reached the nuclear warhead carried by a Mora drone still parked inside the warehouse. Inside that weapon, the replacement circuit board Kazmin had secretly installed in its permissive action link activated, comparing the Omega transmission to the code hardwired into it. They were a perfect match. In response, relays closed, and the 150-kiloton fusion bomb detonated. In its place, a fireball blossomed, turning the pitch-dark Kansas night sky to daylight in far less than the blink of an eye. Hotter than the sun itself, it expanded outward at 2/3 of the speed of light, consuming everything within a 300-yard radius. The giant distribution center, all 23 Mora aircraft, the Pemex fuel tanker, other trucks and cars, and Ivan Strelkov and most of his men vanished utterly. Plasma temperatures that peaked close to 200 million degrees Fahrenheit left nothing but a swirling brew of subatomic particles. 2 seconds after the weapon exploded, the fireball faded away. But the damage it did rippled outward from the core of the blast. Over a 2-mile-wide area, Every telephone pole and fence railing burst into flame, only to be ripped loose and sent flying by the accompanying shockwave milliseconds later. Howling tornado-force winds shrieked in every direction, smashing the lone nearby farmhouse and its outbuildings into kindling, as though a giant's huge open hand had swept them away. The 4 men Strelkov had stationed as guards along the highway to the north and south of the improvised hangar lived approximately 3 seconds longer than their comrades. Hit first by a lethal dose of hard radiation sleeting out from the detonation point, they didn't actually even have time to realize they were already dead, because the roaring pressure wave that slammed into them immediately afterward was powerful enough to crush the cars they were in, squash their lungs and other vital organs to gelatinous gunk, and then send the wrecked vehicles that were now their coffins skittering and tumbling end over end across the scorched earth. As the shattering noise slowly faded, a huge pall of dirt and dust, now highly radioactive, drifted slowly southwest on the wind across farmland and toward distant small towns. The fallout pattern, those areas where radiation levels would require civilian evacuation for days and weeks and even months, would eventually form a 16-mile-wide elongated oval, extending nearly 100 miles outward from the original blast point. Epilogue. The Kremlin, Moscow. Some days later. Hiding his anger with difficulty, Pavel Voronin submitted to a thorough pat-down by one of Zhdanov's hard-eyed bodyguards. This intrusive search for concealed weapons was a pointed reminder that he no longer enjoyed the Russian president's full trust. Just one more slap in the face among so many others inflicted on him in the wake of Castle Keep's ignominious end. The guard stepped back and nodded to one of Zhdanov's civilian aides. "He's clean." "You can go in now, Mr. Voronin," the aide said, pointing to the half-open door to the president's private office. "You're expected." Voronin's mouth tightened when he walked in and found Zhdanov seated behind his ornate desk, apparently studying a report of some sort. This time there was no chair for him. Yet another humiliation to be endured, he thought bitterly. Apparently he was expected to stand nervously before the president like a frightened schoolboy summoned before an angry headmaster. Finally, Zhdanov finished reading. With a grunt, he scrawled his signature across the bottom of the report and slid it aside. He turned his gaze on Voronin. "Well?" he demanded. Stiff-lipped, Voronin handed over a folder containing the special presidential authorizations he'd been granted to move Castle Keep ahead. He was being treated like a file clerk or a messenger boy, he realized, instead of an important advisor. He waited in silence while Zhdanov paged through the documents, obviously determined to make sure that none were missing. Apparently satisfied, Zhdanov tossed them into a metal bin beside his desk, one marked Shred and Burn. "A fitting end to a foolish waste of resources," he commented darkly. He looked back at Voronin. "You are fortunate that I am a forgiving man, Pavel," the president continued. "You understand that I gave serious consideration to simply having you shot, like Kokorin, or the officers you corrupted in the 12th Main Directorate." Intensely aware that his life still hung by a thread, Voronin only nodded. "Instead, I've decided to give you one more chance to make amends for your failures so far," Zhdanov told him. For a brief moment, Voronin allowed himself to relax. Evidently, Russia's leaders still understood his desperate need for someone with Voronin's strategic vision and sheer ruthlessness. After all, without the Raven Syndicate and its skilled operatives, Zhdanov would be forced to rely on the same institutions, Russia's military and intelligence services, whose records were marked more by incompetence and corruption than by any real successes. Zhdanov must have seen his relief, because his mouth turned downward.
"But the terms of our association will be different going forward," he snapped. "Your days of operating with a blank check are finished."
"Mr. President?" Voronian muttered. Zhdanov crooked a finger at a man who had been waiting in the corner of the office, a man who had been standing there so quietly and unobtrusively that Voronian hadn't even realized he was there until this moment. This man, lean and long-faced, with short-cropped gray hair, now moved forward to join him in front of the president's desk.
"This is Kirill Rodin. He will be joining your Raven Syndicate as its new chief of special operations."
And also as Zhdanov's personal spy, Voronian understood quite clearly. He glanced sharply at the other man, who met his gaze without any discernible expression. "Welcome to the Syndicate, Rodin," Voronian forced out through gritted teeth. He raised an eyebrow. "I assume you have experience in this sort of work?" "Some." Voronian caught a flicker of amusement in Zhdanov's eyes. "Some," he repeated.
"Rodin has acted for a number of other organizations over the years," the president told him, "the SVR and GRU among them. His record is remarkable."
Voronian frowned. "I don't recall hearing your name," he told Rodin bluntly. The gray-haired man shrugged. "We haven't moved in the same circles," he smiled. "Until now." And then Voronian understood. Rodin was not only Zhdanov's spy, he was also an assassin. Voronian shivered suddenly. From now on he knew he would be working with a pistol cocked permanently at the back of his skull. The president had meant what he said. Voronian would be given one more chance to succeed in pulling down the United States, but only one. His next failure would be his last. St. James Cathedral, Orlando, Florida. That same time. As the strains of the recessional hymn echoed through the cathedral's high, brightly painted interior, Nick Flynn and Laura Van Horn stood together in the last pew. Along with the hundreds of family members, friends, and other close acquaintances of Andy Cavada, Cristina Ros, and Javier Torres, they'd come here to participate in the memorial mass for the 3 members of the Navarro Regiment who'd been killed during their desperate mission to Cuba. Officially, the 3 had died in a boating accident somewhere off the Florida coast. Their bodies never recovered. Judging by the somber but pride-filled expressions he'd seen on quite a few of the mourners, Flynn was willing to bet that the real story, at least as far as the fact that Cavada and the others had actually been killed fighting in the service of their country, was somewhat more widely known than the quartet directorate might ideally have preferred. Holding Van Horn's hand, he turned to watch the priest and altar servers, bright in their all-white vestments, depart. The closest family members and friends came next, walking 2 by 2 in ritual solemnity. Alex Zayas, Dana Perez, and Bill Martinez carried large, framed color photographs of their 3 dead comrades, each taken during their service with the U.S. Army, Air Force, and Marines, respectively. Flynn and Van Horn stiffened to attention and nodded slightly. Zayas and the others returned their nods. Deeply sad though this occasion might be, it was also a moment for pride. Pride in the heroism, self-sacrifice, and undying devotion to duty displayed by their friends and comrades in arms. Pew by pew, the cathedral emptied. Flynn sat back down with Van Horn, waiting while the other mourners filed slowly out. When they were gone, he sighed. Well, I guess we'd better be on our way, he said at last. Some part of him wanted to stay here in this silent oasis of peace and gentleness, so far removed from the harsh realities of the outside world. No rest for the good? She suggested softly. Almost unwillingly he smiled, or at least the not-so-bad. Together they walked outside and down a short flight of steps to the stretch of pavement in front of the white stucco and marble facade of the Romanesque Revival Cathedral. A dark blue late-model Jeep Grand Cherokee pulled up to the curb and flashed its lights 4 times. Subtle. Oh, so very subtle, Van Horn murmured in his ear. This time Flynn laughed. They got into the back seat of the SUV to find Fox waiting. He looked them over with a raised eyebrow. You both still look a bit worse for wear, he commented. I wouldn't claim otherwise, Flynn admitted. Together with Pierre Lucente, we suffered 4 dead and another 3 wounded to one degree or another. That's more than 1/3 of the people we took into Cuba. His mouth tightened into a thin, hard line. And that's not counting the civilians we lost when the Russians set off that goddamned bomb. Our civilian casualties in Kansas were mercifully low, with no more than a handful of fatalities in all, Fox pointed out carefully. Thanks both to the region being very thinly populated and to the prevalence of tornado shelters to protect our people there from the worst of the resulting fallout. Dead's dead, Flynn said in response, and I signed on with Ford to prevent innocent people from getting killed, not to be glad their numbers were relatively small. From beside him, Van Horn nodded her own agreement. Fox looked out the window next to him for a moment, obviously gathering his thoughts. At last, he turned back to face them. Your regrets do you credit, he said gently. But you'd be making a mistake to ignore the magnitude of what you and your whole team have achieved. Now that we know for sure Voronezh's aircraft were armed with nuclear weapons, he pointed out, your courage and determination have saved millions upon millions of other lives. Because there's absolutely no doubt that whatever the Russians really intended could only have ended in unimaginable holocaust if you hadn't stopped them cold. Slowly, Flynn nodded. That much was true, he supposed. Some small measure of the evil intended by Voronezh and his backers at the highest levels of the Russian government could be seen in the fact that Moscow was willing to detonate a nuclear warhead on American soil, just to erase the evidence of its larger plan. He sighed. Well, at least this time the CIA and our other intelligence agencies can't turn a blind eye to what's happened, or pretend they were the ones responsible for saving the nation. Van Horn snorted. Uh-huh. And I bet that sad fact has generated a lot of wailing and gnashing of teeth inside Langley's sacred halls. Don't be too sure of that, Fox told them dryly. My sources tell me that Washington, Havana, and Moscow, each for their own separate purposes, are already spinning very different tales. The Cuban government, for example, apparently desperate to avoid any overt connection to what Voronezh was doing, has censored all news about our commando raids on its territory. Officially, there was only a chain of unfortunate ordnance storage accidents at the San Antonio de los Baños base, which resulted in serious damage and tragic casualties. Gee, how very convenient, Van Horn commented. Fox nodded. And the Russians? Flynn asked. What's their story? Fox shrugged his shoulders. Zhdanov's government is blaming the nuclear explosion on our territory on a cabal of rogue officers who were apparently seduced by bribes from unknown Middle Eastern terrorists. Flynn stared at him. Please tell me no one important is buying that line of crap, Brer Fox. The other man shook his head. Unfortunately, I can't. The story, fictional though it is, fits the prejudices of Langley's analysts. And its senior executives, too. Which is perhaps more important, he sighed. Besides, the Russians have offered up to $1 billion in reparations for any damage caused by these so-called rogue officers. And they've informed our government that those responsible, a major general and their 12th Main Directorate named Krylov and 2 other officers, a Colonel Yakomenko and a Major Kazmin, have already been arrested, tried by a special military tribunal, and executed for what are termed crimes against the state and against humanity. In that order? Van Horn asked, with a cynical look. Or was it sentence first, trial afterward? The Queen of Hearts, Justice, Fox said with an equally cynical nod. My guess falls in that direction. Flynn frowned. What about Pavel Voronian? He asked. Is that psychopathic bastard heading for his own unmarked grave along with this Krylov and the others? Fox sighed with evident regret. I strongly suspect not. He looked out the window a moment before turning back to them. Oh, I doubt Voronian will get off scot-free. In fact, I'd bet that any financial reparations ultimately paid by Moscow will come out of his Raven Syndicate's corporate coffers, but I very much doubt that Zhdanov will take any permanent measures against him. Voronian is entirely too useful. And too clever. After all, this most recent plan of his nearly came to fruition with what would have been horrific consequences for us and the whole free world. Pyotr Zhdanov will not easily cast him aside, even as a scapegoat for this most recent disaster. Flynn nodded. Yeah, that's kind of what I figured. His eyes hardened. Which puts the ball back in our court, doesn't it? Fox looked at him with a quizzical expression. Van Horn nodded encouragingly. We've been playing defense against Voronian, Flynn pointed out. We detect a threat to our security or to the free world as a whole, and then we do our damnedest to stop that threat. Fox nodded. Fundamentally, that was the task the Quartet Directorate had set for itself decades ago, a mission that it upheld to the current day. And there's the problem, Brer Fox, Flynn continued urgently. Playing only defense against someone like Voronian is a sucker's game. One way or another, sometime or another, we're bound to lose. Van Horn leaned across him. Nick's right, she said. We have to take the fight directly to these Russian sons of bitches before it's too late. Somehow and soon we need to wipe Voronian and his Raven Syndicate off the map. Or die trying, Fox suggested softly. This time Flynn shot him a crooked grin of his own. Not hardly, sir. Dying's not exactly in my vocabulary. Van Horn offered a wry smile of her own. And don't bother buying Nick a dictionary, Brer Fox, she told the older man. Because when he's got his mind fixed on a job that needs doing, he's not so easily distracted. This concludes the reading of Weapons of Opportunity by Dale Brown. Copyright 2023 by Creative Arts and Sciences, LLC. This book was read by Rob Shapiro. This unabridged recording was produced in 2023 by Blackstone Publishing, which holds the copyright. Neither this recording nor any portion of it may be reproduced or used for any purpose without prior written authorization from Blackstone Publishing. Weapons of Opportunity is also available in print and ebook from Blackstone Publishing. For a complete listing of our titles, visit our website at www.downpour.com. Thank you.